And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here for day two. It's officially the playoffs here for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Championship Tour, East Asia x ACL. And this is now the crunch time. I mean, the playoffs, it's going to be me nice too. I'm switching things up today, though. I don't have my boy with me today, but I do have Husky. You're my boy also. Husky, how we feeling?
Feeling great. It's quite a historical moment. Two Mongolian teams in the playoffs, some familiar faces. I'm excited to see the Japanese team played out as well. There's some names in there that I've been wanting to revisit. So overall, it's going to be heck of a day with 4 series coming up.
Man, we have had so much Mobile Legends action to catch up on, and I know a lot of the viewers out there. I was hanging out with some of the chat this morning, actually watching another MCT championship tour go on and conclude, and that was the Amber. I think just one of their groups. They still have another group to finish out, but and they were also saying that, man, if you're an MLBB fan right now, there's just so much to watch and so much to tune in from all the regions. I know over there in your region as well in Malaysia, you down to your last week, and then you guys get a bit of a break and you head into the playoffs. How are things looking over there?
Things are looking pretty tight, like the current ongoing series. We have Vamos against AC Esports, and this series will basically determine whether we get our top 6 teams. If Vamos wins, then we get top 6 instantly. If AC wins, then we go another round to let the other teams play it out. I think overall, for the very first time for double round robins in MPL MY, it has worked out the way that we thought it would for the most part. Teams are really getting their second chances, and I think the teams that got the second chances are really making good of it.
Yeah, that's what I love. Hopefully at some point we get to see longer weeks or longer process for the MCT, the championship tours that go on. But this one, as I was talking with Staffa yesterday, just how nice it is to basically get to see some of these newer regions battle out, some of the newer teams, some of the newer faces even. That's what I think the championship tours of MLBB have really brought, like, for us as not just casters, but even fans of the game. And that's why, yesterday, to kind of give you a little briefing of yesterday, we actually got to see South Korea's qualifier winner play out, and that was Feiyun Esports, who is actually a mix of a little bit of Filipino players and coaching staff with obviously the South Korean players. And it was just unfortunate that they weren't able to go ahead and move forward, of course. But again, watching a new region play is always fun and exciting. It was a reminiscent for me when we first started seeing, of course, China introduced into the competitive scene here. And it really reminded me of that, and how, a lot of us were like, yeah, just give the Chinese team some time to go ahead and catch up and get on par with the rest of the world out there. It's great too that we have this East Asia kind of tournament going on, like this section, because if you threw them against the Southeast Asian teams right now, I feel like it'd be pretty tough. And that's usually what we see once we go for what all these teams are fighting for, Husky, which is the trip. I was going to say Riyadh, but it's the trip over to Paris, man. I'm so used to saying Riyadh, but yes, it's going to be happening in Paris. That is the MSC for this year's 2026. And I think, again, for all these teams, they have at least qualified to go there, right? What they're fighting for now here in the playoffs, if you guys are just tuning in, you missed yesterday, you have 4 teams basically fighting off to try to get the direct spot to the MSC group stages. That's actually a big upper hand for the teams that move forward there as you look at the brackets here for the path to get there, because the other teams, the other 3, they've already locked in their spots for the wild card for MSC.
Yeah, the only difference, like you said, is the direct slot into the group stage. But even if not, they at least will be able to visit Paris, right? Wonderful place. Can't wait to go there myself as well. We got 4 matchups today, but the first 2 are the ones that's confirmed. The Mongolians will face off against each other first. Mongols against the HUNS, and then we have Guangzhou Gaming taking on Sunset Raven. So China against Japan. That one is going to be quite the wild card that I'm looking forward to. And afterwards, we will have sort of the upper lower bracket to really narrow down the playing field.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the lineups here for the Mongols. Again, some familiar faces, right? We've got Ki, we've got Ox, we've got Meiki, ZX Aura, and we've got Mumu. For those that have been watching international MLBB for a while, you're definitely going to recognize the names here, especially ZX Aura. He was a part of Team Zone the last time you would have seen him internationally would have been M7. And I'll never forget the clip, when they were really talking about how ZX Aura was a big part of them being able to actually go early and like boot camp and prepare for M7. Obviously, they didn't get the finish that they were looking for, but you know, that's just incredible what they're able to go ahead and put out for the team and their opponents here, Husky, the HUNS.
Yeah, the HUNS, Yuki, OU, Kenny, Still Meta, and Bankai. If I remember correctly, Bankai is formerly teammates with ZX Aura. Now that they're on separate squads, so it's going to be quite the kind of throwback as well, right? Facing off against your former teammates in a very different role. The fact that they both spent quite an extended amount of times together back then to really bring the Mongolian region to that world stage. And now it's going to feel a bit more different. And I do wonder how the HUNS are going to fare up against the Mongols, considering that I think favoritism does go over to the Mongols with how much they've established over the seasons.
Yeah, and it was an interesting thing too, because we talked about a little bit yesterday with the HUNS. You know, their coach on the coaching staff is actually Bebe X, and he was also, you know, a competitor, right, in these international events, and now he's coaching the HUNS esports here. As both teams are going to be walking out to stage, one thing that I can say about yesterday's matches is the HUNS, since we got to watch them play throughout the play-in stage, the HUNS were impressive in a portion of their games, but then they were very just kind of chaotic, messy, I would even say, to an extent. Like, that's what me and Staffa were sharing, that they really had to kind of figure things out and hone in. Against a team like the Mongols, who the HUNS are going to be facing against here, as we get this introduction from them, they've really got to come in with a good game plan and clean up those mistakes that they made yesterday.
Yeah, they're going up against the downloaders, right? So sort of like the on-ground adaptation is a skill that I think the HUNS is still trying to polish from yesterday. But more on top of that is just making sure that you don't really give the Mongols too many intel to work with. Even just by looking at the draft, the HUNS, they like to scrap a lot in terms of the priority picks that they like to go for, and sort of the approaches and the average game time. It's pretty obvious that the HUNS, if possible, they want to be able to get the snowball going and end the game before it drags on too late.
Yeah, the HUNS specifically, I think, you know, Yuki, as he just raised his hand there, he was one of the players that I noted might have been one of the weak points in what teams were trying to target, and that was specifically through the draft. Again, he's the gold laner. You saw this in most apparent when he picked the Moskov, man. When the Moskov was picked up, I don't think he was really comfortable playing the Moskov, but he's very good with, for example, the Harith. Like he actually managed to go ahead and get the Harith. I think it was in like 3 of the games. His last game that he played against YBG, he ended up picking the Freya and did really well with too. So I think we'll have to keep an eye on what kind of targeted bans come through, since these two teams, obviously both being Mongolian, both being very familiar with each other, will definitely target those comfort picks throughout the banning phase.
Yeah, he has played he has won 3 out of his 4 Harith games yesterday, which you know, it's a 75% win rate. But I was also looking through some of the data from the teams that didn't make it today. You know, there were some picks that brings me to MSL Thailand, which the playoffs is also happening today. We are spoiled for choices, honestly. And I think MSL
finished
Thailand
yesterday.
Yeah, Venice finished yesterday. So for MSL Thailand, it's like their first season, but they have had some impressive teams. I think they can be quite a contender in the wildcards as well. And Verlier was sort of a thing as well in MSL Thailand. We saw that MPL MY. We also picked up Verlier a couple of times to really play against big team fight comps. It was used by Wybing Gaming yesterday. They didn't win that game, but the idea was there. So it does make me wonder if the HUNS are going to consider that. Do they have that in their arsenal today?
Yeah, did you get a chance? So you casted MSL Thailand? Did you get
yeah, I casted one day. With what I did, I think I did it with Renmar. I did it with Renmar.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying, man. Yeah, there's so much going on. Like, there's so much MLBB to watch. I finished casting yesterday with Staffa, and we did the 3 matches yesterday. I think we ended like around, gosh, I don't know, 10:30, 11 p.m. over here in the Philippines. And then I had enough time to go ahead and eat dinner. I turned on the channels and I saw all the broadcasts going on, and I was like, oh, Meta's grand finals is going on today. So and then I watched it, and it's funny, big shout outs to Womi and Sheffin. They were the ones casting that on the English desk, man. They went till like 5 or 6 a.m. I was like, yep, here we go, you know. But at least they got 7 games. I unlike the MCT Amber group that went today, it was a sweep, man. I believe it was 4-0 for Area 7, A7, and so we're gonna have familiar names going back to MSC just from the Amber region alone, and then we still, like I said, we still have one more group to finish out for there. So some of these championship tours are concluding as well, which is all great because I think a lot of people want to know who are the wildcard teams that are going to make it out to the MSC 2026, but also then eventually what teams end up in the official group stage, because that list is starting to fill up. And I know there's a ton of people out there that want to make those predictions already, and I've been personally asked, who do you think is going to be MSC champion already? And I was like, come on guys, like let's wait. I do have a team in mind, but I'm like, let's wait to see what teams all qualify for MSC first.
Yeah, I think there's like a very a high probability win rate answer, and then there's like we need to see the rest, right? Like if you ask me, I would be like, I think TLPH is gonna win. They're gonna restart the Golden Road.
Yeah.
But like you say, we still have some players to go through. Like even the Myanmar tournament just ended as well, and that one was quite the spectacle in the winning moments.
I didn't catch it. Who was
It was what's it's the team with Kozen and Koyo. It's the team name.
Is it True Ripper? No wait, is this right? True Ripper? No. True Rippers was from India.
Yeah, that one. That one is the Mobile Legends. What was the team name again? Kozen. I really can't think of it.
Did they end already? The Myanmar one?
Wait. If it's not, is it Myanmar?
No, I think the grand finals is still going. Yeah, I was gonna say Cambodia has ended. Cambodia has ended. MPL Cambodia. I was gonna say, so he is on Pro Esports.
Yes, Pro Esports. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was so a sweep. Man. Yeah, it was like a sweep. But even 4-0. Even yesterday, like the first seed of MSL Thailand, King of Gamers, which like I was dubbing them sort of like the Onyx ID or the TLPH or the SRG of their own league because they were that good. They got knocked down to the lower bracket yesterday by a team that came in for the qualifiers. So it's gonna be interesting, like I think by the time we finish this, we probably still have time to look into the other regions. But let's focus on this. I'm excited to see what the bans are gonna be. Like Glue, for example. And then with the Drusin as a response, it's the teams definitely did their homework, right? Because most of the time, if you want Drusin, you would ban the Glue out. So the HUNS, they're keeping up.
Okay. Also, I'm almost considering if there's going to be a Yuzhong ban or not. They go for the Marcel because Bunkai had probably his best game of the day yesterday on a Yuzhong, where he literally hard carried the early game, and then because he had such a lead, I think at one point he was like 3-0 or 5-0 on the Yuzhong, that he just helped the team dominate a win. And even when Michelle was interviewing, she asked him, Bunkai, you had picked all these unique heroes in the XP lane. Who's your favorite? He says Yuzhong. She goes, why? He's like, because he's OP. So, it's open. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they consider going out. The Harith being banned out is actually interesting too, because I think they're willing to trade maybe Harley for a Claude for Yuki, because I think that's the main decision here from the Mongols. Do they want to take the Harley?
There's also like the Leomord as a very good answer to the Harley. Like the Suyo isn't too bad as well, considering that the Harley did get nerfed a little bit. Her deck of cards, the damage.
It doesn't
overall.
matter, bro. He's still broken.
He is still broken. Maybe my at least in MPL MY he doesn't look that good. Right? Like here we are more of Suyo Leomord region. Like our Harley games has been kind of bad. Harley's win rate has really tanked in MPL MY.
In the Philippines, it hasn't tanked too much. You got to change his second skill, the space time. To go back, like I don't know, it's too quick. And then when you have a Harley and a Claude on the same team, then usually you pair it up with a Gord. Like there's so much burst, and then maybe a Hilda. Like there's so much kill potential. Having that Harley there, whether his first skill was nerfed a bit or not, but still strong picks. The HUNS are going to go for a Uranus pick. This was actually banned out yesterday too. So definitely a strong pick for them for Bunkai. And then they get their Claude for Yuki. kind of what we were expecting. This is what I'm talking about, man. They might even go Gourd first phase because it could get banned out. Oh, they go Valentina. Okay, so they're gonna go Valentina instead of the Gourd, but they already got the Hilda, which is also usually paired up with this Harley. It creates so much space for the Harley to maneuver around the jungle early on, but then also just, I mean, the Hilda alone, take everyone else out of the picture. The Hilda alone is a threat.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of mid lane priority and lane pressure too. Like I think the Mongols have basically secured that first 2 minutes. The Suyo as a response, so I like that from the HUNS. I'm thinking right now, if you are Mongols, you're looking at the roam of the HUNS. You're trying to think of heroes like Khalid, something that can allow OU to move around the map fast. It's also one of his most picked heroes from yesterday. So you've already taken the Hilda away. If you ban out the Khalid, you could really secure that mid prior for yourself and really give yourself an edge when the Harley starts making rotations.
Yeah, the Harley is going to be trying to rotate early on. That's usually what we see, even without like getting kills. This is what always is the threat about Harley, is like, even if you don't get a kill, just simply getting someone low enough or keeping them second guessing because they're kind of worried about the deadly magic, or they have to reset back into the base, gives you this advantage already. And not only that, but because you have a Hilda, you can put that pressure out there too. And depending what ultimates are going to be taken here with the Valentina for the Mongols, like, you have a ton of kill potential early on all the way to the late game. It'll, I guess, part of this is, what do they want to play against the Claude? And so far, at least here in the Philippines, we have seen either the carry or the Bruno, surprisingly, actually be a pretty good answer. And then the Clint has popped up a couple times.
Yeah, even in FPL MY, Clint has also been a thing. Depending on the players, some of them go for like Sky Piercer, some of them just go like your raw damage, omit the Sky Piercer, endless battle into BOD, and you just like two-shot someone. I like the respect given by the Mongols to Kenny, banning out his Lunox, which can prove to be quite the problem for the Mongols lineup right now. I think the last ban, if you want to invest into a mid lane, that's fine as well. The Lilia could also be another pick that they can look at. If not, you ban out the Khalid, like I did point it out earlier on, and that one gets taken away. So you are leaving OU with not much options in the roam role. You have pickups as hero like the Kalea, the Cho, the Kaja, which is also an option for OU if I remember correctly. For the mid
Yeah, the
lane,
Kaja
though,
was like a good pick for them. I think it was banned out in the last game too against them. Like, that's how good it was, because they played it in their qualifier.
Yeah. In the mid lane, there's like the Zertian left. If not that, Lilia is up. Gore as well. But you're always worried about the Harley and the Hilda, especially the Harley.
Yeah. Oh, they go Hylos for now. Okay. So look at the Hylos. This is usually, when a Suyo is in play, you kind of see the Hylos picked up. Helps set things up. Obviously, you get that little mini stun, but also the Glorious Pathway. That slow from it also can just be good synergy with a Suyo, allowing him to get kills. And then they play for the Claude later games. So these last two picks for the Mongols will tell us what they're going with, especially XP and gold. We'll see if it's going to be a Bruno or Clint. Those are the two that I'd be surprised if we see something else, honestly. Other than that too, what is going to be XP? Okay, Sora is going to be the XP lane. We did see Hilda flex, by the way, too. We saw a Hilda go in the XP lane. That's always one of the flexible options, but Hilda roam, Sora XP, and there it is. There's the carry. That'll be the last pick going in the gold lane for the Mongols.
Yeah, very straightforward. You have the Valentina that can take Glorious Pathway, so you can also sort of peel for your team with the Hilda, but you have late game tank shredder, you have a setup. So I think for the Mongols, right, this is a very straightforward lineup, very honest, and the Zertian final choice for the HUNS as sort of a minor deterrent in the event that the Mongols decided they want to start a fight with the Sora or the Stolen Glorious Pathway. You have the Fury of the Phoenix as a doorstop. So I'm liking both teams. I think the idea is very there. They aren't really thinking about shenanigans. It's all about comfort. Carry into Claude is always going to be quite the matchup. But I think early game, I'm favor Mongols a bit more, with this Hilda, Valentina, and Hardy.
Yeah, I guess for me, the Valentine and the Harley is the scariest part, just because early game potential is going to be so good. And once those level 4s comes through, I think you'll have to see if there can be a quick response, I feel like, from the Huns. And after watching yesterday's games and casting them, they do like to respond. I'll say that here. They like to respond sometimes at their own demise, man. Like, I think it was it a Flying Clouds map I think they were playing on, and one of their matches, and they just kept throwing themselves to their deaths. Usually we don't find out what map we're going to be playing on until we actually jump into the game, so we'll see what this ends up being. But we'll take a look at the lineups once again before we actually jump into the Land of Dawn here. You guys can give your thoughts, who you think is going to come out on top with this one. It's already game 1 for this first best of 3 today. Again, we got 4 matches to see what teams move forward. It's a double elimination bracket, so this one is the battle of the Mongolian teams right now. The Mongols versus the Huns Esports. We jump into the Land of Dawn. Let's find out who gets the first blood in this series.
Yeah, we get dangerous grass for our game 1, so no high octane Flying Clouds. I think that's always the most chaotic map to play on. Even when you look at the emblem, nothing out of the ordinary. Still meta opting to go for Assassin Emblem because they are junglers that take Suyo and then go for Marksman Emblem for the faster attack speed in the early game clear. I think it's a matter of preference. So again, the mid lane priority pretty much even out thanks to the high-low Zetian. So you don't really give Mongols that room to move around, but you can send the Hilda in to do some reconnaissance, and he did see Steel meta clearing the wave.
Yeah, I would say too, like we saw Mumu, he's got the what is it, I'm trying to think of the name of the talent, the assassin talent, where you gets the extra damage against the 1v1.
The Master Assassin?
Yes, Master Assassin. He's got that. Little mind blank there for a second, but he should be, he should be able to duel out, but it's a Uranus. I feel like that's the problem. He's got Brave Smite, and Mumu had to do that too, so I'm not sure if he's really going to get like an upper hand in this lane. He's more so going to be utility for the team fights once they break out, especially the first turtle.
Yep. I think Bankai's goal is just to really hard shove the wave, since that Mumu can't really threaten him. So you keep Mumu low, but you also threaten that if he recalls, he's going to lose even more, and you can set up for a gank potential here. Still meta in with the Evil Queller. Mumu will try to relocate with that flicker in. Bankai helps him out. The Blaze Surge in the follow-up first blood for the Huns.
Okay, that's... it's unfortunate, but he got low enough because Bunkai was able to go ahead and just bully him in the lane. I'm always thinking that maybe at some point Mumu will have to adjust, because even burning the flicker, now you essentially have to give up your first objective. You're not really going to be able to go ahead and contest into this. Still meta's got control of it. Ox will give information, but even with Makey taking the Glorious Pathway, you're trying to make a kill down bottom. And right now, Yuki is actually going to be just fine. ZX Aura, yeah, it looked like he used Deadly Magic there too, so no go, and they're going to put pressure on his purple.
Because ZX Aura took so much time in the bottom lane, he will end up losing the purple buff to Steel meta. Come in with the Thunder Form. Unfortunately, he has control. Mumu slain again. A 3-man stun, not enough, unfortunately. Steel meta gets out with his life, and the Huns gets 2 more kills.
Wow, what a response. Great usage of the Fury of the Phoenix. The ultimate from Kenny there to keep them alive when they needed it in that fight breaking out. So this is a really good start. It's, gotten themselves about 1,000 gold up. Nothing too crazy that the Mongols can't come back from, but they are able to go ahead and build this little bit of a lead in the jungle. It's not much. Oh, hold on. Still meta? Going for Ox?
Yeah, of course that flicker out. Law and Order was ready. Still meta is 1 full level up as well. And that's what I mentioned earlier on, right? When you have the Fury of the Phoenix, you can always act as a door stopper there, or tempo breaker. Whenever Mongols wants to full commit, you press the ultimate, you instantly get the rhythm on your side. Counter jungle out from ZX Aura because he really needs to find resources elsewhere. The fact that he's already behind and his counterpart is 2 levels ahead, 2 kills ahead. Almost finding the third. The Stolen Fury of the Phoenix doesn't matter. The Evil Queller will do the job. Still meta with his 3rd kill, and ZX Aura is so far away from home. The Blaze Surge connects. The hat trick and Cyclone Eye brings him to safety, but that means the Harley is again out of commission.
Okay, yeah, this is really tough to be in this position where, you need these buffs, you need this space to work with, you're not getting it. Flicker burned by Bunkai. This is usually not what you see, with a Harley priority. pick in the draft. You know, you really want to go ahead and get control of the early game. Maybe they're going to go and set up for the second turtle. ZXORA is down there again. I think they just want to really take out Yuki.
Just really cripple him as much as they can. They would jump onto OU, but the Hylos doesn't really care. At least the Quad is not having that good of a time into the carry. Again, they're wasting a lot of time bottom to try and get something done. Ideally, you want to take that bottom tier 1 eventually. Still meta though, does overextend and gets taken out by Mumu. So the punish is there. Bankai again holds the front line. Ox actually flickers into Bankai. And now they use the lightning form. Bankai still survives and even finds the kill. Try to weave around the bush. Gets the shield back. Mumu doesn't get hit by Kenny. So he will survive, and Kenny a bit overextended. ZXORA should confirm this kill, and the HUNS gets punished.
Oh my gosh, like what even happened? That was such an extension from what happened down bot, where they made an attempt on Yuki's life. He survived, almost ended up actually being able to secure a kill, but then there was a whole fight up top. Still Meta actually ends up dying in the exchange when they just wanted to go for the purple, which I think, you know, that was the game plan. But then Bankai too, surviving with a sliver of health, utilizing the ultimate of the Uranus, that consecrate there, and just getting that little bit of extra shield too from his skill set. So a whole lot, you know, for both teams, but essentially the Mongols, you know, they're keeping themselves from falling further behind. They've pretty much gotten to a almost equal balance in terms of gold and economy, when it was the HUNS that was starting off strong, leading into almost a 1.5k gold lead. But really good macro that's actually we're seeing happen here. And this is the main point that I was mentioning about yesterday's matches with the HUNS esports. They would get themselves a lead, or they would try to fight back, and sometimes they let the game slip through their hands. So it's nothing too crazy right now. Even when we look at it, Yuki can farm up on this Claude. He is behind about 600 gold against K though, so that is an issue, especially when you need the Trinity.
Yep, stolen here the Phoenix into the shifting cloud. Still Meta is safe, and you have Bankai again to hold the fort. It's such a brick wall to cut through. Yuki in with the blazing duet. That's Ox with the flicker out, and Mumu also has to disengage. The Mongols survive with no casualties.
Wow, a whole lot thrown there. I thought surely someone would die, but right now the HUNS have a clear sign to go ahead and take this third turtle. They'll be 3 for 3 in the objectives. As Yuki makes his way up top, he probably wants to go ahead and knock down one of these turrets too. Again, no turrets have fallen for the HUNS, but they've been locking down the objectives for turtles. We'll see if they have that same control when the Lord comes up here. Finally, a turret will go down though, as Yuki, with that tier 1 up top, they try to set things up potentially here. Not sure if they're going to engage on Yuki. Oh, deadly magic thrown out, but he'll be fine. BMIs to safety.
Ambitious attempt there, but just to soften up the quad and not allow him to be too comfortable. Bankai can stand back this lane for at least the next 4 to 5 minutes before K has his items going. So until then, this Uranus can constantly be a thorn in the Mongol side. He can proxy the wave if he needs, and these proxies, if done, will allow Still Meta to get these rotations to cut through the map, and ZXORA actually not having a way into the fight as well, even if he wants to.
Yeah, look at this potential setup here on this bottom lane at tier 1 turret. A whole lot of the HUNS down here just in case there's engage, but there isn't. They'll just grab the turret and back off. And I think really this is the best thing that they can do. Open up the map a little bit, get some space to work with. They don't really have an answer just yet for Key. He just did pick up his golden staff, and that carry is gonna hurt. He's gonna try to shred through Bankai.
Oh, sure, the Phoenix actually connects, and Bankai shouldn't be able to kill him. Reinforcements does arrive though, Makey and Ox there. The most they got was a concentrate out of Bankai, which is a very small price to pay. And that initially ended with HUNS getting map presence, a lot more map control than the Mongols.
Yeah, map control's the name of the game right now, at least for now. 20 seconds for that Lord to come up. Very chaotic, across the map, but it hasn't resulted into a bunch of kills like we've seen in yesterday's matches. At one point, I think we had 30 plus kills across the board. This one, it's definitely showing a familiarity between these two teams and these players even. So as they fight for the space, the opening for this Lord, they're going to keep Yuki down bot, protected there with OU. They might go for his rotation here. You see where ZXORA is. He's got his help with Mumu. Are they actually just going to force you? Okay, they just force Yuki out of there. So they want to clear this out, and we might have to just go into a Lord dance, a Lord fight, as Bunkai goes and gets in position to start this one up. They got the information that ZXORA was down bottom, but they'll rotate back up pretty quickly. It looks like they're just going to try to blitz this. Can they get this in time?
And he did get the lightning truncheon already. ZXORA in, and you do have to secure that. Good stuff from Steel Meta. Gets the Lord, and Ox is dead. And unfortunately, the ZXORA is going to get chased down as well. Yuki with the bullets. Good shifting clouds there from Mumu to save his jungler. But they need to chew through all his health bar, and they don't have the damage just yet. The HUNS will walk away with the objective and a kill.
Oh man, I'm so surprised again. Only one person, Ox, going down, but that's going to be a turret that falls too. Really good healing happening there. Even before that Lord was secured, it was a great usage of the Glorious Pathway to just go ahead and drop that down to slow down ZXORA trying to get in as soon as he's space-timed in. But, you know, unfortunately, wasn't able to go ahead and contest it. So now they got to clear this Lord out. ZXORA.
Playing a very dangerous game there. Just now we saw that he got clipped by the lightning truncheon and 25% of his health just got chipped away. They should be able, they should have the capacity to defend against the Lord, since they do have some burst damage from the Harley, from the Valentina, and the carry to deal with this Lord. It's just cutting through the bulwark of the HUNS is going to be the tough part. ZXORA also losing their 1v1 against Yuki in the top lane, but with the Lord dispatch, they should maintain all of their structures here. Mumu though will try. Beauty the Phoenix again, stolen one as well. Makey with the timing helps them take out 3.
Oh my god, that was so good. That was such a good setup, and they got punished right in front of the base. The HUNS might have gotten the holy defense shields down, but now it's the Mongols turning things around off that setup. They're going to take a tier 1 in mid. They're going to try to take some resources from the HUNS. Yuki is still up alongside Still Meta, so they want to defend at this tier 2 turret. But man, that turnaround that quickly, you got to respect it. And they knew, you called this Husky that they would be able to defend with this kind of lineup, with that only being the first Lord. So at least for the Mongols, they punish the HUNS, they get turrets, they needed those, open up the map a bit. They still have a minute for this Lord to come up. Bunkai, I don't know, yeah, he's not going to find ZXORA in time.
They took a gamble, 1 out of 3 chances. But I think if you are on Zetian, I feel like one of the rule of thumb when you have a Valentina on the opposing side is that you don't really want to give that Fury of the Phoenix away, right? It's fine if they take the Glorious Pathway because you have a way to deal with that, but you don't really want to give your Temple Breaker to the enemy team. So it's sort of the equivalent of back in the days when you have a Terizla, you really don't want to give a penalty zone over. Fury of the Phoenix was used this time, drops onto K, and the Blazing Duet will be sufficient to take him out, but the box in is there. Yuki leading out of the Deadly Magic, but was able to heal out on time. Still gets finished off in the end by ZXORA, and now the fight splits into 2. Steel Meta gets absolutely clobbered by Mumu, but they will clap back with another trade. Kenny is the next on the chopping block as Ox chases him away, and the HUNS, they trade even.
Okay, they traded out. They at least pick it up. They got the right targets too, I would say, for that one, but they're still, at this point, Husky, it's a 50-50, man. They're gonna go ahead and get set up for this Lord. Being the base turrets up, I guess if you really look down at terms of the advantage, it's a couple turrets. Those tier 2s standing is about the advantage that you could say the HUNS have. But what they've got to watch out for is that shifting skies combination, like we saw earlier when it was thrown out by Mumu, but also the Valentina usage that we see Makey bring to the table. That's been really efficient and good usage of the IMU ultimate there. So they want to fight for this space. That bulwark, that line, that front line you were talking about between Bunkai and OU, though, that seems to be the biggest obstacle, the biggest hurdle that the Mongols have to figure out. Good pickups here. Wind of Nature now available for Key on the carry, just in case, he gets bullets to the face from Yuki, and even Still Meta focusing on him. But you see the Wind of Crown for Yuki, so he's ready to play into this too. We'll see if both gold laners are able to pop off towards this fight, but Lord is at half health here.
Don't let them skip through the Phoenix. That's the important thing, and they drop it this time. They get the stagger in, but still the Wisdom of Nature will protect K for now. The arrow from Steel Meta is not enough, and Mumu able to disengage in time. So the HUNS, they do end up forcing the Mongols out of the Lord Pit, and they will secure this objective.
Yep, they fought for it. I think that was Makey that had his own blazing duet. I don't know if that was part of the plan or that's exactly what he wanted, but ultimately everybody stays alive. But the Lord was secured by the Huns, and that's going to allow them to go ahead and get closer to the base. Will Bunkai, yeah, he's going to get shredded down a bit. He's there, but will survive. Pop the Consecrate. Had to actually use his Flicker, though, too. So they don't have that. We'll see how they approach the base. Again, a very close game across the board. They've really got to respect the damage potential coming out. Makey's playing a dangerous game himself, though, man, especially with still meta over here on the Suyo. Lord's going to go ahead and charge into this bottom base turret. The Mongols, can they defend again?
Lord's pathway through the Phoenix. Only hitting onto one, but they do overextend, and K is a problem. That bulwark is a lot more manageable when your tank shredder literally comes online, and ZX Auras took that opportunity to get rid of a top tier 2 turret of the Huns. They still lost an inhibitor, sure, but at least Mongols are finding avenues somewhere else on the map.
Okay, he's gonna get spotted out. Yep, little sentry thrown out there, but good attempt. Take some resources, take the turret down, slowly work on those tier 2s if they can. You know, because at this point, it comes down to securing those Lords. Such a close game in terms of team fighting potential too. Just the amount of tools that both sides have. You know, making it looks like he does want to have the blazing duet. So he's done this twice now. Okay, well, no, he's I don't know if he actually wants to keep that or not for the next team fight. He doesn't have it now. So Malefic Gun picked up for Yuki. Some of these last couple items being locked in now, especially for the carries being completely locked in. Divine Glaive for Kenny. We're seeing the timing of the Fury of the Phoenix be so important too for the Huns.
Very important. You either use it when the Glorious Pathway is committed, or the Mongols when they get a snap engage with Mumu's Flicker into the shifting cloud, and then you use it, and then you could easily stop Mongols from aggressing forward, because that's what they want. Mickey is looking to steal Fury of the Phoenix, gets it again. If you're Zetian, once more, you have to be careful of not giving it away. And Zetian is actually one of the heroes, sort of like Farsa, where you don't really put yourself at risk of having your ult stolen unless you actually show up on the map, clearing waves like what Kenny did. So that's something that Hans needs to keep in mind. The next fight, Mongols will have access to their own Tempo Breaker.
Okay, let's see how they play this one. Yep, Fury Phoenix. Whoa, shredded down Yuki. Fury the Phoenix was used too for Makey. They're gonna chase him down.
Now their own Fury the Phoenix is used, perfectly executed. K is very much isolated. They should be able to chase him down. K in the 1v3 still has no chance. And all you kept the rest of the Mongols at bay. Another 2 bodies drop for Mongols at the cost of steel meta going down. So no jungler for the Huns, but they are still gonna turn to Lord, it seems.
Oh, this is so tricky, though. Oh, Makey? Okay, he had to flicker out. I thought he was going to get caught. Bunkai's actually going to chase him down.
The slow from the Corrosion side, more than enough. Makey overextended there. It should be Lord for the Huns. Or maybe they have other ideas. Can't think of taking inhibitors, but with K coming back, I don't think that would be a wise choice. Just go for the safer play. Start working on the Lord. Steel meta is 8 seconds out. You can hold the Lord, and there shouldn't be a way for ZX Aura to come in.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to delay this as much as they can. ZX Aura is attempting. You know, he's got the Retribution, but really good zoning. Deadly Magic was thrown out by Yuki, but he'll secure the Lord just before it evolves. But, you know, they'll have to push in with this one. Anyway, it's been so neck and neck in these team fights, man. It really does come down to the timing of, I would say, even the biggest one right now is the Fury of the Phoenix. You know, we're seeing that, and at the same time for Yuki, you saw the glimpse of how fast he got shredded down if K is able to go ahead and you know, lock on him, but also at the same time, K's been in this kind of tough positioning act against the Huns. They're able to go ahead and just kind of zone him out from his team, so that's one of the difficult things about the carry. Even with a Malefic Gun, this kind of play style that your composition is made for, you know, you really have to be able to get that favorable positioning. They're going to work on this Lord down on the bottom side. They should make quick work of it. The Huns, we'll see if they can get these base turrets down.
Should be at least getting this mid one. There's still one more wave coming in. The Lord goes down very easily thanks to the carry, and a 4-man engage there. Fury the Phoenix as a tempo breaker, again used by the HUNS. Bankai low, but still gets down. Mumu goes in for some crowd control. The stagger is enough for them to get the immortality out of OU, but still not sufficient to hold back the siege of the HUNS. Can he actually swap into a Winter Crown? So something that he can use in the upcoming skirmishes, but I think the HUNS are going to settle for the mid inhib.
This is crazy, each Lord is just resulting into basically one base tower each, and the next Lord's going to be the evolved one. We'll see if they're still looking to get... Oh, K went down. Well, what happened? He was in the jungle with still meta, and now they're going to fight for it.
Got picked off, and this is where it ends. I think the HUNS, with K absent from the fight and ZX Aura basically solo killed in the base, the HUNS will take game 1 over the Mongols.
Husky, man, before all that attention to the base happened, I was telling you, I was saying, it's K's positioning that's going to be crucial. And I don't know, we didn't have the full camera look onto that. I saw that he was on that side of the map, but I didn't expect him to go down in that instance. And maybe it was just really good game sense too from Still Meta to be like, well, he's here, I might as well go for this kill, because that was just a 1v1.
Yeah, it's also pretty dangerous, I think, for the Mongols. Maybe maybe a lapse of judgment in that moment, because you lost 2 inhibs, so the bottom part of the map is basically dark. But I think K just really wanted to get some extra gold in his pocket, strolls into the jungle alone with no backup at all, and just gets caught out by Wow Suyo. Pretty unfortunate there for the Mongols. I think could have been prevented, but we wouldn't know what the comms were for the Mongols. I think the biggest sort of determining factor for the HUNS winning this game mostly came from Fury of the Phoenix. It's just too good of a spell against what the Mongols wanted to do. Every time they want to start a fight, Kenny stops it. But if the HUNS want to start a fight, Kenny enables them.
Yeah, I really liked... I remember watching Kenny yesterday in his game when he played the Lilia, and I was saying, at least for what we're seeing from the HUNS esports, he's one of the mid laners right now that is actually dipping into the hero pool of options. And I think we did see Zetian picked up maybe once or twice yesterday, but it was nice to see here in game 1 in this best of 3, and then played to to the degree that it did, because it was very crucial that those timings of the Fury of the Phoenix were on point. There was a lot of moments where those fights, because of the nature of the compositions, especially having a carry, a Harley, for example, you saw how quick the health bars were brought down from the HUNS esports. So they also really had to rely on having a Hylos on the composition. Like, Revitalize can only help you so often. Glorious Pathway is great, but it was also just the way that they played around the map, and then they had their own defensive items, between the Winter Crowns, the Immortalities, and just staying alive, I think, was the difficult task here for the HUNS, as they went from, team fight to team fight, Lord take for Lord take, and talk about like the amount of work that Bankai was able to do on this Uranus, and so I think that was just a really good front line. Like you mentioned, the front line is what really allowed them to kind of stay into this game and then eventually get to a point. It looked like it almost could have been, Husky, another Lord before another base turret, or before the last base turret was to fall for the Mongols.
Yeah, I really like sort of the HUNS esports bans as well, right? They the Harry gets banned out, then they take the Claude away, and then afterwards I think they banned the Moskov. So like when you go down the tier list of what's a super good late game marksman, carry feels like the next in line, but you not only have shorter range compared to most marksmen as a trade-off for how good you skill, you also aren't the most mobile hero unless you take Flicker, and then on top of that you have to deal with a Fury of the Phoenix. But if you somehow end up on the Glorious Pathway, you actually get slowed down, and it makes it so much easier for you to get stunned. I think the layering that the HUNS esports has with this draft is something that really gave Mongols too many problems that they don't have solutions to.
Yeah, looking at this, honestly, for a while it was 50-50, and then it was just like team fights, the team fight prowess from the HUNS, and maybe this is a result from getting those reps in yesterday that they just carried it into, momentum for the playoffs here for today, was showcased towards the end. There was times that the setup potential was great. This is what you see with the Sora, for example. Those shifting skies, that ability to go ahead and kind of flicker forward, catch people off guard, and try to set things up. But unfortunately for the Mongols, there just seemed to be a good answer from the Huns every single time. And really, that's why we're saying, like, the Fury of the Phoenix was so good, because as soon as they jump in, they're able to go ahead and pop that ultimate off and make it work. So at least for me, I would have definitely said, Kenny, a close second here for MVP. Bunkai started it off early. I think, the space that he provided in the team fights was a big part of why Bunkai gets the MVP, why they got game one. And again, very, very similar to what we saw in his performances yesterday. Now, not on the Yu Zhang, but now he's this effective on the Uranus.
Yeah, he's also a big reason why the early game went as good as it did, right? He completely, won out the XP lane. He set up a first blood, and then afterwards a follow-up kill. So he fed 2 into Steel Meta's pocket, and essentially you sort of slow down the Sora, right? Like, Sora late game is more of an engaged crowd control bot. Like, you would love to have the Sora have a winning lane, but if you go down twice like that, you don't get to leave the lane, you don't get to make plays with the Harley, and that's already sort of one facet of the Mongols that was shut down by the Huns. I think in the grand scheme of things, the Huns, even though I say both teams have their own idea, very honest lineup, the Huns just have an easier time executing it, because even if Mumu gets a flicker engage, you most likely would only catch the Uranus and the Hylos, and those are the targets you technically don't really want to catch, but you can't really reach anyone else, right? Like, Kenny would be waiting 10 miles away with the ultimate, with a finger on the out. Steel Meta will be hiding in the jungle as well. So there's too many problems that the Mongols don't really have a solution to.
Yeah, there was a couple times too where Makey, the Valentina over here for the Mongols, like, he had the Fury of Phoenix himself, and there was some really good moments there where it looked like, this could have almost been the same thing for them. And that's why I was saying it was such a 50-50 at one point in that game, where it came down to, like, who could use that Fury of the Phoenix better, but not just that, also survive through it, because there was a lot of close moments here. I think if you look at the majority of the team fights, there was a lot of moments where just barely did someone survive or did someone get away, and the Huns esports were just better at being able to do that in this one. And so I think when we kind of consider what can happen here in Game 2's draft, it's what sort of adjustments do you want to have happen? Now, this is one of the downsides of playing into a Harley team comp, or having a Harley team composition. That you need to kind of weave in and out of fights, even more so when you pair it up with a Claude, or like, if they want to go with the Claude, a carry is great, but it's like, you need that space to provide the carry to actually be able to unleash. The problem is you're trying to maneuver on a Harley, you're trying to also protect your carry. The Sora's whole basis and job was, let me just try to get this set. Like, that's the main thing. Let me get this set up. But, when you're getting blasted across from you in a team fight, you have to make those adjustments quickly. So I think, at least in this one for Game 2, maybe don't go with the Harley. Maybe get something else. Maybe choose to go ahead and draft for a Suyo, for example, or a Leo Mord. I think a Leo Mord might even be better here for the Mongols as they get ready for Game 2.
They don't really have to reach as well, right? Like, a lot of times we look at the draft, and then once you really analyze it, you realize that the range of effectiveness of the draft is actually very short-handed, and that was what the Mongols had to deal with as well. You don't really have someone to soften up the targets from afar. All of it requires you to get up close and personal, which, compared to the Huns, again, they have a global ult that doesn't need the hero to be there, and they have some longer range to poke you out. There are ways to weave in and out of battle a bit more effectively, and they have ways to also sort of like body block your abilities, right? Like, for the Mongols, sure, I have a Hilda, but the Hilda doesn't really want to play like a high-lows, just stand in front of someone. She wants to be able to chase someone around, kick someone out of the fight, For the Sora as well, you want to sort of sow chaos and just stagger people. So you also want to be moving around in the fight instead of just standing in front of someone. But even then, you're not as durable as a high-loss Uranus. So this is going to be the task for Mongols in game 2 as they switch over to the red side on how are they going to figure out that draft sequence. Because I think they had a good idea on shutting down the roam roll, but evidently it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and at the same time, interesting that the Suyo is going to be banned out, and I think that's a telling sign for what I was going to lead into, because I was saying, you know, for ZX Aura, at least from their qualifying tournament leading into this, you know, he is someone who plays obviously the Suyo, the Harley, I think he's even got a Baksha up his sleeve, a Baksha, a YSS. Like, he's a pretty dynamic jungler. So this could be a telling sign that the Huns actually want to go ahead and give Still Meta a possible Harley pick, maybe even the Guinevere in this case. I think those are definitely two of the priorities that they want to go for. Also, depending if the Jushin or Claude are banned out or not, or priority for blue side here for the Huns.
There's also the Leomore available, you know, if anything, the Leomore and Nolan. If we go down the list, I think even the tank junglers, like for I think the Huns did play a Fredrin yesterday too. So I think still meta is gonna have plenty of choices, but the bans definitely are very different, right? They banned out two of the heroes that they picked in the previous game that gave them a big lead, and in fact, it was the combo that gave that jungle lead. Which again, like you pointed out, Naisu, probably they're setting up for a potential Harley pick, but they're also opening up for the potential of Guinevere flex if the Mongols doesn't, you know, ban it out. We have Guinevere, we have Zusin available. So now is the Mongols' turn to answer. How much of the draft, how open do you want the draft to be? Like, how much trade do you want to make?
Yeah, that's what looks like. Interesting, just bans here, you know, even across the board. The Huns will go ahead and be the ones to take out the Uranus. So just some respect across the board, even for Mumu. There's the Jushin ban. I was wondering if it would actually be open. So this is either Harley or Claude, I'm guessing.
There's also the Gwyn too.
Oh,
the
Harith. Yeah, this is I guess it makes sense. It's Yuki's pick, man.
Yeah.
You know, this is the Harith that he won a lot on yesterday.
Yep. 75% win rate, 3 out of 4 games won. So this is going to be his 5th Harith game. That means that the Claude has to come through at some point. I think you can leave it for red 3 since you've already saw the Harith. Guinevere, Harley, there's still some good prior picks there. The Khalid, Hilda, still available as well. Another like hero, if the Claude isn't sort of like available, or it's not the option that you want, is sort of the Ranger. It's not the best, but it's a natural Sky Piercer carrier. But they opt for the Valentina again.
Yeah, maybe I'm not sure if there's going to be a change here. I know we had one of these instances yesterday, but we'll see if it all is the same. Going to be the same picks when we get back to the draft here. But that's something, again, that you have to look into when you're. I'm surprised that it looked like, again, they went without banning a Phoveus in the first phase, knowing that you're going to prioritize the Harith.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
surprised wasn't even
that
banned like last game too.
Yeah, I'm surprised that happened though, because that was the biggest issue yesterday for them when they actually. I think it was the one game. Was it the Huns Esports? I think it was the Huns that played the Harith, and I think they played into a Phoveus, and they really struggled with it. So I'm almost expecting it to come through. Right now, Guinevere, Valentina already here. Khalid obviously being one of the big picks that OU played yesterday. I think it's all he actually played yesterday in the series, in their last series yesterday against YBG.
Mm-hmm.
So
he played like one game of Hilda, but most of the games he played yesterday were Khalid. Yeah, it's like his 5th Khalid pick, like same as Yuki, both on a 75% win rate.
So this has to be I would just assume it's going to be a Phoveus, but I could be wrong. Okay, they want to secure the Claude. They lock in their gold lane.
I think you ban Phoveus here if you're Huns. It's pretty straightforward. You ban the Phoveus, or if I want to say they can consider picking it up, but they are on blue side, so it's not the It's not as convenient. Phobius was also ignored in game 1 if I remember correctly. The only thing I'm uncertain about is sort of like an early Valentina pick, right? Like this time you do have the Phantom Seed that you can steal. It's not bad because you get to do some damage. It's essentially a morph skill, so you get to trample people, but you also get that extra hybrid defense on top. So in of itself, the value is there, but it's more of you are taking the Valentina in place of picks that can give you instant impact, like again the Phobius. So they're gonna ban out mid laners here. No Zetian. What else can you ban out? You can ban someone that takes Purify, which is the Lilia. Then because it makes Guinevere's life tough, but they do ban the Farsa, which was picked once yesterday by the HUNS, but they lost that game.
Yeah, if they wanted to, they could. There's a couple good options here still. I mean, even I don't know if they'd want to, just because they could potentially give a decent ultimate over to the Valentina, but that's what I was saying. Kenny played the Lilia. Like Lilia is an option.
The Lunox too.
The Lunox that was banned out. I don't think I was gonna say Gord, but you wouldn't want to pick up. I don't think you'd want to pick up the Gord here.
Yeah, you need to have like really big guts to pick Gord here.
He has played a Valier, if I recall too. Like there's also a Valier, which
it was played by
was it
YBG. YBG.
Okay.
Yeah.
YBG played it. I mean, Valier is sort of niche meta pick. Like he's like a niche pick for teams. Definitely can still fit into certain compositions, but I don't know. I'm almost thinking that Kenny's just gonna roll with the Lilia here, as we saw him do yesterday. Probably the best option that he has right now, unless there's some surprise there. But the first pick here for the Mongols in the second phase, it has to be Phobius. I can't see something else for the XP option. They'll hold on to it. They'll go Hylos.
Then don't you just pick Phobius if you are HUNS? Wait, the glue is also open.
The glue is open.
But they go
Kai got his Yuzhong.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
They really love to scrap that's for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what I expected. The Lilia seemed to be the right option. Again, MVP performance for Kenny yesterday off of this, so they'll go ahead and grab that. And yeah, the Yuzhong also MVP performance from Bunkai. They don't go the Phobius; they'll just pick up the Benedetta. How do you feel about the Benedetta pick?
I part of me really feels like Mongols they are gonna double down, right? They not happy with the game 1 loss, and now they want to really challenge the HUNS in a mechanical battle, because this is not something that I expected. I think Phobius is still going to be the safer choice, but they took the long road. Valentina second pick, prioritizing the Benedetta. I think this is the Mongols saying that they want another skill check, because Benedetta, you're not looking to fight a full 5v5. You're looking to split the fight. You're looking to play the macro, play the side lanes with the Claude as well, which is an advantage that they have. They have some good side lane presence and to set up those waves in a macro sense. But in a full 5v5, I'm sticking with the HUNS.
You're gonna go with the HUNS for this one? Yeah. Oh man. I want to go 3 games, but it is double elimination. So even if the Mongols get beat here in a sweep, they'll get another opportunity, right? But I kind of have to go with based off what I saw yesterday, comfort picks across the board for the HUNS Esports. I think they are going to be pretty solid. Even more so if Bunkai gets the lead that he had yesterday on this Yuzhong, which seems to be his favorite hero, coming from him during the interview. You get a last look of this. We'll see if the Mongols can make this lineup work. I think part of the difficulty is utilizing the Benedetta, man. Can they actually find those Petrify, Electro Blow combos that you need from the Benedetta? And it's a much more different threat potential than the Yuzhong flying overhead. So let's find out. We're gonna jump into Landadon. It's game 2 here versus the battle of the Mongolian teams, the HUNS and the Mongols.
Yep. I just say that it feels like the Mongols want to go for mechanical check, and they're proving it even more by not taking any purifies at all, right? So it's like full-on flickers, so The U-Zone becomes a very big threat. The Raging Sandstorm from OU2, because any sort of crowd control is going to result in a potential death. ZX Aura does get an early visit mid, but Ox almost ends up going down. The Gloom was on cooldown from Kenny, and unfortunately Mumu a bit late to the party, so the Huns, they're going to be safe.
Yeah, they might just give up this Lithwander, so it's going to be secured over here by the Huns. This is what we were talking about, that threat, the threat potential of having the Khalid plus the Lilia. It's really hard to duel against that in the mid lane, and a lot of this, at the highest levels of MLBB, that's usually what the team's doing, fighting and duking it out, trying to just get, even if it's just a battle spell, it gives them the upper hand for now, and there's potential to get a first blood there. But OU's just been doing a really good job at just providing vision last game and now this game on his, what I would say is a signature pick for him.
One of the other approaches you can do as a Vendetta is that you ignore the laning phase, you proxy the wave so that you can move early, but it won't be possible for Mumu in the state already. The turtle is spawning bottom, so you don't even really get the chance to do much proxy because the jungler will be coming to the bottom lane. They do get the early Phantom Steed out, a two-man push back into a Violet Requiem, but the damage is there from Kenny. 2 bodies for 1 in the favor of Huns. Mumu does show up, but doesn't have the final blow just yet, and OU will soak up all the damage, sidestep the eye for an eye, and flicker to safety. Bankai comes in with his Black Dragon form, and Mumu will bleed out. Huns is just better in the response. This stolen Black Dragon from Meiki. The attempt is very respectable, but he just doesn't have the damage. So Black shoots out from Kenny. He's going to be safe. Bankai jumps to safety, but they want more. The Furious Dive knocks out DX Aura, so he can't commit to the crowd control. Blazing Duet from K. He goes to the 1v1 in the backline to take out Bankai, but they end up losing Meiki in the backline. Purify now used. 2-man Petrify Electro final blow. This game keeps on going with the action. Mongols ends up winning the long stretch.
Husky, leave it up to the Mongols and the Mongolian teams in general to give us action. That was probably one of the longest team fight interactions I've seen in a while. It started off with 1, it went for a reset, it went to another, and this isn't even Flying Clouds, man. And Turtle secured off of that all for the Mongols, so, it was all looking good for the Huns, and then all of a sudden, you see this fight back. Wow, and a 1v1, so that's even... like kind of evens out the table a little bit. Yuki gets a 1v1, and he didn't even use Purify there. He used it earlier in the earlier team fight.
Yep, that is great news if you're Harith. You got a kill in the team fight, you died, you come back and you find a solo kill on the enemy gold laner who already, is forced to commit to a Winter Crown thanks to, you doing a lot of magic damage, but a snowballing Harith is never fun to play against. There we go, Bankai with the Black Dragon form. They're thinking about committing on to Mumu. Raging Sandstorm out. They won't find Mumu there, but they will find ZX Aura. Mumu tried to respond, was able to get a kill for himself and escape. But Ox a bit late with the red carpet. So Hans now looking to run away. Stolen Phantom Steed from Meiki. The Mongols will decide to not pursue.
Yeah, these are such hectic team fights. Every single time we see one break out, it ends up being such a fast rotation for the opposing team. Bankai? Oh man, yeah, he's not getting out of there. No Black Dragon form. A 1v1 again though between the gold laners.
It's no mana. Yuki.
He's there.
Got him. ZX Aura doesn't land the thump, so OU will get out of there.
Oh man.
That is not good news for K.
Brother, just when you see something good happen down and across the map, you see a response from the Huns. This is exactly what game 1 was like. It just seems like it's happened faster here in game 2. Turtle's going to be coming up here in just a second. Everyone's crowded around this. They seem to just go for the notion of, just duke it out. May the best team fight win. It's going to be started up right now by the Mongols. Raging Sandstorm.
Only connecting onto one. Splits the battle line though. Mumu's able to find access to the back line, but the Turtle goes over the Huns, and Black Shoes is enough for Kenny to escape. And Bankai, again, doing his due diligence to keep the rest of Mongols
still meta.
away. Mumu ends up going down. Still meta should fall there. Meiki will get the trade in, but Bankai continuing on the ZX Aura. One last Dragon Tail and an auto attack to finish the job, and Meiki gets himself a double kill. Finally, K comes in, spins around, but OU has the quicksand guard, stays alive, and Yuki comes in for the tag team. Zaman Force finds himself Meiki in the mid lane. And Ox a bit too late to save his teammate. K now fights against Yuki. No more Zaman Force, but Yuki has the Chrono Dash disengage.
Husky, what is happening here? Take a breath, man. Every single team fight ends up into an extended team fight in this game, and it's great to see. But also, this is what I was talking about. The Huns were doing this yesterday, man. They were literally sometimes, even when they were down thousands of gold, you'd see them take these fights, throw themselves into their opponent. And yes, they made it here to the playoffs. They've essentially locked in at least a trip over to Paris for EWC, but you definitely want to go and try to clean some of these moments up. Bankai, oh yeah, he's not escaping that one. He was so close to taking out Mumu, but you know, it's just one of those things that even teams, other regions over in Southeast Asia are so used to. It's very brawly, it's very fight-based, it's very, you know, just fight it out and see who gets the upper hand. But you know, it's an even game essentially for this one.
Yep. Electro final blow clearing out the minion wave. A visit to the top lane that was unfortunately foiled, but at least it buys space for Kate, right? Now he gets to take out the top tier 1 and finally frees himself from this lane, but OU's not going to make it easy. They ready set up, drop on the Meiki, and they clear out the wave in time. So the turret not acquired. ZX Aura comes in, Violet Requiem, but the damage is not really enough. Momu, though, is slowly approaching the battle zone, finds a Petrify onto Yuki and cuts him to half. The Petrify comes back on the Bankai. He wants to trade the bleed out from Mumu, and he will expire. And now still meta, he's turn to join the fight. ZX Aura goes down. Meiki runs out of Black Dragon form, and Steel Meta gonna try to chase him down. The Shadow Strike actually keeps him alive, and Steel Meta now looks to disengage. They don't want to keep on chasing. This doesn't seem possible. And HUNS, they make it out with more kills.
They're like, hey guys, the turtle's up. Let's go grab it. Again, it's another extended fight, and they will be able to go ahead and start up this turtle. The last one of the game looks like it's going to go in the hands of the HUNS here. This is better fighting, I would say, overall, though, from what we're seeing from the ability of the composition that the Mongols have. Yuki's got support from OU.
And yeah, there's just no way to deal with this Harif. In fact, OU tried to 1v1K. K commits the flicker forward. OU still gets out. And that is so unfortunate there. OU survives, and ZX Aura again late with the catch. But he did force the Purify out from Kenny.
Yeah, he got the Purify out, and I'm so surprised that he was able to survive through that. Again, Revitalize wasn't available, so, you know, they just go and fight through that. K decides actually ends up surviving, which is great. He's still working on his third item to get that Trinity. Obviously, with the Starlium Scythe and the Feather of Heaven for Yuki, his damage profile is going to be good, especially when he has a Zaman Force available. But, you know, this is still very relatively close between both teams, and that's why we see these team fights break out like that. ZX Aura picks up a winner crown. His idea might just be, let me throw myself into this fight, get a spatial migration, Requiem off, and then win a crown, and let let the rest of the team and K shine from there, because he knows, you know, he's going to be one of those main targets to get melted down quicker, while Ox has to kind of take control of the team fight space, you know, keeping the Revitalize up, not just for himself, but also maybe for his teammates, if that's going to be able to profit them better. But they will knock down a tier 1 turret bot. It's going to happen cross map though, as the HUNS takes the top one down, and you're 30 seconds away from the Lord. We'll see what happens here. Ox and K are still driving Yuki back. He wanted to reset. Wow, so a bit of a delay, and they'll lose the tier 2 and bottom, but a fight.
Bankai have a solo kill potential there. The Winter Crown, is it going to come out? No. ZX Aura will decide against using it, but him going down and Mumu potentially being the next means that they are going to lose possession of the Lord. Mumu desperately trying to get away, but gets chased down anyways. The HUNS now opens up the Lord.
Wow, I don't know if Meiki's going to be able to do anything, at least for K. He's able to go ahead and push up that top turret, but this is all a timing thing. They decided to push tier 2 down bot. They get punished, and now they're going to lose the Lord off of this to the HUNS, as Still Meta goes and secures this up. And they'll get ready to charge towards the base of the Mongols. You know, that's one of the things that I was saying. You got to watch out for Bunkai on this Yu Zhang. He was able to go ahead and just kind of hold out. He gave information to the team. They rotated when they needed to. Oh no, are they going to initiate?
They're currently engaged. Quick flicker response from Miki to dodge the Raging Sandstorm. Mongols only have like one reliable way to set up for a fight, and that's through CX Aura, right? So the Winter Crown has so much value, but now can unleash everything. The Black Shield saves Kenny temporarily, but he should be the casualty as K finally takes him down.
Okay, Lord just spawns as well. So Kenny might, depending how they slow this down or not, they're fighting around the purple buff. Yuki's got no mana. I don't know if he wants to be here.
Mumu's gonna try and chase him down. The Purify used in response to the Petrify. They do catch OU with the Violent Requiem. Mumu trying to run away. Bankai 3-man Petrify of his own. Yuki looking to re-enter the fight. The Synchro Fissure gets the blow. The Diamond Force is back up, but he has no mana and can't really dash around too often. Finally bursted down. Mongols finds their first big team fight win and a triple kill for K.
See, I'm not. This is what happened to me yesterday, man. I was scratching my head at some of the decisions that were being made here. They have Lord. They don't really have to be in that position and fight. And now Kenny, even with the black shoes, he's going to get blasted down too. This is a big power spike for K on the Claude. You know, you're going to get punished. And what are you fighting there for when you don't have any mana for Yuki? Yeah, maybe Zaman Force was up on cooldown soon, but ultimately, you end up wasting this Lord take.
Pretty unfortunate there. It's one of those few rookie errors that sometimes you make, right? Like you let the battle instincts take over and you forget that you have a Lord that could give you a bigger advantage. But it's great news for Mongols. Finally, K gets some room to breathe, you know, gets some time to shine with this Claude. 1k ahead in net worth, just got his Malefic Gun as well. And they have resetted the game to an even phase. They're no longer, you know, too concerned about what if Bunkai catches us. They have enough damage to power onto the HUNS, and even for ZX Aura and Mumu, they are doing a great job in just, again, planting the seed of chaos in these team fights.
Yeah, K is just completely stacked up though, man. He got his Malefic Gun too, and you saw the amount of damage he was doing on the damage meters here. This is what we talked about even yesterday too, and why Claude is just such a pick for teams right now in the gold lane, even as narrow as the gold lane is. Very high win rate, very high potential to just carry the late game for a team once you're locked in. And you know, it's hard to get away from that Blazing Duet, especially with this kind of composition that the HUNS have. Yes, you have black shoes that might be able to help you a bit if you're Kenny, but if you get caught in a position you don't want to be in, Raging Sandstorm.
Oh, that's going to be engaged onto 2. Meanwhile, the backline compromised there. Still meta getting completely blasted. Bunkai wants to make a difference there on the K, but K will survive with the Winds of Nature and heals back up with the Blazing Duet. Yuki doesn't get caught, but ZX Aura will stick on him. Yuki now needs some safety net here. They go on with the follow-up and the Petrify from Mumu. Yuki, he needs to get out. Dash doesn't come true. And legendary for K. Right as the minion wave comes in front of the base of the HUNS, and I think Mongols got this nice too.
Yep, Mongols, they should be able to take this turret down. I don't know if Kenny can clear all this out by himself.
He's going to try his best. Black Shoes to stay alive for a bit longer, but just does not have enough to clear the wave. The Mongols will find the equalizer, and you get your wish. We go game 3.
This is what we needed to happen, man. We had to have a game 3 in the Mongolian battle here between these two teams. Definitely a tough one for the HUNS, man. They had, you know, somewhat control in this game, but they let it slip through their hands. They made a couple big mistakes, and, you know, you could see some of the frustration there, of course, on the face, but what can you do? You know, that's what happens when you make these errors in a game like this. And it was never a, you know, a one-sided game. It was never one of those games in game 2 where it was just someone that was taken away with a gold lead. It was relatively close. So, you know, your margin of error gets very, very small to deal with here. And in that case, you know, even in that last team fight, they decided to initiate. I don't think they needed to at that moment too, especially on the targets that they went for. They didn't have the information of exactly where K was, and you saw what happened to Still Meta. He got blasted, and then they tried to collapse down on K. Well, this is a Claude we're talking about, and you know, he just had to basically stay alive, pop his Blazing Duet, and he was fine. And then they got sandwiched into a position they didn't want to be in that last team fight. So unfortunately, that decision to start that initiation just backfired on them and lost them the game there. And that's how quick it can happen. And this is kind of, in yesterday's games, it was something that me and Stafa really mentioned on what could change, what could be improved on from the HUNS esports. Their decision making, I think, is the biggest way to just go ahead and put it, and that was the perfect example of it.
Yeah, and I think on top of that is also, they weren't really. I feel like maybe they've started autopiloting a little more in that late game as well, because Yuki wasn't even near the fight, right? Like, he is the key to taking down K, because K had the Winds of Nature, which is completely useless against the Harif, and yet we didn't have the Harif in the fight. And I did mention when the drafts were concluded that Mongols, they don't want to fight a traditional 5v5, but what they are really good at is splitting the battle lines, with Mumu's Benedetta diving, with ZX Aura kind of weaving in and out with K as well, BMI, and I think they figured it out towards the end. They just don't fight an honest, they just don't initiate an honest team fight. They just dive the back line, isolate targets, and surgically dispatch the HUNS one by one.
Yeah, look at that damage, man. The damage that K was able to do here on the Claude, and I think that's the reason why teams really prioritize the Claude if they're able to go ahead and get it. This is a signature pick for Yuki. I know before we jumped in, I was saying, hey, they got multiple signature picks here. This was looking like a HUNS game, a game 2. And it seemed to have shades of that, especially in the beginning, maybe early to mid game, but then, some decisions backfire on you, and that's where you end up. Even on Kenny, like, I feel like for Kenny, we didn't really get to see the same Lilia that we saw yesterday. So back to the drawing board for them. Our MVP for game 2 is going to be none other than K on this Claude. Absolute amazing damage, man. I like to say this is big damn over here. 91,000 damage across the board. And remember too, like, he got solo killed. He got solo killed by Yuki. Like, K had to work himself to get in this fighting form, and you got to commend him for being in a lot of these key fights on target and being able to really utilize his Blazing Duet uptime, because that was such a big threat against the HUNS.
Yeah, he has like one of the poorer early games as well. Like, and then his team was not doing well. But I would say those extended fights, in fact, a lot of them were technically in favor of the Mongols, just because their lineup is a bit cheaper to execute, a bit more low cost. With the Bandetta, Guinevere, you can get in and out of the fight very quickly. And some of these skirmishes came down to whether Yuki has enough mana for an extra chrono dash, which was also pretty unfortunate for the HUNS. But I think, the weaknesses that we discussed about the HUNS prior to the start of the series is starting to rear its ugly head, and now the ball is back on their court, right? Can they adapt to that and at least plug the holes before it's too late?
Yeah, I guess in a way too, Husky, again, it's a double elimination. Like, that's the way we can look at it. One of these teams is going to get knocked down to the lower bracket essentially, and they'll have to crawl their way back to the grand finals. Again, if you guys are just joining us, what they're fighting for is that direct spot for the MSC 2026 happening at EWC in Paris here, just in a couple months. Yeah, actually it's coming up pretty quickly. The other three teams will be locking in their spots for the wild card, and I believe there's 10. I could be wrong on this. I think there's about 10 wildcard teams. They will already have 3 teams come out from this MCT Championship Tour in East Asia. So that's pretty great. And I think this is a good time for these teams that have locked in the spots for the wildcard to get some reps in before they go off and fight against the other strong teams that have been practicing and going through the ropes here to get to the point of MSC. Because you got to remember, even if you get into the wild card spot, you already have a part of that prize pool of MSC, so I know some of the teams are feeling good about that, but obviously you want to get that upper hand and get to the direct spot over to the group stages of MSC, and because that'll give you more time to prep, more time to go ahead and obviously in that sense, I don't know how teams are going to boot camp leading into MSC or how they're going to practice, but this is definitely an advantage if you can go ahead and win this and get the direct invite out.
Yeah, you secure like a bigger chunk of the prize pool, and you basically skip another qualifiers, right? Like I think right now the only team that is confirmed for the wild card slot, aside from the top four teams we have, I think is Team Falcons from MENA. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's we've already like gotten half of the wild card slots determined, and then we're gonna get our sixth one, I think, from MSL Thailand by the end of tomorrow. So it's filling up pretty quickly.
Yeah. Wild cards always fun though. I actually always like watching the wild cards. I don't get to cast them all the time, but I do always keep an eye on them because I think that is the best glimpse of the future of MLBB talent that we have, especially in the more developing leagues or the developing regions. And, you know, like you said, you saw yourself, MSL Thailand, for example, I think a lot of people have been surprised with the results of MSL Thailand for the first time. Like it's their very first season, and who knows, maybe at some point, you know, we'll have more of these established leagues, but already to have an MCT, you know, championship tour in the different parts of the world is great already. And what more would this say, you know, if you get to be one of the victor again in this Mongolian battle? Because I think I saw this graphic online earlier today that was just like, for the first time ever, you're going to have two Mongolian teams at MSC.
Yep. I remember seeing that graphic as well. I think it's by the official like account of MCT, like EA.
Mm-hmm.
It should be that, yeah. Like the regional account. Because previously they have to like scrap for it, right? Like Team Zone, the Mongols. There's always, you know, some the big organizations, same familiar faces, but only 5 of them get to go. Now we get to double the population of the Mongolian region, and then they are joined by, you know, China and Japan, and then we, you know, get India in as well. They get a direct slot into the group stage. We get a Thailand, we got into wildcards. This is only an ever expanding, I think, pool of future talents. And right now, if the HUNS can take down the Mongols, it would be such a big confidence boost for them, considering that Mongols are literally the favorites.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it would be a morale boost in a way for the HUNS esports. It was interesting to see the way that yesterday kind of resulted for them, just because I feel like in their game, their first match yesterday against, who am I thinking? Against YBG? Or no, their first game against FY, Figure Esports, it was a little crazy because it was a 3-game series as well. And then they were kind of longer games. I think their longest one was like around 20 plus minutes. Mm-hmm. And then their game against YBG was also 3 games. And it was a very different kind of the HUNS esports. And now I feel like now that they're playing against the Mongols, we're seeing yet again a different team today. So it all comes down to basically this one game to separate who is going to go down to the lower bracket, who's going to move forward, and we jump into our draft for game 3. Similar bans, I don't really expect this to change much. Maybe I think this time we're going to see if ZX Aura wants to actually even get the Harley. Like in game 1, they were on blue side, they went priority Harley. Maybe this one they change up the game plan.
And one thing is for sure, they definitely go against the grain of, you know, maybe we need a bit more frontline, or we need like a stable XP lane. At least what game 2 showed us that is that both teams are very, very willing to scrap. They would double down. Like they see a fighter on the enemy side, they would double down with their own fighter, and that's why, like, for 2 games in a row, Phoveus was in high demand, but it was never picked up. Blue was completely ignored last game, and this time the Harley gets picked up. First pick again by the Mongols. With a bit of a change in the bans, they banned out the Valentina this time.
Okay, they banned out the Valentina. Maybe they just felt like that was a big problem last time too. They might even try to get Sora here for, I don't know, maybe first phase, depending on that. But also with the Harith being banned out, that probably just means do they get the Claude here? Yeah, Claude. So the Claude Uranus, that's going to be fine to go ahead and build around for the HUNS. This is what I want to see though. Like, how do you activate this Harley better here? Are they going to run the Gord combo instead also, since that was typically seen as the synergy between the Gord and the Harley? Hilda, obviously, still a possibility here too. Like we saw this. I think they just have to go with something different. They're going to go with neither of those though. And I think, so they go with the Zetian and the Alice this early on.
Wow, so they banned the Valentina to take the Zetian away. This is sort of like what they learned from game 1 where the Alice was banned out. Whereas for the Huns, they stick with the same 3 openings, the Suyo, Claude, and the Uranus. Alice and the Uranus is essentially a dead lane. You're not going to see much interaction there. Now the mid lane is going to be interesting. The Gord, unfortunately, is not an option because there are too many ways to take him out. So I think maybe they can consider the Yi for the Lilia again, since the Lunox will be banned out by the Mongols as an insurance policy, just like game 1.
Okay. Yeah, and they also want to just go. So, where are we going to end up in gold lane then? Do we just see, since Harith and Claude are already out of the picture, Moskov too, did they narrow it down further? Is there another gold lane option they want to go for? Or do they just focus on a possible roam here just to make sure? Let's see what the Huns want to do. I think that's the major things they want to cover. Again, their Claude is their late game card that they can play into. They had the front line with the Uranus already. They're actually going to bow out the Hylos, so no Hylos for them. I almost thought they would. I almost thought they would pick up the Hylos. Actually, I'm surprised they banned it out.
Wow, actually, Mongols still ban the Gord even though they have solutions to it. There's another pick in the roam. I mean, there's Hilda, there's Khalid, there's the Gwyn, which surprisingly again was not considered at all.
Yeah.
I want to say Phoveus, but maybe Phoveus for the Mongols. Oh wait, no, they already have Alice. So Phoveus is going to be ignored again for like 3 games straight.
That's quite surprising.
Quite a shocker.
Yeah, the Phoveus just is at least over here too in the Philippines, like you see the Phoveus quite a bit. It's such a strong pick anyway over here, but that doesn't seem to be the move, especially with the Uranus and the Alice in play. So right now the Huns pick up the Hilda themselves. They'll grab the Hilda. That's what I thought would actually pop up, at least in blue 3 maybe, and they could have waited on the Alice, but there's definitely a game plan that the Mongols want to roll with this. So they traded out. Hilda goes over to the Huns. Now their last 2 picks. This will give us the gold and their roam. Really curious what they're going to put in the gold lane. Granger and a Cho. We saw the Cho yesterday just once, I believe it was. Worked out decently. The Granger, though, on the other hand, hasn't been doing too well, at least over here in the Philippines. How's it been doing over in Malaysia?
Mixed results as well. I think Granger should be like just above 50% win rate, and it's a very player-specific hero. I think most players right now just much prefer your usual Claude Harith. But I think if you need like a natural Sky Piercer carrier, then Granger is your man, right? Like you need someone to kill big tanks, then the Granger is always going to be good with the condition that you get your Sky Piercer stacks in. The Yeef is going to be the last pick for the HUNS Esports, which was one of the picks that I was thinking of. Gives them good team fight control. Yeef and Claude on the same team. Oh, this is again, it's another draft that I feel like I much rather side with the Huns, but Mongols draft isn't too far off.
Oh man, I want to say that too, but it's like after now watching the Huns play 8 games now between yesterday and today. I feel like sometimes they're their own worst enemies, man, when it comes to the team fighting decision that they're making. And so if they can go into this with a bit of a reset, a little more calculated decision making when it comes to the team fights against a team like the Mongols, then yes, they'll win this series. They'll definitely get this one. I think their draft is good. Looking at it across the board, it wants to fight for objectives, but I think Husky, even for us, even for you being over in Malaysia, you would look at this and say, I don't think they care too much about the objectives, man. Like sometimes the main goal for the Mongolian teams is just, I want to go ahead and fight. I want to win these team fights and get the upper hand. So we'll see if this ends up happening or changing the course of things here as we jump into the Land of Dawn once more in this last game of this best of 3, our first match of the playoffs here for MCT East Asia.
And it will be broken walls this time, so more ways to navigate around the map. But I do agree. I think there's certain teams or like certain drafts, you see it, you know that objective is not the main point. Like it is a bonus. And what those teams sometimes would like to do is, we don't want the objective, but we will hover around and try to pick you off. Right? Like how much are you willing to pay the price for a turtle, for example? And if we somehow win the skirmish and then we take the objective from you, then your game is ruined. And I think that's what the Mongols are looking for this time.
Yeah, it's also with having an EVE to play around, could give you that control of objectives if that's really what you want to fight for. Even for this, I think gold laners, you're going to have to see if this pans out the same way. Like early game, at least in the lane itself, Yuki seems to get the upper hand, but K just had... Whoa! Whoa!
Check out the bullets in. Wow! That is some good stuff from K.
I'm sorry, Yuki. As soon as I was saying it, he gets killed 1v1 solo kill. Because I was gonna say for K, you know, he seems to be the type to just really shine later on, mid to late game. He's there for the team fights. And even Granger, the hero itself, takes some time. Usually you see the Skypiercer be the priority over for the Grangers. Well, now that he's got an early kill, this gives him a bit of an upper hand in the lane matchup. And you should see him being able to play well into this lane now. And Turtle's coming up here in 10 seconds. Both teams still trying to get some of these level 4s unlocked, but I think the broken walls too changes the course of objective takes as well, just because there's that extra opening that teams can juggle around if they really want to play to that strength. You'll see Bunkai pull this turtle. A deadly magic's already used. Whoa, Ox, quite low. I think they just have to forfeit this one over.
Yeah, there's no way to get back in. Kenny does have the RWM. Bankai's gonna stand back again. They will still commit, but they lose the objective. Still meta though, getting gone on, and he will be picked off by Mumu. At the end of the day, they trade jungler for jungler. Unfortunately, Bankai is gonna keep on sticking onto Mumu. Here comes OU trying to chop the target in half. Mumu disengages with the Crimson Gleam. In the bottom lane, a solo kill as Yuki finds revenge onto K, and the purple buff stolen away by OU.
See, that's what I was saying earlier, man. Yuki's good in the 1v1. That's why I was so surprised that he ended up dying to first blood over to K, but he evens it out, and then he's actually going to get some extra gold off of this turret too. So this will give Yuki a bit of an advantage now. For K, he's going to have to find the adjustments. Makey in trouble.
Ox doesn't have the kick just yet, so unfortunately not able to find any isolations.
Oh, now he's got it.
Heavy presence from the HUNS in this corner, but yeah, Makey has to force that recall, and unfortunately for ZX Aura, they just found him. And going back with the space escape, not the right idea, but it's the only option he got, and it should be a kill for Steelman up. Here comes the arrow, connects, damage down enough. Bunkai trying to chase him down. Mumu will slow down the assailants forward from Steel Meta, couldn't get in range. ZX Aura is out.
Oh, he was holding on to that one, man. You know, a Queller shot, good peel though. Mid lane though, action happening. Kenny will fall. This is what I'm talking about. You know, we saw this yesterday just with how much, you know, across the map you think something's happened in one lane. Well, it's happening across the map in another. Skypiercer is almost done there by K, so he did want to go ahead and grab the Fury Hammer at least there for a little bit of extra damage and try to bully Yuki, but seems like that's not going to happen. So they pretty much evened out the gold in the gold lane for now. We'll see if he's able to get stacks. That's always the main thing once you get the Skypiercer. You know, are you actually able to go ahead and get stacks or not? And he just picks it up. Next turtle is coming up, and it seems like this time the Mongols, after they secure that purple buff over here for ZX Aura, they'll definitely want to try to contest this one. Yeah,
Mongols have a big team fight comp as well. If they can land the Throne of Ruin into the Field of the Phoenix, or kick follow up with Desertian, it's almost a guaranteed connection there. And big burst as well. We'll find a kick this time onto Bankai, and Bankai still holding on. The deadly magic now enough to take him out. The flicker from Mumu to try to keep Bankai in place, but he's healing up with the passive and the blazing duet to the back line. Purify used to prevent the knockup there, and it's enough for Yuki to pick up Makey on the way out. The HUNS though, not done just yet. Same as the Mongols, they want to find a way back in, but they end up sacrificing Ox instead, and now the HUNS will turn on to the rest of the Mongols. You know what Yuki is about. He's all about business and kills. Turtle for them, and they find the Void Blast onto Mumu. Kenny bleeding out, but Kenny finds the kill before he falls. So that's 4 bodies for the Huns.
Oh my goodness, that's so clutch from Kenny to be able to get the 2 kills, even when he had a deadly magic on him, you know, before he goes down. I'm taking you with me. And so still, this is what we see. There's a kick into K. This is now 2 stacks that he's got at least.
And Yuki actually kind of bully him away from the lane again. There is no kick, but also no purify from Yuki though. So he's in a perilous position. K should get this. And that's the 3rd stack of the Sky Piercer. The second one.
Talk about value for the Sky Piercer for K here, man. That's something that the Huns are going to want to deal with. Somehow keeping him under control. You know, he finishes Hunter Strike too, so he's got that. Oh, whoa. Play under turret.
Good flicker kick. The setup was still good. Nox actually got out of range in time, so still Meta can't find the trade in. And the Huns really dropping the ball there because it's like when they win these skirmishes and then they try to go for more, I think it's the greed, right? One of the 7 deadly sins, the greed that's costing them the lead that they work hard to get. And now Mongo's back in a pretty even position. Huns should get the bottom tier 1, but that's pretty much it. Another gang squad set up to potentially go for Yuki up top.
Yeah, Ox has been doing a great job. Phenomenal here on this Cho. Yuki could be in trouble.
Operating duet, by time, purify, deadly magic, he's dead.
Yeah, there's really tough game. Here's a response.
They try, see if they can at least get K. Fury the Phoenix doesn't really do too much there. And here comes Steel Meta. He gets the trade. The RWM, good follow-up from Kenny. Steel Meta still ends up going down, but they will jump the axe onto Ox, and that's a double kill for OU. The Huns wins that one.
See what I'm saying, Husky? Like, it's just this. Forget the objectives. If you take one of our guys down, we're gonna fight you. You know, we're gonna take one of you down or multiple of you guys down. So, you know, but Mumu is basically like, hey, the turtle's up. Do you guys want to fight for this or not? And you know, OU spots him out, but it's the same thing time and time again. Just go for the team fight, try to get the upper hand, see what you can do. This is all just also allowing Yuki to continue to farm up in the Claude here. It was a good thing for the Huns to stop some of the stacks from K, but again, it looks like a potential team fight to break out.
And unfortunately, Meiki doesn't have the passive, the Phoenix Cloak, so he's going to be ran down. 2-man Jit Kundo, and OU just comes back in, swinging with the Amazonian Axe. Flicker forward from Mumu. Fury the Phoenix connects on the 2. One of it is Yuki, but Yuki is out. Still Meta with the turtle secure, and the Huns gets to retreat.
I'm so surprised no one died there. I really thought at least someone would. ZXR got really low. The Fury of the Phoenix was really good. Oh, hold on. Ox jumping in on Bunkai, but still Meta's potentially. I thought he would actually just throw himself forward. That ZXR is really teetering on the line here. Not much HP at all, but take a look at the gold buildup. You can see both gold laners neck and neck, exactly where they need to be. And that's the main thing. But on the other side, ZXO are falling behind in terms of the jungle, and that's why he's really just trying to, you know, take what he can, get the gold that he can, because deadly magic is still great. Even at this point, yes, he's only got a genius wand, but it's enough to go ahead and shred down some of the magic resistance and then hope that you get that damage from Meiki or even Mumu to work with this on the Alice to set things up. But Trinity almost finished for Yuki. They're a bit behind in terms of the average speed for Trinity built up here, but nonetheless, they're going to just kind of knock down some of these tier 1 turrets and get ready for probably another fight before the Lord even.
The good news for the Mongols is that they have ways to soften up the targets for K, Sky Piercer threshold to act to trigger. You know, they can do it through ZXR and Meiki. The Malefic Roar will make the job easier for K. They just need to be able to, you know, get into the right position, find the right target, right? Like ZXora, he doesn't have to be the one that necessarily picks up the kill. He can do enough damage with the deadly magic and a couple of poker tricks and get them low enough so that K can become the executioner. That's always going to be on the back of Mongo's mind. ZXora tried to chase Steel Meta, but 30 couldn't find him. I think if you're the Huns, sitting on the Lord might not be the best idea, just because Mongols have so many ways to start a fight, especially with the Fury of the Phoenix as a looming threat.
Yeah, they're gonna have to fight for the space right now. Zigzor trying to get his purple buff, trying to put pressure here. He doesn't use the retribution, so that's good. But they might have just been distracted long enough to not even get in zone of this Lord. So it goes over to the Huns. They secure that really good zoning coming out from Bunkai. This is what we saw from him, even in game 1. So now they'll see, playing into this base push, this is one thing that the Mongols can punish, is we've seen them get a little overzealous, you know, a little too hectic when it comes to approaching a base, and they got punished before. So if the Mongols are looking for something, it's going to be in one of those moments, as the Lord is going to be making its way towards that top side where that Holy Defense Shield is. They still need to take down the rest of these tier 2s here as they approach, but the Huns is online, man. Trinity locked in for Yuki. Kenny's been really good at dropping down the RWM where he needs to. And I think it's going to come up to Ox. Is he actually going to try to find a target to kick?
Well, find a kick. They want to execute Bankai, but Bankai gets out again. The RWM was used preemptively, zones out the rest of Mongols, and they find their own execution. Sky Piercer on Steel Meta, enough to take Ox down. Midway is pretty much synced up, but there is the holy defenses from Mongols, so they should still keep that inhibitor up. I don't see how HUNS can really siege the base, so at least Mongol gets, you know, another chance at life.
Yeah, they just want to take these shields down, so they'll get all the base shields. I don't know if they're going to push in with the next wave that does push through on this bottom side. This might be risking it a bit, but they do knock down or knock half health on this bottom base turret and the top one, so we should see them just kind of disengage from there. They don't want to get caught. Oh, Ox!
Well, flicker into a kick. That's a beefy target, and OU just runs away and comes back in because why not? 3-man thrown on Ruin there, but no follow-up. So Kenny blasts Mumu in the face. And now this is the problem now. Mongols might have been able to defend the previous siege, but HUNS, they're ready to go for round 2. Okay, forced away by the RWM. They cannot get in range to defend the structure. So the HUNS will start working on all of the inhibitors. In fact, Fury of the Phoenix connects. Can they at least get Bunkai? And yep, K does the job.
They do the job for the Mongols. I don't think that was necessary to give a kill over. I see what the Huns were trying to do. They were trying to get at least a base turret down, but it just didn't really go the way that they had planned. A bit messy there, but the Mongols still maintain base turrets. That's the best thing that could happen in that push. They are, you know, down a bit of gold, but they are picking up some key item pickups here. This is difficult for Ox, as we've seen now on the engagements. You know, he's trying to catch a target, but for the most part, you're probably going to end up kicking Bunkai or OU on the Hilda, you know? It's going to be really difficult for him to catch Yuki, Still Meta, and even Kenny. Maybe Kenny if he tries to like put pressure when he uses the real world manipulation, but other than that, it's sort of up to Ox to be able to get that target and then for them to burst someone down. The Sea Halberd that was picked up by K might help in a way, but again, you see how tanky a Uranus is, or a OU now with Immortality, so you kind of hope for the best, but if you can just get a target down for the Mongols, that gives them a little bit of an advantage. This Lord is up here almost to the 14-minute mark. The Huns have space control. Look at OU, look at Bunkai holding these corners. They're gonna force it.
Yeah, and now Ox finds the kick. RWM is a response. That zone control is fabulous. OU just come back with the Immortality, and the full dive from the Huns. They just do not care. Brute forcing through the front ranks of Mongols. K does get a kill onto OU, but they end up losing Makey and ZX Aura, so it's still a win for the Huns.
Yeah, and they're also just working on the Lord this whole time too, while Bunkai holding them up front. That was unfortunate, you know. K missed a couple Rhapsody shots, missed a couple shots that he was looking for because he was retreating, and then they even had to flicker earlier on. So maybe, you know, if those shots lined up, it would have been able to help proc the Sky Piercer, but nonetheless, they are going to be able to go ahead and defend this next push once everybody is up. Their clear speed is decent, but the problem is these turrets all took quite a bit of damage, man. Some of them are barely holding on, so with this push, the Huns potentially takes out all base turrets. I don't think it's going to be a game-winning push unless it goes severely wrong. And the Mongols don't hold on here. Lord will approach from the bottom side of the map while they try to maintain this multi-lane push from the Huns. they're doing their best here. Mumu too, throwing himself forward. These waves will be pushing in now. They want to take these base turrets down.
Yuki almost got the mid one, but the bottom one, 100% is going to go down. The top one as well. The side lane inhibitors are going to have already fallen. There's still a very healthy Lord. So like you said, Naisu, I think the HUNS will take all 3 of the inhibs. And from this point onwards, it's going to be a upward battle for the Mongols. Through the Phoenix, just not in time. The K is gone again. That's the last person that you want to go down first. But they do find a kick on the Yuki. Good stuff from Ox. Let's see if it's enough to keep them in this game. Still, man, are trying to rush for the backline. Couldn't find it, but comes back in for round 2. The cooldown, more than enough, and he changes to a rose gold meter. Now turns on to Mumu. A 2v4 situation with a minion wave coming up top. Can Makey and Mumu keep this base alive? The HUNS locking onto the crystal, and they have done it. They have taken down the Mongols, and they're off to the upper bracket finals.
What a great game there, and a last push for the HUNS to make it happen. Really good usage of the Suyo there from Still Meta, man. Gotta go give him an applause there. He was able to go ahead and put enough pressure there on that lower portion of the base for that to all happen, because that was the perfect target that the Mongols went for. They got rid of Yuki very quickly. You know, I think it was a kick. I think it was the Way of the Dragon that actually found him. He popped the Wind of Nature, but obviously he got blasted anyway. And so they took out the perfect target, but unfortunately with Still Meta doing his thing in that team fight, getting the space that they needed and finding their own right targets, that was exactly the result that leads to a 2-1 for them, sending, yes, the Mongols down to the lower bracket. I think, again, for a lot of people who maybe didn't even see the games yesterday from the HUNS Esports, would have put the Mongols being the victor in the series, but that doesn't happen. It was scrappy, it was brawly, and it was very Mongolian coded, this series was.
Yeah, very. I think it's just. I think the best way to describe it is that it wears you out. You know, it's like a battle of attrition. Whoever gets tired faster, thanks to the brawl, whoever gasses out first, you're gonna lose the long game. And both teams, they held on for very, very long. The good news is that, you know, the HUNS are in the upper bracket, so they still maintain both their lives. And obviously, for the Mongols, they still have one more chance. But we will still see them later on tonight. The Mongols will have to play the lower bracket semis, and then the HUNS, I think, will have to play the upper bracket final. So it's not all set in stone just yet, especially for the Mongols.
Yeah, that's man, that's gonna be interesting, just because maybe there is an opportunity for them to meet again. There is here currently, but also I think tournament favorite overall is who we're going to be watching later, Guangzhou Gaming versus Sunset Ravens from China versus Japan. And I think, you know, that's going to be a true test for Japan later on. But this was nice to see, you know, because either way, we've got both Mongolian teams going to MSC, so we'll get to see glimpses of them again, even, you know, a couple months from now or a month or so from now. But this was, I think it's a telling sign, Husky. And I said this yesterday. I was like, some of these regions that are in the competitive scene for MLBB have very distinct play styles that they bring to the competition, and it's always, at least from my point of view, it's always refreshing to see in a way. Like sometimes I'm scratching my head like, what's going on here? Because I'm so used to seeing like a very specific style of play over here in the MPL Philippines, for example. So when you see something like this, yeah, and it's a battle of attrition, like you mentioned, it's just sometimes you were like, man, can I just catch my breath? Because it feels like there is no opportunity for you to take a breath, you know. In this case, like, you're just seeing fight after fight, battle after battle, and which can work for certain teams, but hopefully they can take that strength of team fighting of theirs and improve on it into the future to give them a better chance to even, again, survive through the wild cards, because that's what's really for some of the teams, or the teams that don't make it to that direct spot to MSC, the other 3 teams are going to have to fight through wild cards.
Yeah, you don't want to get like sucked into the cycle of just fighting, right? Like, and then you start bleeding out elsewhere. But I think, you know, for at least this top 4, you can treat it sort of like a scrim of itself. It's like a practice run with the only stakes being who gets to go to the group stage. But again, they are already guaranteed a flight to Paris. So I think you can take this opportunity to really learn more, not just about your own region, but just to kind of polish on what already it was working. Kenny's MVP performance on this eve, huge problem for the Mongols. They just didn't really have a way to get to him. And sure, they have Fury of the Phoenix, but you only stop it for like momentarily, right? Like you have Fury of the Phoenix, it connects onto the Eve, but you can't really move on forward regardless. So that RWM impact is still gonna be, be utilized to 100%.
Yeah, I think the real world manipulation is always one of those ultimates that it's either, even if it's not set up in its best way, like it's still useful because the box that it sets up, that's why we usually call it over here, like we call it the death box, because most teams that draft the Eve, they want to go ahead and fight into that. They want to go ahead and utilize even the ability. Like think how many times when I think it was the Deadly Magic was used, and like you see him still get 2 kills, right? Like 1 or 2 kills before he dies. And so the scaling for him was just really good. But the Eve in general, it's not something I expected right away through the draft to pop up, but it ended up happening. And it's just one of those heroes that works really well in a variety of compositions right now. And, I'm always a proponent for the mid lane meta shifting even more. That's why I was so happy when Gord started getting picked up, because I felt like, we were just in this realm of so much of basically like Farsa, Jushin. Like Jushin's the top pick, but she's always banned right now for a reason. The Kimmies, they're there. Valentina's obviously, and I think we need more heroes to pop up in there. And that's why, I know it's a little controversial right now, but that's why I've really enjoyed watching MSC Championship Tour Americas, man, because they're rolling with the global ban.
Yep. I personally am okay with that format. I think it opens up the hero pool. I know like some of our colleagues, they have different views of what it actually means, but for me, I just want to see variety, right? Variety either by nature of the meta or just by the rules itself. I think even like MDLs have rolled with that, if I remember correctly, and sometimes it's very enjoyable to watch. But now I think that with Gord around, I'm happy with it.
Yeah, maybe one day we get to see it. We're going to be jumping over on stage. So I think we've got a translation going on too. Let's go ahead and listen on this. This is with Yuki.
那再一次恭喜你们拿下胜利。昨天的抽签仪式，我相信你们应该也已经看到了。当时你们抽到的是同样来自蒙古的兄弟战队 The Mongols， 当时是一个什么样的心情呢
？Yesterday you knew that the section of the draw and your opponent will be Mongolz. How did you feel at the time?
We feel relieved because it was better to face it now than later.
其实我们早有预料，所以我们当时想的最多的就是说准备好一切。
准备好一切，相信自己就可以了。觉得对手今天的风格和打法，相比于在本赛区和你们交手的时候，有没有什么样的一个风格的转变呢？
Do you think is there something different when you just play with Mongolz? In terms of the play, or just playing?
We have both same play style.
我们队伍和另外一个队伍的打法一直都比较相似，没有什么特别的变化。
但是今天依旧是东风压过西风，那同时也再次恭喜我们的 The HUNS 拿下了比赛胜利。那第3个问题想问一下我们的 Yuki 选手，当时在蒙古赛区争夺1、2号种子的时候，我们这个 The HUNS Sports 也是惜败给了对方，今天也算是完成了一个小小的复仇，有没有什么话想对屏幕前的全部支持你的粉丝朋友们说的呢？
We knew that you have just won Mongolz in this tournament, so do you have something to say before the screen to the fans who support you?
Thank you guys for supporting us.
谢谢粉丝们一直支持我。
是的，也是感谢粉丝一路以来的支持与陪伴啊。那最后一个问题想问一下 Yuki， 下一场你们的对手将从3C Ravens 和广州 Gaming 当中产生，你们更加期待和谁交手？
The last question for you. We know that in the following section, your opponent will be SNR or GZG. Which team do you want to play with?
Guangzhou. Guangzhou Gaming
广州 Gaming 为什么呢？
Why?
because they are better. Sorry? Because they are more experienced and better players, I think.
因为 GZG 是一个更有经验的队友，所以我们非常想与他们交手。
想与强者交手，想强强对决，来一次精彩的比赛，送给我们全体的一些朋友们。那同时再一次感谢 Yuki 选手接受我的采访，同时我们这一次的赛后采访到这里就全部结束了，让我们休息一下，期待一下下一场比赛的到来。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Championship Tour East Asia. Bit of a swap here. Arashi coming in replacing Husky just for a little bit. Still with Naisu. Fill me in how you feel right now, Naisu, because that match earlier was something else, man.
You know, it's day 2. The past couple days have been something, and it's been nice. That's what I've been saying, even when I was on here yesterday for the play-ons, Arashi with Staffa. I was saying, you know, it's always refreshing. It's always nice to watch these up-and-coming teams, up-and-coming regions to actually compete here in in an international tournament. And this is great that it's happening out there in Shanghai, of course. But I also think it's also great that this is East Asia and they're not being thrown into Southeast Asia just yet. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, all these teams have secured somewhat of a spot going to Paris in EWC 2026 for MSC. All the teams, if they're not getting the one spot to the direct invite to MSC's group stage, the other 3 are going to be going to the wild card. So that is in itself already an achievement. I think what's been interesting to see is the play styles, right? Especially for the last matchup where the HUNS esports went against the Mongols, those 2 Mongolian teams who duked it out in a very brawly, hectic play style, which you expect from Mongolia. And it's actually the HUNS esports that came out the victor, sending the Mongols down to the lower bracket, again, because it's double elimination that we're going through for the playoffs. And we'll get to see, who ends up fighting against the Mongols later. But I did say yesterday, Rashi, I was really looking forward to the South Korean team, Feiyun Esports. We saw them play. I'm also always looking forward to seeing Japan, man. And so today in this matchup, we get to see Japan. I know you're a huge fan of Japanese
what gave it away,
culture.
Bro? What gave it away?
Your bedroom behind you? I don't know.
Is it potentially the name? I mean, I'm very excited, man.
Anashi.
I've seen other regions as well. And so far, I'm very impressed with what the other regions that are not really spoken of as much as the Southeast Asian region has to offer. Like so far, creative play styles, creative drafts as well. I think, man, there's a lot to look forward to, but especially now that it's I don't know, man. Have you seen any of the upcoming teams play before? Because I don't know if they have a similar play style, or are we going to see a bit of a contrast,
So all I know of, for example, of Sunset Ravens from Japan, their qualifiers, they dominated them. And usually you got to kind of look at it in this sense where, for the Japanese teams, and since I know they competed years ago in MLBB, right? But they kind of just got, let's say, just like reintroduced into the competitive scene. What was it, like last year, I think, or maybe 2 years ago at this
Just about.
point? So they're still relatively, what I would say is new, especially for the players that are competing. Obviously, you can see it in some of the play style. Now, that's the thing. If you're trying to tune into the Japanese qualifiers or the games over there, I believe, you know, they only have a Japanese stream. We've tuned in it. I know over here, especially the Filipino casters, we love watching in. We don't really know what they're saying and everything, but we do get to go ahead and peek into the play style, and it's a little different. It is a little different, you know, and I think that's just going to be the thing about any teams that are up and coming and really trying to find their footing in the current meta, which is obviously, you know, changes. But I will say that throughout their qualifier, Sunset Ravens basically smashed everyone. They had sweeps leading through the semifinals, their qualifying stage grand finals, and then in their actual final stage grand finals, it was a 4-1 against LLG Luminous, and they were very dominant in some of their games, and then in others they went the distance, you know, games almost getting to the 30-minute mark.
I think, speaking of Sunset Ravens, I believe we saw a familiar name from there. That we saw before, like Muiminet, I think, if I'm not mistaken right here. So a bit of a familiar name. So we can expect to know just a little bit. But looking at team lineup here for Guangzhou Gaming here, CY, Mei, Xying, Recall, and Modi. Some familiar names from Guangzhou Gaming as well. They had quite a strong showing last time I've seen them. They had a good aggression, a good discipline as well. It just seems like they were just less mature last time around, but this time, maybe they're going to bring something different.
Yeah, Guangzhou Gaming, I would say, is let's just say they're the favorite to get the direct spot to the MSC. They are the ones who took down more familiar names to people that have been tuning into the international tournaments like KBG, DFYG. And so I think for a lot of people, they're seeing that as the team. But who knows? Maybe Sunset Ravens here, as we look at their lineup, could be a team to go ahead and stop them. I believe they're the only team with an Indonesian. I believe Ronix is from, I think he's Indonesian, if I remember right. And you're an Indonesian, man. Do you recognize him from maybe one of your developmental leagues? Or, you know, I'm curious because there's not that much information, right? So it's like, how did Ronix end up here on the Japanese team with Sunset Ravens? Or is he Indonesian nationality living in Japan, you know?
I mean, there's a lot of those, by the way, but this is my first time hearing about that, actually. So interesting. That's definitely going to give them a bit of a bit of like information lead, right? Having someone who's somewhat active, presumably, for looking at the Mobile Legends scene. Looking at the brackets right here, though, this is match number 2 between Guangzhou Gaming and Sunset Ravens. And later on, we have to see, man. I don't know what to expect from Sunset Ravens, not knowing that they have a mix of experienced players, but a lot of new players as well. I think the big challenge is balancing out the mechanical approach that new players usually have with the experience, the discipline that usually more experienced players have seen before. Right, especially with Muiminet in the mix, I'm expecting him to, you know, share some of that knowledge, some of those know-hows with the newer players.
Yeah, there's something that can be said is like, if anything about this, and you know, for viewers out there that might just be tuning in for the first time, one of the main things is for Guangzhou Gaming, they are very meta-based. They're very meta-based in terms of they know how to play against the teams who have had all the experience, has had that veterancy on the international stages. I think for a lot of us, even us as, you know, casters, when we were watching and participating in those tournaments, you know, when China was first introduced into the competitive scene, a lot of people were looking towards to see what they could do, you know, and we've seen some decent finishes from their teams, you know, DFYG specifically, KBG, some of the performances that they've had. But Guangzhou Gaming, they beat them from their qualifiers into this, and then, you know, going forward into MSC. So we're also going to see different, maybe potentially a different play style than what we're used to seeing. And I feel like there was always something about the competitive teams from China that maybe the fans were looking for, and it was just maybe a little deeper hero pool. Again, very different case, you know, where they came into MLBB obviously a lot later than these other competing teams, especially the ones in Southeast Asia, and so it took them some time to develop their play style. But I feel like they've gotten closer. I don't want to say they completely caught up to the Southeast Asian teams, but they've gotten closer. And for them to beat those teams that we're used to seeing to get to this point is a statement in itself. Now, the contrast is, yes, for Sunset Ravens, a region that would naturally not have as much, I feel like, maybe potential scrim partners or the amount of time that they can put in to go ahead and get prepared for this. So I think for a lot of people, even us included, is what does Sunset Ravens bring to the table in terms of hero pool, in terms of the way that they like to play, and even move around the map. But we're going to go ahead and welcome out the teams on stage as they get prepped up for the matchup here.
Coming in hot, coming in confident here. Guangzhou Gaming, again, big favorites and definitely here to show people what they got. And I have a feeling they're going to bring in a more aggressive style for sure.
Yeah. I mean, they can be aggressive. I feel like this is one of those things that they can kind of just choose how to play here, Arashi, you know, as they come out on stage. And this is one of the things, I think it's a big challenge for Japan, the Sunset Ravens, to be able to match up, or maybe there's enough there. This is one of the things that we saw happen yesterday in the play-ins, was with the HUNS esports kind of unsuspecting play style. And what I mean by that is, like, they would take fights even if they were down thousands of gold. That type of thing, where they would just actually continue to fight, continue to duke it out. Maybe there's something there that Japan, the Sunset Ravens here, can take from their book and say, you know what, these more established teams, let's just shake it up enough. You know, let's just go ahead and mess things up for them as Sunset Ravens come out on the stage.
Like, I was about to ask you, man, you think the crazy happenings in the league so far, might it like inspire or even, you know, give ideas into the upcoming teams, right? They see that it's possible, they might attempt it for themselves. We don't usually associate Japan with that aggressive style, aggressive nature. But hey, if it makes sense, if they see the logic behind it, you know, I don't see why they can take a page out of the HUNS esports or the Mongols team fighting book and just go crazy, right? The meta right now really allows for such craziness to really pay off. So for both teams, man, I think it comes down to how well they prepare that kind of strategy and how well they can get the right tools for the job. Because again, when you want to play aggressive, when you want to have big moments right there, you need the right tools. You need engages, you need disengages, mobility, right? And in the other leagues in particular, as far as I've seen, the aggressive style of the current meta is only really that dangerous when you can supplement it with the again, the right tools for the job, you know, spammable crowd control, a lot of dashes, a lot of slows. And I think that's where, in the drafting phase, we might see those tools contested.
So the tools that they have obviously come into play for this, but I think also if you're really looking, because I think the biggest question mark is on Sunset Ravens for not only for me and you, Arashi, but just for a lot of people. And if you really had to like look into it, other than like, yes, where is Ronix from? He's the Indonesian on this lineup from Japan. But maybe the most that people will know is Muminit. I'm probably mispronouncing that. But Muminit was actually from Zeta Division, man. So yeah, for a lot of people, that would be the player that maybe comes off the top of their head when they're thinking about where some of these Japanese players are from. But yeah, it's unfortunate because I remember when we got to see Zeta Division, even in the M7 World Championship, you know, they didn't really have the finish that they wanted, right? They didn't get, I think they finished between 21st to 22nd or somewhere around there. I know they got, they were trying to get through was it the wild card? I think it was in M7. And so at least maybe there's some of that experience that he can bring to this lineup in this match here.
I mean, this really look quite confident. Again, the wild factor right here is the I dare say the random Indonesian, right? I like the confidence though, man. Like they got like their signature poses all like locked in, you know, the anime intros.
It's only the Japanese players that do this, by the way.
Dude,
I love it, man.
That's so cool. All right.
You don't see other. Why do our other? Come on, Rona. Oh, he's got it too, man.
Wait, that's so generic though, bro. Come on.
Hey, at least he's joining in, right? You see the smile on their faces. It's nice to see. I wish more of our MLB players would do this. I wish they all had poses.
Yeah, because you know the esports pose meme is alive and well nice. So people just they do what the photographer asked. There are 3 signature poses you see in every single esports tournament. We want variety, and you know, even in game, right? That might be what Sunset Ravens can bring to the table. I think it's still gonna revolve around the mid lane. Unfortunately, the mid lane right now in the current meta is so important. So if there's gonna be any curveballs, it should start from there.
Start with the mid lane? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the mid lane duo. You've seen how teams have been duking it out level 2 in the mid lane, bro. It's brutal.
Yeah, the mid lane is it's better than it was, but it's still a whole lot of like the Jushin bans, right? I'm very vocal about this. Like, I'm glad to see Gord back in the meta. Obviously, even more so. Yeah, even more so than he was. Like, he's way more meta now than he was in like M5 time and what was that season? Maybe like MPL Philippines season 14 or so. But this is just I would say in general the mid lane needs a bit more of a shakeup. Maybe the Sunset Ravens have a shakeup there because otherwise it's still Jushin, Valentina, maybe the Farsa, the Eve, maybe the one-off Kimmy, Gord. Usually if a Harley is picked, Zetian. And that's why I appreciated yesterday alone in the play-ins, we actually got to see a Valier pop up, and then what was the Lilia, which we saw in the previous series too.
I mean, in the other league, other region I've been seeing, the Valier, there was a team that was able to demand a respect ban onto that Valier, by the way. So, hey, sometimes it depends on the team, dude. If Sunset Ravens have a pick here that they're just so good at that they can force Guangzhou Gaming to go and expend a ban on it, that's gonna be a very interesting development, man. It's an encouraging sign for the team as well.
Yeah, I wish I had more information about the coach as well behind them right now for Sunset Ravens, and that's always something, you know. I guess that's more of like a caster thing where it's like you just have all these questions, especially when you see the up and coming regions. I had the same feeling for Feiyun Esports yesterday for the South Korea team, but it was funny because they had like 2 Filipino players and a Filipino coach. They had Coach Imbadije with them in MZU1 and also Ding over there. So we've got some support in the audience. You know, this is I feel like it's nice to get some camera shots on the audience out here throughout our MCTEA.
I mean, it came out here and they're ready for a show, so I think it's great to acknowledge that, you know, there's people there that went through all that trouble to actually witness this thing live. You know, I wish we could be there live too, but online is the best we can get for now.
Maybe someday. You know, this is
hopefully.
It's, by the way, it's great that they have this too, Arashi, because this is I believe it's a collaboration with ACL, I think it is, the Hero Esports. Yeah, ACL, the Asian Championship, Champions League. So there's only a few games, I think, for this ACL tournament, and it was great that they actually had a platform, an opportunity to go ahead and bring MLBB for this, to actually have this on-ground event over there in Shanghai. And hopefully they continue to get to grow, because MCT's been, hey man, this year, 2026, it's all been about the championship tours for MLBB, you know, expanding through. And that's one thing that me and Husky were talking about previously is, dude, if you want to watch MLBB right now, like if you're just a fan, you have so many options to watch currently.
That's true. I mean, even as a caster, sometimes it's almost overwhelming. Like, so this week alone, I'm casting 3 different events. You know, I was here, I was in MSL, I'm going to be in my own local region as well. So,
is you guys last week as well? Is it final week for you in ID?
Yes, it is. And there's a very good chance we might get a tiebreaker too. So exciting stuff, man. There's so much happening right now in the world of MLBB. And honestly, as a talent, sometimes you want to, but you can't really keep up, dude. There's just way too many teams, way too many play styles. The best you can do is, like, when you're here seeing new teams like this, you gotta pay attention and try and garner what you can get.
I think that's why it's so exciting and fun to like watch other play styles, you know, just because if you're someone who's like real, and I know there's these viewers out there, I know there's those fans out there that just actually do watch everything. I'm talking to you right now, guy who has like two leagues open on his 2 monitors, and if you have only one monitor, you have it split up on like 4 monitors. You know, you have the cross thing going on, but it's true. You're at this point. I mean, I woke up this morning. Actually, no, I finished the cast of the play-ins yesterday. I was eating dinner. I turned on. I think it was. What did I tune into? Oh yeah, the MPL MENA Grand Final.
Right.
And again, big shout outs to Sheffin and Womi. They were the one casting the English stream there. They went 7 games. They finished at like 5 a.m. By the time I woke up, I'm a morning guy, as you know, Arashi. I woke up at like 6:30 a.m. I tune in to MCT Americas going on. They had their grand final for one of their groups, so they still have another group going. You know, so it's like, and then you have MSL Thailand, you have ID going on right now, MPL MY is going on right now. This right now for MCT to see who's gonna conclude to the wild card. So it's been phenomenal, man.
And that's what you have to do, man. It's fun that you mentioned the multiple like windows, multiple screens, because today, right, I want to keep up with this league, but also with the Thai league, because I was casting it yesterday, and my own local league. So I actually had 3 windows open.
So you're the guy I'm shouting out.
And at some point, I'm like, wait, which game had that hero again? Like, oh man, starts getting jumbled up. But hopefully, they can bring in the teams right here, Guangzhou Gaming and Sunset Ravens, can bring in the same kind of excitement, the same kind of, I don't know, man, randomness almost, to keep things fresh and exciting.
Yo, he's got Sunset Ravens. They have the thumb sleeves. Do you guys see that a lot in MPL ID? Like, I think we have one in MPL PH. We might have one team that uses thumb sleeves. Everyone else is just baby powdered up, man. Like, just they got powder all over them.
I think powder is the way to go in Indo as well. Like, I don't know. I don't think is that bad of a deal having the thumb sleeves. I think
Have you ever tried it?
I've tried playing with thumb sleeves before, but for me, it just feels, I don't know, the smoothness on the phone feels okay, but then it feels weird, you know, it feels restrictive almost. And I feel like my hands are particularly sweaty, so I don't know if I can vibe with that.
Yeah, but brother, if you're in the competition environment like these players right here, it might be different, you know. Your hands might be a little sweaty. I think the thumb sleeves actually help though. I don't know, man. I don't like having the powder all over the place. So I'm actually someone who's like, if I was in the competitive environment, I think I'd use some thumb sleeves as well, or at least like one, maybe just one thumb sleeves. I remember when because I think when I was climbing the leaderboard for the Gourd, I was thumb sleeved up, dude.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
Before it was cool, nice.
I think that's how I got #1. It was probably the thumb sleeve.
All right. Surprised you wouldn't like dual wield it though. You know, I thought you want some balance up in there. It feels like one thumb sleeve alone would be just a little bit weird, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, it's either thumb sleeves or it's the baby powder. It's something you gotta work with. But I think in just a second we're gonna be jumping to the draft here, guys. You people are probably like, what's the debate about? Baby powder and thumb sleeves? You know,
there's some people like, just play, bro. Just build calluses, you know, hit the gym or something, and then have hands that can't really like grip onto your phone screen.
Brother, if you have calluses from playing MLBB, I think you're playing wrong. You know, like there's something wrong, and your poor phone. But I think they are gonna figure. It looks like it's a couple things that they're trying to figure out technical wise over here on Sunset Ravens side. But you know, in the meantime, while we're waiting to jump to the draft here, let me ask you this hot debate question, Arashi.
Ooh.
How do you feel about global ban?
Global ban?
Yeah.
I think it's interesting. Like it's a nice way to really get people experimenting by all means. But I feel like in a pure competitive setting, if you're trying to find out who's the best, I feel like if you want to make it interesting and have more options, more things popping out, I would say I would prefer if you increase the number of bans instead of just increasing, having it banned by default. You know what I mean? Because then
so
there's the chess
you'd rather
match.
just
There's the
have more
mind game.
bans?
If you really had to, if you really said, if you really feel like, hey, this mid lane is just the Yi, the Zetians, the Tsushins, right? It's the same old. We want something different. I feel like rather than having global ban, I would rather have just more bans. Might be a weird take.
Yeah, I haven't. I don't know. I think most people have told me that they're either for it or against it. More bans might help, but I don't know. Yeah, I would just want to see more. I just want to see more variety across the board.
Well, yeah. So
either way,
I agree. Having variety will be cool, right? Which is why, but I don't like it. I don't like having it like there by default. You know, which is why the extra bans might push it in that direction.
Yeah.
That's a big if, though, right? We have no idea how the players are going to react to it. But ladies and gentlemen, here we are in the drafting phase for match 2, game number 1. Already a Yi and a Suyo for Guangzhou Gaming.
Okay, that's kind of expected though. This is similar bans to what we've seen previously, so they're I don't know, they're probably going priority Harley. Most teams have been doing that. It's either that or Claude for the most part. The Harith as well, if they tend to want to go ahead and play with it. But it's so interesting because Claude just has the higher win rate. I mean, overall, across the leagues, I think, let's say average percentage-wise for the Claude is like 60, maybe 65%. Whereas Harith is more so along the lines of a 50, like 51 to 53. But they actually ban out the Harley, so they could be going for the Harith Claude or... what else? The Jushin's already banned out. Freya too. They're gonna take out them. I was gonna say Marcel, but Marcel's banned.
All right. So first pick right here. With all the jungles banned out from them, I wonder what their idea is. They go Valentina first pick. It denies the Sora by all means, but already banning 2 junglers. I wonder if they're concerned with Sunset Ravens picking up a jungler of their own early and then pressuring them that way. For now, Phoveus is a pick that comes to mind as well when you talk about first picks. Phoveus and maybe the Eve is banned out, so Phoveus Harley we've seen a lot in MSL Thailand.
Which MSL Thailand and all, I mean, just in general, it's been popping up more and more, but with the Valentina being a solid choice for the priority, it more so just makes the opposing team consider what to pick up, because you know that the ultimates can be taken with the IMU ultimate from the Valentina, and we've seen that happen a lot. I almost was thinking a Leomord would get picked up, and that's what I was going to go into, where you see a Valentina take a Phantom Steed quite a bit, but they go with the Guinevere and the Hilda, which is great. Hilda was flexed yesterday into the XP lane. Obviously, It's more played roam, but this is potential. You could almost say, in a sense, it's like, depending on the region, depending on the team, the same could have been said for the Guinevere, right? Like, for the most part, you're going to see it in the jungle, but you can also see it in roam for certain teams. But this one, I'm just going to assume is jungle Guinevere, roam Hilda.
And I find it interesting that they ban out the Marcel and pick the Hilda, because if it's a Hilda roam, man, Hilda roam bullies the Marcel hard, man. Like, Marcel can't really stand up to the damage output and the matching of tankiness in the short trades. For Guangzhou Gaming though, Harith and Leomord, so already looking to build up a lot of tempo in the early game. Against the Hilda Guinevere, there's a chance there are ways for Sunset Ravens to really stall, to kind of play a bit more safe. But here comes the Phoveus, so a lot of the front lines already shown here for Sunset Ravens, and they don't really leave a lot for flex potential, right? Maybe the Hilda and the Gwyn can be... Actually, not even that. I think they're really quite transparent so far. It's almost like they really wanted to hide the gold lane option.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that. Like, they could have just waited a bit just to leave the illusion of a potential flex happening here, but nonetheless, they go with this. They're going to go ahead and focus down some of those bans. Look, gold lane options being banned out here too. Bruno plus that carry, which, are they just forcing the Claude pick? I mean, wouldn't that be the kind of default answer here?
Exactly. It's quite interesting to see the carry and the Bruno over the Claude. Because I mean,
Yeah, I
even
thought
when you
maybe at least one Claude ban.
yeah, if you look at the composition, this is a composition can benefit from a Claude diving in together, you know, with extra bit of AoE in case they need extra bits of damage. Because as of right now, Guangzhou Gaming has a lot more damage AoE output, and as predicted, the Claude does show through.
Okay, yeah, I'm not surprised at all.
Interesting.
You know, so it's like,
Yeah.
pretty standard. Also with the Phoveus being picked up, so like you've got a way to pretty much get an advantage against the Harith if you need to. Yu Zhong's going to be picked up. We saw this in the hands of Bankai just even yesterday, and then the previous series from the HUNS Esports, and Bankai was amazing on the Yu Zhong. Very threat potential in the early game all the way to the mid game. You know how crucial a Furious Dive with a Petrify can be, you know, for setting things up, but then you also get Hylo. So this is a really well-rounded lineup from Guangzhou Gaming for game one. I really like it. We'll see what the last pick's going to be here for the mid lane. What are they going to put? Eve being taken out. Maybe Farsa, Zetian,
Yeah, I'm thinking the crowd control, the AoE might be beneficial. Because right now, if they all walk into a big dark wave or a spatial migration, Sunset Ravens will definitely want to have some more AoE or extra bits of crowd control to follow up on it.
Yeah.
And anyways, the Zetian is also a good option just because of the passive as well. The Yu Zhong is definitely going to be on the hunt to try and get that backline. So it is indeed the Zetian. It's all right from Sunset Ravens, but it really feels very straightforward, you know? I think Guangzhou Gaming has a lot more curveballs to throw around in this game.
They've got the curveballs, but they can also just, like if Sunset Ravens want to, they can just lean towards of letting that Claude scale up, letting it carry that late game if they can. This is usually what we see teams do, where you know, kind of just damage control a little bit with the Harith and then let the Claude get that Trinity around the 9+ minute mark, and then you're able to go ahead and fight. But having a Hilda Guinevere Zetian combo, like there's good potential for them to even get an early first blood if they execute that properly. The Hilda alone is enough to go ahead and keep your opposing jungler, you know, on his feet, on his toes, depending on how it's played. Again, you have to kind of think of, well, number one, which we'll find out here in just a second, what map are we on? Maybe dangerous grass, like because the Hilda comes through. That's off the top of my head. If not, it's fine. It's just, again, you get the bit of an advantage to work with if it's dangerous grass, utilizing the Hilda for a lot of those team fights or early information that you can provide for the team.
I feel like I would rather have more crowd control or damage coming through instead of the Hilda, right? The sustain is going to be great, but man, against this roster, probably with the Revitalize in the hands of the Hylos as well, I think it's going to be tough to really brawl out efficiently unless Guangzhou Gaming miss position almost. A level 4 though, I think they have a really good chance at trying to find something Retribution duel-wise. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 1 has just started. Match number 2, it's a best of 3 between Guangzhou Gaming and Sunset Ravens.
All right, jumping into this, let's take a look at the emblems real quick. Anything sticking out here? Okay, we're gonna take a little bit of a break here, but yeah, this not too much. The Claude though, no. Usually we see. Is it Festival of Blood that we usually see with the Claude?
I think so. It's still a very solid option.
Yeah, I mean either of those will work, but yeah. We'll see them get things situated here, but yeah, I think on both sides here, Arashi, we could say that both of them have good lineups. I think one is just punishing in the early game if they can, and that's Guangzhou Gaming, like you said, has so many options to throw a curveball at any point in this game. I think that's the biggest obstacle that Sunset Ravens have to deal with. And like I said, referencing back to their qualifier coming here to the MCT EA, they had a great time. They were sweeping their opponents except for the grand final where, you know, their opponents took one game against them. So that either showcases that they know their game plan, they know their style of play, and that they can, you know, they've solidified it to get those kind of sweeps, those kind of results. Or maybe it was just difference in competition, but this is a great challenge. I think this is more so than anything is going to be a telling sign for us on, you know, what Sunset Ravens are made of against a team like Guangzhou Gaming.
I think again they have a good chance of brawling it out. By all means, they have scaling options like the Zetian, like the Claude. But I mean, on the side of Guangzhou Gaming, the Harith ain't no pushover either in the late game, right? One of the goal inners right now, they can still be survivable in the midst of a chaotic team fight. I think the big advantage for Sunset Ravens though is that spatial migration setup and the dark waves. Those aren't big ultimates and they can really be used to feint. They can be used to threaten just a little bit. Whereas for the side of Guangzhou, if they want to engage, I mean, their tools here are like what, a Law and Order, right? That's a bit spammable. But aside from that, it's like the Glorious Pathway, it's the Black Dragon form, you know, it's the Zaman Force. They're a lot more locked into these big ultimates, so I think they're gonna be a lot more focused or a lot more forced to play around the neutral objectives a bit more. Whereas for Sunset Ravens, if they want to be a bit more creative and go for these weird skirmishes, weird invades, I think draft-wise they have the tools for the job. But again, in execution-wise, whether or not they can actually pull it off in the Land of Dawn remains to be seen, right? We have to wait and see, and only time will tell.
Yeah, there's definitely something there that can like happen just with the amount of synergy that the lineup brings. I think from Guangzhou Gaming, we should be jumping back in here in just a second, but again, the tools are there for Sunset Ravens too. I don't want to discredit their lineup at all. There's potential for this to make it work. I think number one is dealing with Modi, like not letting him get that setup potential that we usually see with the Yu Zhong, and so far it's only Bunkai that's played that Yu Zhong and made it work like crazy. But then there was one game too where he was actually not able to be as efficient on it. So we'll see it. SNR off to start for this Lithuander. They want to go ahead and get control early on. It's a little bit of a stalemate across, but yeah, I don't expect a fight to break out. It is secured by Guangzhou Gaming.
Yeah, the extra mini red sheet that the Leomord has will definitely come in handy. And, you know, the combo for the Leomord that I've seen so far, a really strong combo is the Leomord with the Zetian. Hang on a second, no Xian getting kind of low. Oof.
This guy is low, yeah.
But yeah. As I was saying, man, Phantom Steed into the Fury of the Phoenix is very difficult to get away from. And technically for Guangzhou Gaming, they have access to that combo if Xian can steal away that ultimate from Eska.
Yeah, taking the ultimate from Eska is what we saw in the previous match as well between the Mongolian teams, where you had a Valentina versus... Oh, hold on. That setup, that's what I was talking about. First blood for Recall. Great start. You know, start of the game, already up to this point, you get first blood in the hands of your Leomord. He's going to continue to put some pressure here. Popo's going to go ahead and flicker on out. They want to go ahead and cut this wave and lead into this first turtle. It's spawning now.
Oh man, if you're an EXP laner, you are crying right now. That is, what, 2 cards of EXP that Ronix missed out on. Not level 4 for this turtle fight. There's no way there's going to be a contest. Good moves from Rokushi to actually try and trade. Go for the purple buff. But in the mid lane though...
Oof.
Damn. Popo Poon blown up.
Yep. Popo taken care of. This seems like it's just going to be one of those games too, but they're just continuing to put pressure. Oh, that was a great use of the Terrify from the kid of the Valentina, man, to pick up a kill on the jungler of Sunset Ravens.
Yikes, they got the trade, but immediately loses, Rokushi loses his life for it too. Man, Guangzhou already has so much going for them in this, like, what, 3-minute mark? 3-0 with the neutral objective. And you have to remember, in the Endless earlier, we saw that Eska went for the Inspire and something else, I believe. He didn't go for Tenacity. He didn't go for any of the defensive options. So he's going to be so much more vulnerable in these fights still as time goes on.
Yeah, that's not what you want to look for to a start for Guinevere jungle. But the thing I was going to mention, too, earlier was... hold on, there might be a potential play here on Modi. Rokushi joining the fight. He's going to go ahead and use the Petrify again. He's actually just going to fight 1v2, but I don't think he's going to be able to escape. A good use of the Requiem. He'll take out Rokushi, though, with him. So, good trade for Modi. 1v2.
A great trade, man. Expanding the time, making sure that the jungler, Rokushi, can farm. Dude, Recall is going to have such a big EXP advantage. These neutral objectives might as well be a done deal already. As you can see, the pressure is bleeding over into the jungle too. 4 minutes in, Guangzhou have still so many more options to go. They can double down and pressure Ronix. They can zone out the Golden too.
Yeah, they have to deal with this XP gap that's going to happen here in the jungle, because that does play a part into the retributions as well. So at this point, for Rokushi, he's going to want to kind of find some balance in his jungle. Does he contest for this turtle or not? They are in position for this to happen, though. He is, you can see him. He's almost 2 levels behind, because Recall should be hitting level 8 here soon. They've got the information from Ronix. Ronix actually wants to join this fight. Recall will help clear out this mid lane while Mei started up the turtle as they rotate forward. Zing's holding on the Fury of the Phoenix. They're going to jump into the fight anyways. It's used across sides, and now Ronix quite low. He's chasing down Zing, trying to get him with the Infernal Pursuit. He's going to be zoned out. Recall will pick up a kill. Turtle was forgotten for a bit, and Sunset Ravens driven off of the turtle.
I mean, Ronix is just a lot more reliant on having teammates to back him up, whereas Modi can kind of do his own thing, That's why the Black Dragon form is such a big tool. And so both EXP laners kind of like get isolated, but at that point it favors Modi a lot more. Guangzhou are happy to take that, that situation, because it kind of zones out Eska from actually having any real impact. XG with the Brave Smite can be a lot more aggressive, and they're going for more.
Yeah, Sai dropping down at the Zaman Force. He's actually already going to get a turret. Tier 1 falling up top. You can see how much gold he's farmed too. I mean, he's quite ahead, man. And he's going to have a great time scaling into this game, and that's going to be a problem if you're dealing with a Hereth, especially on a Claude who needs more time to build up. They're going to fight in the mid lane, spatial migration into the Requiem. They're going to try to lock down Mei, and they'll convert a kill. Meanwhile, Recall joined the fight in the mid. He's going to bring Ronix back. Zing's got to run away, but Ronix is going to get caught by himself again. A Recall on a killing spree at 3-0 on this Leomord.
The Sunset Ravens have to respect the kill potential of Guangzhou Gaming, man. They have to expend so much just to take out the roamer there, and that was made without the Revitalize. The next big objective fight, aside from the Black Dragon form, they have to deal with the Hylos zoning them out as well. And for now, they don't really have enough damage to do so. Whereas for Guangzhou, like you can see there, once they get Ronix out of position, this is the problem, and the Phoveus can't move backwards. The Yuzong can Furious Dive defensively, and it's still a pretty decent tool. But for the Phoveus, forward is the only way, and right now, SNR, they can't really back their teammate up.
Yeah, this is a tough position to be in. Popo again, just trapped in the jungle, can't run away when Hylos is across from you too, slowing you down like that. So just unfortunate, really difficult game, really difficult early game to start this one. If you're Sunset Ravens, they're going to fall a little bit more behind each death like that. Oh, looks like we're going to have a pause here once again, but we got to talk about what can happen here. What can happen for Sunset Ravens or Ashley? Your Rome is unfortunately not able to get the information that he needs to do on the Hilda. Not only that, but this is what I was saying. We saw this from Bankai. The ability to just zone out on a Yu Zhong, no matter who's playing him, is a problem, because you saw in the last fight, both XP laners, by the way, were trying to do that. Like Ronix was trying to do the same thing. He was trying to zone out the mid laner from Guangzhou Gaming, and Zing, all he had to do was get space, and that's fine. Ronix was hunting him down. Then you have a Yu Zhong separating your team from that, and then Recall is the big issue, because while that's happening, Recall is he's having the time of his life, man. He gets his Phantom Steed, or in this case, he's got his. Is that the Ducati? Is that one of the? Is it the Ducati skin for the Leomord? I think he's got a motorcycle, basically.
I think so.
I think it is the Ducati, But basically, he just gets free reign with his Ducati, and so Recall is living his life right now.
And this is the thing, man. The pressure in the neutral objective, we thought that maybe with the Phoveus, with the Guinevere, there will be more threat. But unfortunately, with your roamer being a Hilda, right now at least, Popo doesn't really provide enough damage, and he doesn't provide crowd control either. So is he supposed to, 1v1 Recall? Is supposed to maybe help the backline deal with Modi? Because I don't think the Hilda does well in either scenario, right? And unfortunately, because they have a Hilda roam here, it's very easy for Guangzhou Gaming to really read into the options for engages and pickoffs that Sunset Ravens might go for, right? We talked about the tools for the job, and the only real tool right here is a spatial migration. Even the dark wave from from the phobias, it can work. It is a nuisance, but it's not really as dangerous, you know. And for Guangzhou, they themselves don't really have a lot of big, quick, spammable crowd control, but what they do have is damage, man. And the burst damage right now, especially from Modi, is very, very apparent. This is a Yu Zhong that is getting a couple of kills, getting a farm advantage as well.
Yeah.
That's the last thing you want to have happen, especially if you have a phobias of your own, right? You're seeing the discrepancy here in the impact that both EXP lanes provide.
Yeah, I think that's why I always, when I look at like, you know, XP lane, the XP lane factor, you see how much of a value they bring in terms of a game or even the compositions, right? And there's a reason why even in the established professional leagues regions around the world, like you spend a lot of time talking about the XP laners, you know, because I feel like there's a distinct difference between what makes a great XP laner and just a good XP laner. And they're both trying to accomplish the same things, but at the same time, the team's got to be able to follow through with it. You know, I think that's the biggest problem, is sometimes your XP laner might be trying to do everything, but you know, can the team follow through with whatever the game plan is there? And that's why I'm always wondering as well, like for us anyway, we have so many of these mic checks like at the end of games, and it's always a really good insight to go ahead and hear how, you know, these professional teams communicate with each other. And in this instance where, you know, Sunset Ravens, you're falling quickly behind, it's going to be tough for them to kind of get to a point where they recalibrate and get themselves back into a position to fight against the, you know, some of these objective takes.
Again, it doesn't make it any easier that they don't really have a lot of tools for the job, right? And yeah, I don't know. Even if they want to go for a pickoff, this is the value of the Valentina as well. I'm liking how the Valentina is coming back into popularity, because part of what makes the Sushin such a prio pick, like whenever I play with my boys, whenever the Sushin is open, it's always pick or ban, right? So as a mid laner, I've played a lot of Sushin in the current meta, and it's because of that safety component. Right now, Eska is like so much more vulnerable on the Zetian, whereas for the side of Guangzhou Gaming, having a Valentina, you can be a lot more oppressive, you can be a lot more active, and worst case scenario, you still have a lot of tools to, first of all, you have pretty good sustain, you have 2 dashes, and you have a form of cloud control. That makes you a lot safer, as, Roshi taking some risks there.
Yeah, Rokushi here gonna get caught. Fear of the Phoenix dropped down too. They already got the tier 1 in the mid, but actually Modi will get punished. They jump in with a spatial migration. Glorious Pathway dropped down, but they gotta be careful. Recall's just on the other side here. Is he actually gonna go for Rokushi? I don't know if he's gonna be able to convert this into a kill. He's got enough crit. Oh, 1 hit, he'll get him down. Rokushi falls again. A great play from Recall, waiting for Singh to come through. But again, the flying clouds will bring Eska back, so they don't want to stay too long on this side of the map, even if they get a kill. So 1 kill converted in that exchange, a body for a body, basically. But I mean, the glaring issue here is between the junglers, man. I mean, XPs are doing what they can, but Rokushi's got to go ahead and recalibrate. He's got to be able to go ahead and make sure that he stays alive and doesn't fall too far behind. You can see he's almost 2,000 gold behind right now against Recall.
Definitely needs a bit more. Black Dragon Form already popped though. Popo caught a position.
Popo, yeah, you're not escaping that one. He wanted to rotate to help, man, but unfortunately, you know, you forget. Yeah, Muminet on the Claude can just get out with the BMI.
Oh boy, that's unfortunate, man. And again, there's enough crowd control to lock down a Hilda. You know, usually the Hilda is very slippery, it's hard to catch. But Guangzhou, with that sequence, has just shown that whoever it is that really overcommits, overextends, they can get shut down real quick. And that was supposed to be the slipperiest member of Sunset Ravens. So now you can see them getting boxed in, kind of. The jungle is no longer safe, man, because at any point in those bushes, if Mei or Modi or even a Recall are just waiting in the bush, whoever it is can immediately get bursted down. You know, Ronix as well, by the way, he rushed for the Chastised Pauldrons after the Dreadnought, which is interesting, right? He wants to get the extra bit of sustain, but nobody really is losing too much value from having the attack speed slowed. Like, they have it just a little bit, but not as much as the usual marksman. And look at this, they are rotating on the other side. keeping the gold in their safe. I guess they know they can't really fight for the Lord here, so they're
Yeah.
trying to get like a turret on top. It's the play to go for if you don't want to risk it. But even now, Mei is zoning them all solo, dude.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. This is the problem. Look at, there's a fight happening off map too, just for the tier 2. They're zoning them out across the board. So you're losing not only in these skirmishes, but just map control. And it's really hard. It's really tough for them to deal with that. They also have to get prepped and ready for this Lord push down bot. They'll go for a reset. Recall will go ahead and grab what he can before they approach this. They know they still have to get through the holy defenses, so those shields are still up. There might be a chance for Sunset Ravens to stay in this game as they fall behind further, 8,000 gold further behind. Fury the Phoenix, hold on by Xing here. We'll see if they uses it early for Ying. Holy Crystal for Sai too, so you know, it's crazy because he's been so aggressive on the Harith, he just hasn't gotten any kills with this. Black Dragon form going to be used. Glorious Pathway to drop down. There's the Fury of the Phoenix too. They're going to push down this turret, all to zone out Sunset Ravens. An easy turret take off the first Lord there for Guangzhou Gaming.
I mean, clean, calculated, man. Far side advantage right here. More benefit in the macro scene. And they don't even overextend. They understand that Sunset Ravens have a lot of crowd control, first of all. And if they're grouped together, it can get dangerous, right? We saw Modi get punished earlier in the mid lane turret contest because of it. But with a Sertian, with a Claude, right? With the Phoveus and the Guinevere, there's no need for them to really overextend with the short range that they have. So they're still sieging by all means, but they're not really taking any unnecessary risks unless they have the ults to back it up.
Oh, Fury of the Phoenix dropped down too. They're just trying to hold on. A nice spatial migration, but just not enough to withstand the initial setup as Rikushi is going to fall, and that's the punishment for just the multiple deaths in the early to mid game. You know, that would have been great if they could have followed through that spatial migration, but unfortunately, you know, you got to get out of there too, and you're seeing it. You're seeing the advantage of having this amount of gold above Sunset Ravens as they assault this top base turret. Mid's going to be next as they work it through. A big Furious Dive knock up into the air. Petrify was already used. Sunset Ravens fighting back for what they can. Recall gets the Phantom Steed. I thought it was a Ducati earlier, man. It's not. It's still the horse. And they break through with a blazing duet on Sai's trying to get away. He does still live for now until Rikushi finally gets a kill before he dies himself. So a couple kills going over to Sunset Ravens, but still the game belongs to Guangzhou Gaming.
Man, any trade at all will be nice. Getting the gold lane there as well is a huge advantage for Sunset Ravens. You know, that's a lot more value than the others. The shutdown on Recall would have been really, really nice, but at this point, the Leo Mort, man, way too tanky. A lot more sustainable than it looks at first glance, so there's no way they can burst them down. But by all means, Guangzhou, calm collected, they can wait for CY to respawn and go for this Lord, right? Right now, when CY was still down, that's where Sunset Ravens should have maybe tried to go for some kind of pickup, for some kind of angle. We see that Muiminet has damage by all means. It's not really a late game carry type of damage, but it's something that has to be respected from Guangzhou Gaming. But as long as they're playing as 5, it's going to be a bit difficult. And with this Evolved Lord, I think this is the tool that Guangzhou are looking for to really get a strong finish to this game.
Yeah, you know, aside from a couple deaths here that Sunset Ravens have been able to go ahead and get, overall it's just been Guangzhou Gaming's the nature of this composition to go ahead and just assault the base. And, you know, mind you, they did get 2 base turrets off of that. This next Lord marching in up top, they're going to try to see if they can hold on to the game. They're going to lose this mid turret because they've got to deal with this, and it's already at half health. May's got a immortality. Modi jumping in with Black Dragon form. They're going to force them off the turret. They're timing this perfectly. They've got a wave down bot too. Sunset Ravens doing what they can to defend and take care of the Lord. They're going to jump in. Fury of the Phoenix drop down too. Zaman forced to cover the fire. Sai will go in, unleash as Rikushi falls first. Recall picks up Popo. They'll pick up a 3rd kill, a double for Modi, and they'll focus down the base to take game 1.
Man, the gold advantage is just too much to deal with. We highlighted the concern of having the Fury of the Phoenix stolen as a counter-engage tool, and that's exactly what happened there in that final fight. You would think that the AoE maybe could have tipped the balance in favor of Sunset Ravens, but between the crowd control and the goal advantage, there was just too much, man. It was a brute force finish from Guangzhou Gaming.
Yeah, the very a part of me, again, I had question marks on how Sunset Ravens would play. Again, we don't get to see too much of the Japanese teams other than, their streams that they have occasionally here. But I feel like in this case, this is a very tough first glimpse for maybe a lot of people that are seeing them for the first time, just because, again, they're going against a tournament favorite here to get that direct spot to MSC. And, this kind of paints that picture, Arashi. You're expecting Guangzhou Gaming, who has a lot of experience up to this point, playing against teams who have played internationally, have gotten those reps in. You can see it in the way they play, right? From the first minute, the way that they started to move and rotate around the map, the way that they were able to secure kills, the way even that they utilized their heroes in their own lanes showcases, just a more of an understanding of that composition and the way they needed to move around the map. So this is one of those cases where it was very one-sided over to Guangzhou Gaming, and there just wasn't much of an opportunity for Sunset Ravens to even get back into this game. And a lot of that, again, when this falls apart in this nature, it's usually in that jungle, right? Unfortunately for Rikushi there on the Guinevere jungle, if you are dying, 2-3 times in the early game and you can't really contest, you can't help your team get ready to contest those objectives, you're 2 levels behind someone like a Leo Mord, for example, it's a really difficult place to be in and try to come back from.
I have to agree, man. They were punished so much in the early game, and it's all in the early game, dude, because team fighting, I feel like it's a bit more straightforward, right? Even with not too much experience, you can still decently team fight, you can maintain formation. But the early maneuvers, man, the ganks, the invades, how the mutual objective fights went, I think Guangzhou Gaming displayed again that they are a bit farther, way farther ahead when it comes down to the understanding on how the game's supposed to go. And unfortunately, again, you gotta immediately look at Rikushi, right? And if you look at the damage dealt right here, less damage than the Hilda. That is not what you want from the Guinevere, right? It's a prio pick. It has been for a while. Maybe not right now, but it's still a very respectable hero that has a great amount of damage, a great amount of sustain. So I feel like there was potential for Sunset Ravens to make this composition work, but they didn't really have the right vision on how they wanted to try and get that started. Which lane do we gank, or how do we want to rotate to? All those things, I think, really could have been polished a bit more. And by all means, the respect given by Guangzhou Gaming didn't make it any easier for Sunset Ravens. With the 2 Purifies, the Harriet and the Valentina are already slippery heroes to begin with. With the Purify, I don't think with a Guinevere Hilda, you're going to get any kind of kill whatsoever, at least in the early game, which brings the only possible gank in the EXP lane. And with that Yuzong pick, they effectively just shut down. There's no real gankable or hard winning lanes available for Sunset Ravens.
Yeah, very, very difficult there to make happen. And of course, MVP, their performance from Recall, he had a phenomenal time on the Leomord. I think his, the biggest thing though too is just the amount of space that was provided by the team was a big thing. That Recall had an early start, all that he wanted to do on the Leomord, and he had pretty much free reins to go ahead and make things happen. And I had to go and look, because I was like, Sai is so familiar to me, and I had to go and look. He is a Filipino player, so he's a Filipino player. Because I was like, I know, I've seen the name, and I just want to make sure too with the face that I was seeing earlier for Sai. Yeah, he used to play in the MDL Philippines, season 4 for RRQ Kaido. So we have a couple different Filipino players and even Filipino coaches that are participating on different teams here for MCT EA, which is great. Again, we kind of see this happen often, right? Imports, exports for across the board for MLBB. And just because a team has an import doesn't necessarily give them the upper hand. The perfect example of this was the play-ins yesterday. Like I was saying, for the South Korean team, Feiyun Esports, they had 2 Filipino players plus a coach, and unfortunately for them, they didn't win a match. So but you can tell like with the way that Sai was playing, and you know, we know that these gold laners, they love the Harith if they can grab it, and it was so interesting to see him. Like, he didn't have, I think I mentioned this, like he didn't have kills, but the way that he was playing the Harith, like he was a huge threat to Sunset Ravens, and that was partially due to the fact that they just had such a good lead built up in the early game.
I think it's one of those situations where you really suffer from success, right? The meme, suffering from success.
Suffer
a meme,
from success.
But at the same time, when your team has a Valentina, has a Yu Song, you know, and then a Leo Mort, right? And you're playing how you're supposed to as a Harith, saving this amount force, kiting, managing distance, you kind of miss out on the kills because your guys in the front are just like running over the opposition. So unfortunately, I feel like if the game was closer, CY would have a bit more spotlight, a bit more time to do some damage, to make some outplays, but it really never came down to that, right? Unfortunately, the frontliners were doing their own thing. So, hey, sometimes you gotta understand that that's the way it is. A win's a win no matter what. It's a team game. So
yeah,
you play your part. It's better to look kind of like you're not participating enough, rather than try too hard to do so and then build up some weird habits in the process. You know what I mean? It's better to just make sure that you keep that clean play style, because you know that the farther they go in the league, they're gonna find even tougher opposition that will demand that kind of respect.
Yeah, this leaves me to question, like, I wonder what kind of adjustments Sunset Ravens are going to do here for game 2, because, you know, if anything, that didn't go their way at all. Basically in game 1, I think the best place to start is just locking down their jungle, man. You need a way to go ahead and allow your jungle to get the best start possible. You got to go ahead and give Rakushi, you know, an opportunity. Maybe there's a better hero for him too. Just in general, because I think, you know, if your jungle can't even move across the map, unfortunately you're in a tough position. So maybe there's something that they could pull through from their qualifiers up to here. You know, he does play the YSS. Suyo is something that he's played. He's also played Harley. That's what I was thinking, like, even though the Harley, but it was, you know, I think it was banned out. But so Suyo, YSS, Guinevere, Harley.
Yeah, I think both were banned. So Guangzhou Gaming definitely did their homework, which is why it gets a bit difficult right here. I feel like the jungle, yes, but the roam too, man. I think showing it too early isn't really a good idea, and you want to have something a bit more active. You know, we've seen Hilda's work, but those are very specific circumstances, right? If you want to show it first or second pick, I feel like you want to go with something that has a bit more crowd control. It can dictate the pace a bit more.
Yeah.
But again, by all means, they might not even want to try and match Guangzhou Gaming's early game, seeing how tight it is, right? How neat they've been playing. It really depends on how they want to adapt here, right? They have options to fight fire with fire, or maybe they can take the back foot and play a more passive style. It's not meta by all means, but you know, they displayed great adjustments, great trading as well, so that could be an option.
Yeah, I think the draft is just going to tell us exactly what the idea is going to be here for Sunset Ravens. Guangzhou Gaming, for the most part, they seem, you know, just to be going through what they did in their qualifiers up to here. Again, they took down some pretty experienced teams, and I don't think they have to change too much. Like, that's one of the things about this, is they really don't have to change much of the game plan at all. I think every lane you looked at they had a pretty good control over it. I think for Sunset Ravens, like, if they change up, that's the problem though too, is like, if you're on the red side, you're kind of honed in on these specific bans, usually Freya, Jushin at least, you know, for red side bans. Unless something big changes here, maybe side swap also will play a part in that. It's good to see Sunset Ravens still smiling on this, you know, because I think, you know, even for them, I'd love to hear, you know, what the game plan they're going to come up with for this one. But is this also kind of what you expected, Arashi, like in terms of just the way that Sunset Ravens might have showed in their first showing here for the playoffs?
Definitely was hoping for a bit better of a start, right? Of course, being a bit more biased. because go Japan. But
Go Japan.
against Guangzhou Gaming, man, I mean, I think a lot of people are expecting this kind of dominance, dude. Yeah, I mean, from the drafting phase, from the execution, I did highlight how there were some concerns about how they can actually engage and be fluid in their movements around the map. But even with that disadvantage almost, they were able to outmatch Sunset Ravens right here. So again, like you mentioned, they have nothing to really change right now. They can go with the same exact draft and they know they have the tools to pull it off. I think the first move has to be from Sunset Ravens, man.
Yeah, we're going to jump into the draft here for game 2. Let's see what happens. It was very one-sided for game 1.
Ooh.
Yep, Sunset Ravens will be on the blue. Guangzhou Gaming on red. They'll take out the Harith. This might be one of those cases where they just want to go ahead and grab the Harley. I think, like we mentioned, that's one of the biggest things they can do is, and I don't think you ban that out on red side unless it's like the swerve, just throw the wrench, throw the wrench there, ban out the Harley and maybe red 3. But it's probably going to be the Freya Jushin ban. And if the Harley isn't available, then maybe you get the Marcel. I don't know if that's up in the repertoire of Popo here, but maybe we see him play with it.
The Marcel, though, again, I think it's very situational, right? You can follow up, you can zone, but as far as being the sole playmaker, it's going to be very difficult. So if they want to go with the Marcel, by all means, I guess
they
not.
ban it.
But if they wanted to go for it, they need to have other tools available. And I think that it starts from there, right? They've seen that Guangzhou Gaming have that discipline, have that, have the maneuvers around the map and how they walk around, how they prep for a team fight. So they're going to have to force the mistakes to happen, In a default way, Guangzhou Gaming ain't going to make any of those easy slip-ups. And they ban with the Freya and Sushin, so they have the liberty right here to really go for just the high prio stuff.
High priority. See recall too. He's again on the Leomord alone. He was quite deadly. I think he can essentially play sort of what he wants to here. Maybe the Suyo also if the Harley ends up getting traded out. That's typically the trade we see. Harley for Suyo or Harley for a Leomord, but Leomord's also being banned. It's a bit of a respect there, against recall. MVP from game 1. And there's the Harley, so they'll take out the Harley. So this leaves
Suyo?
the question, do you want to get the Suyo now or do you take Claude, maybe? Claude?
So, the concern for me is that a hero we've seen really start popping up is the Joy, dude. And 1v1, we know how the matchup goes, Suyo versus Joy. So even if Sunset Ravens go for the Suyo Prio, I think there's ways to go around that. And it's going to be the Valentina, actually. Not a bad idea, honestly, taking that away from Xing, I believe, and having their own tools, right? Their own safe mid lane. Pair that with a good roamer, and I think they're set for a pretty okay time early game.
Yeah, but Ying can also just take the Zetian if he wants to. And you fight Fury of Phoenix for Fury of the Phoenix.
That's true.
With Suyo being open, maybe they go ahead and prior that. Suyo, Claude.
Oh, what?
They'll go Carry instead. Carry Guinevere. So Guangzhou Gaming doing something different, at least for this one. Could just be testing things out too, in the sense of they had such a strong dominant game 1, and interestingly enough, Bruno's going to be picked up right here, right now, alongside the Suyo for Sunset Ravens in that first phase. They don't want the we saw so many gold lane options banned out in game 1, so
yeah,
I think this is just one of those situations where it's like, okay, you don't see a Claude Harith matchup, we're fine with that, but on the other side, you'll still have a Phoveus to play against here. And the Phoveus plus the Guinevere, that alone will give so much space to a carry to shine in a game.
Right. It is a bit less mobile so far, but I'll be honest, I'm very surprised to see the carry and Bruno being this prio, because in all the other regions, not so much, right? We've still been looking at the Harith and Claudes. So now for Guangzhou, they're banning out the EXP and options, the Uranus, the Terizla. The Glue, though, might still be okay. It's a good matchup against the Phoveus. Although again, whatever it is, against a carry, it kind of forces you to think twice. The Kalia ban I really like from Sunset Ravens. The last thing you want is to allow Guangzhou Gaming another tool and more ways to sustain their already very tanky, very sustainable self-healing frontline. They go for the Sitian ban even though they can steal the ultimate. But hey, the Eve is still available, you know? There's still options here in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah, Eve. Oh gosh, and if they do get the Eve, I'm a bit worried here for Sunset Ravens to fight into. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say, man. Because the Bruno is gonna have a hard time. Yes, you are gonna be critting for like 1500, but trying to fight into an Eve Phoveus Guinevere, your positioning has to be impeccable, man. Like, and that's, you know, that's a little scary. That's a little worrisome. So hopefully they can go ahead and support the Bruno with this. Yes, Valentina can grab her own RWM off of this. Glue's great. Is this going Roam or is this going XP though? There is flex potential. You're thinking XP against the Phoveus. So what do you take here? The Khalid? Do you take a Hylos?
See, normally I would say Khalid will be okay, but
oh no, so it's Roam Glue.
Lapu to deal with the Yi with the back line. Oh, they bring the Kaja in it too. Old school stuff here from Guangzhou Gaming. And why not, right? They have the right building blocks for it. Oh man,
brother, I was worried about the Bruno for Muminet, and now I'm fearful. Now I'm scared, like completely, because even if you have the perfect micro to dodge all the stuff you need to dodge in this, you can only slide once. You can only I'm assuming he has Flicker. Maybe he runs Purify. I don't know, but then you have a Kaja to just grab you, so your efforts are gone.
Considering it is a Kaja, I think Flicker makes a lot more sense, right?
Yeah.
All the knockups and the such are a lot more telegraphed, and you can't Purify from a Divine Judgment, so I think it's gonna be a Flicker option. I'm surprised they went for this route, man. They go for a backline carry, technically, that crits, you know, does burst, but I think in the late game, in the mid to late game, not as much as the carry, right? I think the carry bursts a single target down faster, and they don't leave anything to protect them with, right? They go Suyo, Glue, Lapu Lapu, Valentina. These are all heroes that want to move forward, man. So I think Muiminet's going to be left to his own devices, whatever that is, and everyone else will be focused more on trying to deal with the actual fight. I don't really see the vision, the synergy, right? I think synergy-wise, Guangzhou, they have a lot more to work with in this game.
Oh man, yeah, I feel like that's the perfect way to say it. Leave him to his own devices. Hey, good luck. You know, basically, is what it feels like. But again, let's see what ends up happening here. This could be a 3-game series if Sunset Ravens make this happen.
Hang on a minute. Not even a weapon mastery for the Bruno. Muiminette going for lane dominance, it seems, with the killing spree, the assassin emblem. But Eska and Popo losing out in the trades here. The Kaja is doing a surprising amount of damage, man. May is just whipping them out of lane.
Yeah, I feel like it's such a surprise with a Kaja. You know, it's popped up more and more through the course of this meta. You cannot deny how much value you can get out of a Divine Judgment, though. Just being able to kind of like click on a target, grab them, and potentially get an easy kill, so you get a numbers advantage, is great. But then, you know, that kill is going to happen so quickly, especially when the carry for Sai scales up. And, you know, we see this oftentimes when a carry is picked up. If you have a problem with range, how do you solve it? And because you got to wait for a while for the Malefic Gun, just get a hero that's going to bring you your kills to you, you know? So I feel like they solved that issue, at least for now, for Guangzhou Gaming.
And again, even if Sunset Ravens want to go all in, they really have to try and prio for Ronix, man. Ronix has to do well, like desperately, if they really want a chance at winning this game. And on top, Popo. Oh man, got shredded immediately. This is what I'm talking about, man. They don't have the prio from the mid lane. And then now the EXP lane ganks that we're trying to plan out doesn't really work out. If the Lapu isn't like isn't fed or isn't having enough items. Dude, how do you deal with the Yves and the carry, man? He's like their only lifeline in the big fights.
Ooh, little 1v1 here. Muminet, like you mentioned, he has the 1v1 emblems locked in, so he's going to battle it out with Sai, but Sai, especially early on, if he gets the shred through, he's going to be fine. Turtle's going to be secured, though, by Guangzhou Gaming, so Turtle's secured, put pressure on the purple now of Rakushi. A flicker forward with the Divine Judgment. Easy kill is what we were talking about would be the case with a Kaja on the lineup, and you just saw it.
And again, there are so many ways to do this, right? They get prio. I'm surprised the Kaja is even getting that much prio, you know, along with the, I guess the Yves is the main force behind the clearing. But when you have this kind of prio, then it's only about picking and choosing your engagement. And, you know, pick from the litter, man. You want a Divine Judgment? Sure. You want a Spatial Migration? Sure. Later on, you want a Dark Wave Flicker combo from Modi? They have so many ways to start a fight that I don't think later on Sunset Ravens are going to be able to really react in time or predict it correctly, which is why they have to rely on the bravest fighter to kind of fight through the immunity. Oh, man.
Oh no, it's getting worse. Oh, the flicker forward from Modi to clean up the kill. Another pickup here across the board, and this is looking just like in game one when Rakushi, man, he did not have the start that he wanted, and he's played the Suyo through the qualifier, but right now he's not getting to play in game two. He's just continued to focus down. He's falling 1,000 gold behind Recall, game one's MVP. You see Eska chose to hold on to Divine Judgment too. Maybe there's a potential for them to make a play there. Rakushi alongside the rest of the team gonna rotate down to this bottom side, should be able to kill. Goes in the hands of the Bruno for Muminet. A little bit of hope here right now in the early game to just get one kill. And I'm thinking over in this sense, it might be Muminet that is the one to make this game happen for Sunset Ravens. We've seen Brunos before just get to a point where they're critting like crazy, and that might be threat enough as long as he's somehow able to stay alive himself. So you'll see this Turtle is going to be up here in just a second. Positioning now. May's got a Divine Judgment. Mid lane looks to be the focus. They're going to be going for Ronix. Already have to pop the stun. Can he actually get out of this? Oh, he's already using everything already. He disengages. The fight for this Turtle's going to break out. Rakushi won't be able to survive, and Recall will get the Turtle as well. Just not the fight they're looking for as Guangzhou Gaming just looks to punish Sunset Ravens more.
Dude, Recall is on a roll right now. The damage. It's almost like he's trying to tell Sunset Ravens, like, this is how you play a Guinevere, bro. Like, he is active all across the map, setting up for these plays. And again, he has the backup to do so. The fact that they went for a Divine Judgment play from Mei without the carry in position, that was disrespectful, man. They just went for it and like, whatever. They didn't get the kill, and it doesn't even matter. Recall comes in and just started kicking everyone down. Looking at the quick item check right here. No real huge power spikes, and right now, look at this.
Hold that thought. They're going to be able to go in. Ronix gave the call, it seemed like, but he's the one to get punished, and this is the item advantage right now. Recall does have to deal with this glue from Popo, but now Popo, after locking in, he's going to have to deal with the real-world manipulation. He's trying to get away, but Modi finds him, crashes down with an Infernal Pursuit. Doesn't even need to flicker forward, and it's just punishment after punishment for Sunset Ravens.
Just can't get away. And while they're doing all that, mid turret falls, the outer turret's already all gone, and you can see it. The flow chart, right? The checklist from Guangzhou Gaming. You get pressure, get ganks, get the structures, get the invades, and boy, they are pushing a tempo right here that Sunset Ravens are not comfortable with. They wanna perhaps buy some more time for Muminet, right, to scale up, to get those crits, to be a real threat in the backline. But neither him or Eska right now are being respected, man. They are being completely ignored in these fights. Even the potential crowd control option is not really being considered by Guangzhou. They're just going all in aggression.
Yeah, look at Mei right now. Look at the positioning from Mei. If he wants to, he can actually pull anyone from this fight. They're going to have to just give up that Turtle. Third one's up, and they fall further and further behind in jungle, plus cross the map. Rikushi just hitting level 8 to Recall's 11. Conceal going to be used. They're going to go right on target. Divine Judgment for Rikushi. He's going to try to get away. As he does, the team will re-engage without him. They're able to take out Ying. A good pickup once again for Muminet. So there you go. They clap back. They counter punch. They still have 6,000 gold to cover here in the deficit against Guangzhou Gaming. But again, I think it's relying on Muminet to carry this game.
On Muminet, but you have to give credit to SK as well in that fight, stealing the Divine Judgment, getting the moment for his team. Guangzhou are getting a bit sloppy though. They might be underestimating Sunset Ravens a bit too much. They keep going for these plays that are disjointed, right? They don't go for the Divine Judgment with the real manipulation. They're thinking that they can get away with being like cheaping out almost on the resources that they have. And I mean, you know, they are ahead in gold by all means, but you know, one of these times.
Look at Rikushi on the economy, man. He is
below
starving.
The roamer.
He's starving Arashi.
Even Ronix, bro. 2 players having less gold than your roamer. That is less than ideal to say the least. But again, they have tools to kind of make moments happen. As long as Guangzhou Gaming keep giving them the opportunity, you know, keep letting their guard down like this, there's always a chance.
They get the shield at the 8-minute mark up top already as the tier 2 in the mid falls too. This is just Guangzhou Gaming basically playing into their advantage. I think they're willing to just take those chances up to this point because again, you know, even if they don't convert a kill and they lose someone, it's not that big of a deal. Recall being level 12, Rikushi, you saw just how disparity it is, much of a disparity is in terms of itemization for him. He's 3 levels behind. There's no way you're going to be able to get the retribution, come down to the retribution for this Lord. You're going to have to give it up and get to a point where you're just going for this defense, trying to make this happen. Lord will spawn, Guangzhou Gaming will secure it. My question is, can Sunset Ravens lineup keep them into this game? There isn't some amazing clear that we're used to seeing with this composition.
Yeah, they're not built for sieging at all. Again, they have crowd control though to discourage a full-on dive, but this time Guangzhou Gaming don't really have to. They have a real-world manipulation from Xing to really set the tune, right? To kind of zone them out. And push comes to shove, they use Modi to zone, you know, sacrifice his life for the base turret. And they have options like that. They go for Popo again.
Oh, my goodness, Popo is supposed to be a tank, and he just gets blasted. And Muminet too, the one bit of hope for Sunset Ravens gets dismantled. They'll be back up before this Lord pushes in, but right now you're seeing just how quick these members from Sunset Ravens can be shredded down. And, you know, whether that's with Sire or not, that's just up to them. It's their choice who they want to focus down on. The shield in the mid wave, they're trying to hold on to it, see if they can, but that cannon minion, the retry will keep it up. Retribution used, Rikushi, but Lord will slowly make its way up top. The rest of the waves are going to be pushing in, so the shield will pop here in the mid as Sai is waiting for that wave down bottom as he works on the tier 2, knocking that down. Massive lead, 10,000 gold right now for Guangzhou Gaming. Are they looking to end the game off this first Lord push? The top turret's going to be worked on. Eska holding on to his own Divine Judgment, but who do you even go for? RWM dropped down. He's going to go ahead and use it. He just, Popo is blasted again for the 5th time, even with a flicker. Can't survive. Guangzhou Gaming looking to cap off the game. A base is going to be at half health already. They're looking to cap out a couple of kills. Ronix doing everything he can, but it won't be enough as Guangzhou Gaming, the tournament favorites for now, will sweep Sunset Ravens.
Just like that, man. They made it look easy. Completely steamrolling all the way from the early game with some picks that was on the other side the first time around. Sending a message, man, like you're playing with the big boys now. You gotta know how to maximize those heroes, man. And they certainly showed it. Going old school with the Kaja, it doesn't matter, man. The power of the Guinevere, the control from the Yves, all together was just too much. It seemed like there was gonna be a moment there from Eska. He went and again made a Divine Judgment play, but it didn't come through. We'll see more of that in the replay, but for now, congratulations to Guangzhou Gaming, man, sending a clear message to everyone.
Yeah, very strong showing, man. And again, that's what I was saying. I think coming into this, even from the plans, we were talking about that with Staffa, just saying that, you know, I think tournament favorites, definitely Guangzhou Gaming. They were waiting in the playoffs. You just saw what they brought to the table, and there's a reason why they took down some familiar names, on their road leading up to this point. And you saw it in the way that they played, the way that they drafted, the way that they moved around the map. It seems like their game plan and their play style is very locked in, and they know exactly where to punish and not. I mean, even think about that one now, game to game, where Sai was like, yo, let me in. Like, I've spent my time farming up these items, and I've got everything I can, just like he did on the Harith in game 1. Well, now in game 2, at least he got a couple kills. But they're just so good at rotating and finding those early kills when they need to. And I think even in this case, the ability to use a Kaja in your repertoire in terms of like your roam is great to have, and it's something that teams are going to have to consider.
Unfortunately for Sunset Ravens, nice try for now, but bro, you really get that feeling that Guangzhou Gaming weren't even pushed to their limits. They still have a lot left in the tank, and that is what makes it so scary. That is why they are the tournament favorites, man. You can tell that there's still other heroes, other play styles that they have still hidden up their sleeve, and they don't need to really show it unless they are really, pushed with their backs against the wall. And it's always a terrifying thing to kind of consider if you're trying to prepare to go up against a team like this.
Yeah, it's tough when you're looking across them. Again, that's why I was saying it's such a big obstacle here, Arashi, for Sunset Ravens, because their first game that we get to watch them play in MCTEA is versus, a team like this. And it's always a check. Hopefully, for Sunset Ravens, like I said, they go down to the lower bracket, so they still have an opportunity there. But this is definitely something where you can look at okay, what can we take from this experience? Like if you're Sunset Ravens, like, what do we learn from this? And that's hard to answer because it was a very one-sided series, in that case. But the same thing I can say is when we watched our matches yesterday, with the first match that we had, YBG versus FY, it was also very one-sided. It was a stomp, and then the HUNS went the distance with FY, and FY actually made a readjustment just from match to match, and then it ends up happening that the HUNS went 2-1 against YBG. So some of these teams at this point, they're very quick to recalibrate. And one thing that definitely happens from, because again, we're going to see these guys play again later throughout the day, and it's just like they have the potential to go ahead and readjust from here. This is very quick. 10:38, by the way. The last one was 14 exactly. This one 10:38. And so if you're Sunset Ravens, knowing that you're down to your one last life, what do you learn from this matchup against the tournament favorites? Maybe it was the draft, maybe it was the way they moved around the map. I think, again, I'm going back to it, and you see the MVP being recall here. My biggest thing that Sunset Ravens has to adjust, even looking into the future, if they end up going to the wild card, being one of the wild card teams, and not getting the direct invite, is the jungle, man. Somehow, some way, it's either going to be protect Rikushi so he doesn't die 2-3 times in the early game, because that's where it all starts to fall apart. Your jungler is dying 2-3 times. You can't contest objectives. What else is happening?
Yeah, and maybe that can start from the mid lane and roam combo as well, right? Get something that can clear waves and be always at Rokushi's, have his back, right? Back him up when he's actually going into these danger zones. And unfortunately, I think they won't be able to pick up much team fight wise, considering how the 5v5s looked so one-sided there due to the gold disparity that was built up due to the skirmishes, the pickups too. But on the bright side, I think there's a lot of things that can kind of like look at when it comes down to the drafting, when it comes down to the early rotations at least, how to set up the ganks in the initial like level 4 before the neutral objective and stuff like that. They also need to kind of go the extra mile though, and also consider if they do display any kind of weakness in the later stage of the game. But I hear we're gonna have an interview, Naisu.
Yep, we're gonna head on over to stage.
欢迎来到
But
赛后
this
采
is
访，
with
再次恭
Guangzhou
喜广
Gaming.
州
So
给你2比0
unfortunately, I
拿
don't
下
think
比
we're
赛
gonna
的
be
胜
able
利，
to
同时我们也
translate.
邀请到了
Can
广
you
州队的
translate?
辅助选手妹。
I mean, I can try. I have a very limited amount of Mandarin in my disposal.
首先还是要恭喜你们2比0兵不血刃，现在心情如何？
心情挺好的，但是一切
Did you
尽
catch
在
any of
掌
that?
握中。
一切尽在掌握中，不出所料，依旧是拿下了这
I'm
胜利
I'm
的一
straining
局。
my eyes
之
so
前好
hard,
像
but
这种
I'm
人没
not
有和日
picking
本
up
赛和
much,
这种
man.
美
I'm
国经典赛
sorry.。
那
Hey,
今
it's a good
天试
attempt.
下
I
来，
think
觉得
I think Stafford
他
was trying
们
to do
的
the same
风
thing
格和其
yesterday,
他
you
的
know.
外赛区的
But this
强
is
度
May,
有什么
and
样的
you
区
know
别
May
呢？
was very
我
strong,
觉
like
得
we
他
were
们和
talking
外赛
about
区的队伍
throughout
的
this
区别是，他们可能更
throughout
偏
their
向于自保赢
performances,
和保
not
护
just
射
here,
手。
but even their
更偏向于自保赢，所以
qualifiers
说更容易针
leading
对
up to
嘛。
this point. You know,
是这样的，对。
我想问
MCS
一下，
is
这
in
个对
season
面
two.
今
I
天
think they
哪
just
个选手
concluded
给到你
season
们管
two.
理
They're
给你们压力
they're
比较
trying
大
to
呢？
master season two.
其实游戏里的话是没有的，
And
但
you know,
是赛
definitely a
前
team
准备我
to
们
to
是
look out
比较
for
针对他们的
because
射手。
they
是
actually
看出来了，在
ended
PP
their
的环节，
regular
甚至
season
对于他们的
at
一些
the
某
top
些
of their
位置做了
standings.
极
You
强
know,
的 PP 针对，
6-1,
这
I
是你
believe
们
it was.
赛前
They
做了
went
多久
13-3
训练的成果
overall.
呢？
They
就
were
是在昨
essentially
天抽
like
签
in
抽
a
完了
way
以后做的
tied
比拼吧。
nearly
晋
with
级训练
DFYG.
也是看得出来非常的认真准备比赛
And
了。
they just went
最
through
近发
their
现，确实阔海
playoffs
选手的发挥真的
very
非常的
strongly.
爆种，
They
变成
did
了
go
阔
the
海 Pro
distance in some of their
Max。想
matchups,
问一下，
but
作为这个
you
阔
know,
海选手的
Guangzhou
队
Gaming
友，你
definitely
是
fun
什
to
么时候
watch.
发现他进化的？
I can't wait to see them if they
其
are
实
going to
我
be
一
the
直觉得
team
他很强，我一直觉
to
得
get to
他
the
是中国
MSC
最强的打野
direct。group stage.
一
We'll
直都
see
认
how
为
they
阔海选
perform
手是
there.
中国最强的打野
I can agree,
来自于
man.
对手，来自于队
I don't know, I
友
always
极
have
高
a
的认可呀。
big
那也是
bias
广州
towards
Gaming晋
teams
级
that
到了
really
胜者
don't
组的
waste time,
对
you know,
决，
they
是
get
一场
straight
背靠
at
背。
it.
下一场你们
And
的
I
对手
think
是
Guangzhou
The
Gaming
HUNS
really
Sports，
display
他
that.
们这两天的比赛
When
你
they
们
have
看了
any
吗？
kind of advantage,
都有
when they
看。
have any kind of
觉
control,
得
they
他
don't
们
really
实
like
力如何？
they don't sit around. They don't
在
really
蒙
like
古很
relax,
不错
knowing
的
that they have a lead,
对手吧。
right? They always
很强的
try
对
and
手，
find
那你
ways to
们
make
对阵
use
他
of that
们
lead.
有
It's
几
almost like
成
they
的
have
把
that
握
Asian
呢？
work ethic, right?
我
Never
觉得随
really
便赢。
relaxing.
随
So
便赢吗？
I
上
think
一
it's
场的
really
采
good,
访
and it makes
应
for
该
some
妹
really
选手也有看了，
entertaining
是不是？采访到
MLBB.
UK 以及昨
And
天也采访到了班
by
凯
all，means,
他们
if
都
they
说
can
最
pull that
想
off
对
with
阵的队伍就是
Kaja,
广
I
州
think they
Gaming，
have
以及想看一看
other
到底谁
ways
是谁的
to
心
deal
魔
with。this, and
妹
I think it's
有
going
没
to
有
be
什么想要
fascinating to
回应
really
的？
see how
我
they
觉
deal
得
with
昨天你们怎
with other
么
teams
打 YBG
later
的，
on
今
when
天
they're
我们就是
forced
怎么打
to
你们。
give up some
哇，
kind of
非
heroes,
常
when they're
狠的
forced to
赛前狠
respect
话。
ban
那同时
some
我们也
other
期待一
heroes
下
as well.
下一场
I think we're
广州
we can see
Gaming
the full
和
extent
The
of their
HUNS
flexibility
Sports 的
there.
精彩对决。让我们稍事休息一
Yeah,
下，
I think
精彩比赛
Romers
马
is
上回来。
great to see. We're going to be throwing it over to a break before our next matchup.
Take me out into the water as the full moon rise.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Championship Tour East Asia, where earlier we saw the tournament favorites Guangzhou Gaming get a dominant showing against Sunset Ravens 2-0. But now we're looking forward to another Guangzhou Gaming match. Hang on a second, who is this? It's not Naisu anymore.
Yeah, I'm not Sir Naisu. I'm not Joseph, but it's fun. Like I early on was able to cast the Mongols versus the HUNS esports. That was fun, but Guangzhou Gaming, they're looking pretty good, right? Like the only downside, I guess, minor downside coming into this series is that they didn't have as much time to rest as the HUNS. But I would argue that you come off fresh a win like that, and then you go into your next match. I think Guangzhou Gaming, they're gonna be feeling really good about this.
Yeah, man, they're definitely working with momentum right here. They had a very dominant performance and they made it look easy, right? They were going with unique picks. They went with the Kaja carry, man, very early on. So we'll see if the HUNS have a countermeasure for that. They themselves don't have a lot of time to really come up with something right here. So I'm interested to see if they try and do the same approach they did in match 1, right? That super aggressive style, because I kind of like that, man.
Yeah, like it's a very brawly style. It's designed to tire the opponents out, right? Like you fight so much, you get tired, you start losing focus. Well, we haven't gone down that road. We haven't been doing that for a while, thankfully. It still happens every once in a while, but we're definitely not the rowdy one. At least not as like a few seasons ago, right? Like now we're a bit more structured. I think it's also because like the coaches we have in MPL MY, we have some pretty macro heavy focused coach, like Saint DeLucas. We have like Sasa. Those people, they're not really the brawly type. I feel like you get a pay cut if you brawl like that, which is good, right? That's why watching like the HUNS and the Mongols duke it out, it was pretty refreshing, albeit slightly exhausting with how often they like to fight, but that's what defines them.
I mean, sometimes you just want that kind of style, man. And again, it's not like it doesn't work, right? Like you mentioned, the mental strain is there. And any team that wants to play a bit too textbook, a bit too tactical, man, they're gonna struggle to really find their bearings when the game just keeps rolling like that. If they get a map like the Flying Clouds, it only gets even worse, right? We've seen some really creative uses of that Flying Cloud. So hey, maybe the HUNS are onto something, right? If they can pull it off against Guangzhou Gaming, I think they have a pretty strong argument that it works,
Yeah, I mean, especially right now, like I think we came into this thing, feeling that the Mongols are probably like the favorites to get that group stage slot. They just got dropped by the HUNS, and I think it's a big deal for the HUNS to be able to achieve that, especially for Bankai, who was ex-teammates with ZXora. Now against Guangzhou Gaming, if they win this, they go straight into grand finals and they will put themselves literally one series away from that group stage entrance, and that would be monumental for the HUNS.
Yeah, it's gonna be a massive advantage, especially with their style, right? If they want to really tire people out, having the upper bracket route would be so good for them to come in like refreshed before. As before, team lineup for Guangzhou Gaming: CY, Mei, Xing, Recall, and Modi that we just saw earlier, with a dominant performance, displaying flexibility, coming through again. But the HUNS back at it: Yuki, Oyu, Kenny, still meta, and Bankai coming in to challenge the tournament favorites with their signature style, hopefully.
Yeah, signature style, very brawl-centric. Always try to draft lineups that want to run at your face. Like the Hilda, Khalid, the Hylos, and Yuki liking to take on those 1v1s in the gold lane. And so some quirks that we've been able to pick up when they went up against the Mongols, and really reinforces what they've already shown yesterday. But for Guangzhou Gaming, very, very systematic. The way that they handle Sunset Raven is not in the sense where we're clearly better than them. We're going to just, autopilot and beat them. No, they do it as if Sunset Raven are always a step ahead of them. And I think the macro advantage, the macro experience is what's going to give Guangzhou Gaming that advantage over the HUNS.
Yeah, macro is gonna be like the main tool against a team that wants to be broader like that. Sometimes the macro really suffers from it, right? You're exchanging control for tempo, basically, with that style. So for Guangzhou, I think this shouldn't be a style that they haven't really met before, right? It's a known thing, and honestly, if you play in the amateur tournaments before, if you play high-level ranked games, a lot of teams, a lot of stacks really enjoy that high-tempo style as well. So they should be able to get around it. But again, it will depend on how much of a curveball the HUNS can actually throw at Guangzhou, right? Are they gonna try and do a bit of a half-half? Do they want to have something different? Maybe the same tempo style towards the EXP lane, but having a solid like macro gold lane, like a Moskov, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's something that I feel like you and I are very familiar with, like in our own respective regions, where you have teams that just like to fight, like no matter what they fight, and then when they go up against teams that are a lot more organized in a macro sense, that's where they start struggling. You get pulled around the map, and we probably would see that contrast in this matchup between Guangzhou Gaming and the HUNS. And I personally want to see if when the HUNS are put in the back foot like that, do they have like a plan B? Like how good do they respond to a team that is more focused on playing the bigger picture, I guess, instead of just these these scrappy fights through and throughout.
Yeah, we didn't really catch too much of the interview in the previous match as well. Are you gonna be able to like semi-translate this, Husky? Because you speak Mandarin, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, if a translation is needed, I can do it, no problem.
Score, man.
Yes.
Dude, you can actually speak Mandarin. Who would have thought? It's crazy.
Funny story. So recently, I was at work and then I bumped into someone. Right. The staff asked me if I could help them translate because they had a customer that speaks only Mandarin, not that good in English. The customer actually came to Malaysia to study English, right? So they were like using translation app, and I helped like do the translation, which was pretty like I would say smoothen out the process between the business and client side. And the customer was like, wow, you speak very good Mandarin. I'm like, yeah, I grew up speaking Mandarin, but it's a pretty interesting like experience, considering that I think some people might not know that Mandarin is a thing here, but it's fine. I think it's always good to know an extra language.
Yeah, I wish I could say the same, dude. My Mandarin is so it's like I had like up to middle school it was in the curriculum, but I didn't get anywhere too far with Mandarin. So when earlier I was like, okay, let me try to see if I can make out some words. Yeah, within 3 seconds I'm like, this ain't working out, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's one of the hardest language to learn. But once you like figure it out, it's actually one of the most beautiful languages. That's the easiest way to like describe it. Which is why sometimes I watch like these broadcasts and there's Mandarin. I'm like, I need to listen to them. So hopefully, if Guangzhou Gaming goes all the way and they qualify to MSC, like the group stage, we're gonna hear more from them. But that's gonna be tomorrow, right? We have to see if they can get past the HUNS first today.
Can't count them out, man. So back to the topic at hand. Again, for the HUNS, I think if they really want to try and exert their dominance, right, exert their style up onto Guangzhou Gaming, mentioned this a bit earlier with Naisu, but they need the right tools for the job. They gotta make sure they get the right kind of stuns, the right kind of mobility to actually move around, the damage too. But now coming on stage, Guangzhou Gaming and the whole roster.
Yeah, and again, we saw Guangzhou Gaming earlier on. I feel like we get a good idea of what they are good at, but it doesn't give us a full picture, of how good they actually are, just because they were so dominant when they went up against Sunset Raven. So this is probably the true test to see the full power level of Guangzhou Gaming. Like if they still show the exact same dominance against the HUNS, then I think we'll get a good idea of what the power ranking is.
For sure. They're also coming off a match, so we'll see if the mental fatigue might be a factor. Coming onto the stage right now, though, the HUNS, the aggressors, the challengers almost, the underdog of this match, coming here to make a statement.
Really like the HUNS. I've been very captivated by Bankai's performance, and just the overall play style that they bring in. Like Kenny as well, great mid laners. I've been nothing short of impressed so far.
欢迎金碧
And how
路
could you not
Yuki，
be, right? With that kind of
辅助
style,
Oyu，
usually you see them
中
falter a
路
lot
Kenny
more. Earlier,
打野
considering it was
Stelmeta，
a bit of a similar
经验
style
路
that certainly made
翻开
for an interesting situation. But now, against the flexibility of
有请
Guangzhou,
双
we're
方
going to
教
see
练
them
登场。
finally tested even more. They've had time to adapt and they had time to study a little bit of the movements coming in from Guangzhou. But it won't be a huge informational, won't be a massive information
Both
advantage
teams
as the
please
coaches come
visit
through.
HUL stations. The
Again, so much
match
on
is
the, of
about
the
to
match
begin.
hinges on the
两支
drafting
队伍
phase.
现已集合完
I
毕，
do
请双
wonder,
方
you do
选
wonder
手
like
前
how
往
much
对
does
战习
Guangzhou
入
Gaming
座。
have
比
in,
赛
in
马上
terms
开
of like
始。
preparation against the HUNS, right? Especially, you know, in between their previous match and this one is actually pretty short. The HUNS, they have like Bebex, right? One of the icons of the Mongolian region as the coach. Like this, the backbone pretty established, I would say, for the HUNS. So, if anything, I'm looking to see if the HUNS wants to push the envelope, right? Keep the same draft, the same style, the one that wants to run at you and create those pressure points. And I want to see it I want to see that be a bit more refined, right? Not just running headlessly and starting a fight and then getting those trades, you know, no matter the cost. I want to see a bit more polish on that, and I think that's gonna what takes the HUNS to the next level.
That's true, and I think I want to see how much more they have. If they've already shown us everything they got, or do they have any different looks, any different compositions they have, any kind of pocket picks that they can display. I mean, again, if they're up against the tournament favorites, odds are that both of them are gonna force each other to reveal their hand just a little bit, right? So I'm expecting to see a lot more of the unique picks, a lot more of the surprise maneuvers, especially in the second phase of the drafting phase. But yeah, man, do you think we're gonna see anything particularly different? Anything special coming in from the HUNS? Like earlier, were there any unique picks that really surprised you?
Unique picks, no, but I think like if you want to say like banned, then against them, like the Farsa was banned out once by the Mongols, right? They haven't really like gone like dug deep into the pockets. But I also had some time to catch like MPL MY earlier on, and I did see something interesting. I'm not sure how good it is. I know that like Paquito got like a buff recently, and a couple like certain players are playing it. I know that Cars played it in MPL ID. Paquito was played by 2 different players in MPL MY. I think one out of 3 matches, sadly. I just saw Edith Rome come back, and I saw a Leomord XP lane. That was thanks to SRG. But a part of me wants to believe that they are also testing things out since they've already secured upper bracket. Like, who knows, right? I mean, they won the game with the Leomord XP, which is pretty crazy, you know, if you think about it. Esmeralda was also recently picked up in MPL MY. Actually, just yesterday by RQ Tora. It was Dyron who picked it up, and they won that game too.
Hey, solid. Man, I love Dyron, bro. Like, miss him over in ID, honestly.
You guys still want him back?
I mean, I've always liked the guy, you know. I think he's a big personality, great player. But back to the topic at hand, I wonder if, like, again, picks like the Paquito. I think a lot of the talents were expecting the Paquito to really show up, right? Looking at the notes in the patch, there's so many things going for that pick right now. We've seen the Benedetta very frequently over in MSL Thailand too. So these fighters really seem to be having a bit more of an impact this time. And even just earlier, you saw the Yuzong in the hands of Modi. It being so oppressive, right? There's more ways for the EXP lane to be effective now, aside from just being the front line and being a source of crowd control.
Yeah, I think the Paquito, I feel like a part of like a good Paquito game, he could actually be one of the, I would say, soft counters, soft answers to the Harif. Like Harif, sure, like you are incredibly hard to take down once you stack up the Chrono Dash shield, but if Paquito just one-shots you, you don't really get that chance to, you know, like to stay alive longer. But it was a very small sample size that I saw, so I'm not really sure how effective if, you know, we replicate the same scenario. But I could see the appeal, right? Like Paquito, you give him like an item or two, he doesn't like fall too far behind. He can actually do some very serious damage.
Don't forget the macro pressure as well. We're seeing a lot more. It's not exactly a split push scenario, but like a solo push pressure scenario. Again, a lot of it in MSL Thailand and Indo, you occasionally still see it with the Moskov, right? But the Paquito is very good at doing something like that as well. So it's one of those heroes that can really excel solo, but can also have an impact in the team fight, which is why we think it's going to be so effective. But we haven't really seen it as much. So maybe in MCT EA right here, that pick might really show up.
Yeah. You think that for a team like the HUNS that likes to brawl, maybe they would have Paquito up the sleeves? Maybe eventually we'll see that in the wild cards, right? And that's like in almost 2 months' time. Plenty of time to prep. I would assume that they probably would be a patch before MSC, so we'll see how that one changes the ecosystem of the meta. I personally I only have one wish, honestly. I just want a Harith nerf. And not to say, nerf him to the ground, make him unplayable. I want him to be nerfed just enough so that he's still playable, but he's not like dead broken. Like he's not Imba.
I mean, is he though? I don't know, man. As far as I've been casting, I've seen a lot of Harris, man. Did you trade it over with it's always like Harith Claude?
Yep,
right?
Harith Claude.
And then out of nowhere earlier, you saw that in game 2, it was Bruno Carey, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Huh? What's going on here?
Bruno Carey, sometimes you see the Moskov come out. We've been getting some clips in MPL MY. That was pretty fun as well. Played as an answer to, I think Harley. One of the ways at least, right? Like you kind of just pop the Harley with 2 shots. But we have some interesting players in MPL MY. So like Irithel was also picked like a few times, but by only one specific player. And he won the games with Irithel. So it gets a bit convoluted of what's actually good. But I'm happy to see that some of these players are really like tapping into that hero pool.
And I love a good Irithel, man. I feel like that hero is just kind of underrated. Because my theory so far that I've been pretty vocal about is that in the current meta where it's all about aggression, yeah, damage is cool, but the things that really win you the game, aside from the damage, because to a degree, right, any meta hero will have a decent amount of damage in the current meta, If it's too weak, it wouldn't be meta in the first place. But the mobility and the crowd control is something that I've always highlighted. And Irithel's mobility is up there, man. So I think in some particular compositions, in some particular scenarios, that Irithel brings a lot to the table.
Good as well. I think it's just because the items are a lot more expensive that people, look back into the on hits. I know Obsidia. I'm not sure how popular Obsidia is in other regions, but I know it's a thing in MPL MY and also very player specific pick. But let's see if these two teams can force each other to really dig into that pocket. Ban so far very straightforward, jungle focused ban by Guangzhou Gaming.
Oh well, let's see. Suyo Harley for Guangzhou. We're seeing a lot of huge assassin respect coming in the region so far, at least from what I've seen. And Freya Tsushin seems to be the response always on second pick. And I feel like that leaves a lot of really good picks on the table. But I wonder now, what's going to be contested, right? Is it going to be the EXP lane, the tempo setter, or is it more so the roamer? Right?
It could be the Gwyn here, right? Like some flex picks as well. The Gwyn, the Glue, Hilda occasionally flex depending on the team. Arla as well. There are some like situational picks that not all players are good at. Like Arla is one of them. But I think for the HUNS, they probably are looking at the Uranus again, right? Like Uranus Claude, they've done it. I think like in the last series, the Leomor also is quite a strong first pick.
I mean, it's very good brawl potential. Already shows a bit of your hand though, right? There's not a lot of ways you can play a Leomord. You can't really kite back with it. It kind of gives the HUNS an inkling though on like how they want to combo with it. So I'm thinking what Phobies here maybe, and maybe a strong mid. Oh no, never mind, Claude. I was thinking maybe a mid lane or a roam, right, to establish that mid control. It is going to be the Setian stolen away. That combo, man, Phantom Steed, Fury of the Phoenix, is very, very annoying.
Yep.
Although the Valentina is still open for Guangzhou, and they've shown earlier that they are very happy to trade the Valentina for the Setian.
Yeah. I think the one advantage that the Zetian has over Valentina is the fact that she doesn't need to show herself, right? Like, it's not that hard to not have Valentina steal your ultimate. Sometimes it's unavoidable, but most of the times you don't really need to be in range. But I think Valentina overall is still pretty good, and they don't have to worry about like a Valentina coming onto the other end and taking the Phantom Steed away. They will stick with the carry Yuzong. That's why we've been kind of theory crafting with Guangzhou Gaming. They have macro focus, but I feel like they want to brawl as hard as the Huns.
In a way, right? The Leomord and the Yuzong is a bit weird in that sense. Or I guess it's very strong in that sense. Because you can brawl, yes, but you can also play objective and just zone out with the Black Dragon form. The Gwyn comes for the Huns, and that's a good like brawl type of hero. I think that opens a lot of possibilities for pickoffs for the Huns, but they still require a lot more to add on to the Gwyn Zetian, right? More crowd control, more burst, ideally. At the same time, though, they gotta balance their defenses because otherwise, Leomord and Yuzong, they're gonna run straight for the backline. But you're seeing Lunox being banned out actually. Is this hinting at like a tank, a Uranus that you mentioned, Husky?
That is, I guess so, yeah. I feel like they really need a tank, right? They need like a
sure.
Uranus. I want to say Teresa, but Teresa was already banned out. The Hylos is probably something that they are thinking as well. They have to play Hylos. Yeah, that's probably the only reason you ban the Lunox, because usually teams ban Lunox against the Huns, thanks to Kenny. Yeah, the Kali is also one. The Phoveus is still up. They could think of the Phoveus too, but yeah, that's the Hylos that they've been quite comfortable with.
Yeah, the Hylos in which position though? Sometimes you kind of leave things a little bit open. You have no idea.
Probably in the roam, I think, for the Huns. Haven't seen Bankai play it yet.
Right. Probably wants something a bit more mechanical as well, that guy. For Guangzhou though, again, with all these fighters lined up, mid control is a big concern. Lilia Glue.
Yikes, that is a tank
is-
buster. That is... how do your front lines do with that? They have 2 tank busters.
Yeah, and don't forget they have the glue that can stick on your tank too and doesn't make things any easier. Although I do believe that this glue is gonna dive towards the Zetian more often than not.
Or the Claude, right?
Or the Claude, yes. So final pick for the Huns. Oh man, how do they want to round this out? More damage, or do they want to try and get more safety or more sustain?
I feel like there's no easy way out of this. Man.
Uranus, I guess?
Nothing feels good. I guess Uranus is like the easiest bailout. There's not like optimal pick. There's only like second best, and there are like a couple of it. Oh, they go for setup. Okay.
Well, it's a known combo, right? Arlet Gwyn.
Arlet, Zetian.
That too, right? Resets on the Vengeance. Final slash into a Vowed Requiem. Again, it's a tall order against a team like this that will definitely have some Purifies going for them as well. But maybe that's the idea, right? You force Guangzhou Gaming to bring some Purifies, and then you use that damage to really pressure them out.
Well, let's see if it's gonna be enough for the Huns to come out on top. Because right now, I really think that Guangzhou Gaming just has the stronger draft.
They do have a lot of like scaling requirements though, right? The carry and the Lilia. Although again, level 1, level 2, the Lilia is gonna be an absolute nightmare. Don't make no mistake there. Afterwards though, there's a slight dip in the mid game where these fighters really pop out, like the Arlet, like the Gwyn. Although again, Guangzhou can match that with the Yuzong and the Leomord. So I think it really comes down to like the teamfight execution. And if it goes late enough, Claude Zetian is a ton of AoE that I don't think I want any business dealing with.
I guess at the end of the day, it really comes down to like who gets to execute the power spec. Right? I agree with you. I think mid game is probably where the Huns are going to be stronger than Guangzhou Gaming. But just the sheer thought of having to deal with 2 tank busters and a glue, it's going to be a lot of pressure, especially on that Hylos, on OU. So we'll head to Broken Walls for game 1. You got Guangzhou Gaming blue side, the Huns on red side, another best of 3, and this one is for the slots in the grand finals.
As you can see, immediately the respect from Guangzhou, 2 Purifies, and the emblems still Master Assassin for the carry, so wanted to have some of that lane dominance. It is going to be pretty standard everywhere else though, but the fact that Kenny does not have any defensive options in his emblems is impressive. He's really taking a chunk of damage.
Yeah, he's taking it to the face. Thankfully, was able to be bailed out by OU and didn't have to use the Revitalize or the Flicker. So good enough, I guess, for a start like that.
Yeah, in the EXP lane, it's very much a skill matchup here, but the all-in potential of the Yuzong will make sure that Bankai is on the back foot, but that might bait Modi to overextending. If still Meta can find a window to get there in an opportune moment, there could be a kill, and he is pathing in that direction.
And unfortunately, Guangzhou Gaming can't really match that, thanks to OU and Kenny just constantly poking them out, and that does allow still a Bankai to keep on pushing forward. I think the jig is up. His first spotter still Meta trying to take his XP crab away. Had to use the retribution for that, but good enough.
Still gonna be up for the next turtle, but oh, Bankai!
Oh, Petrify hits it. Bankai tries to weasel out of this with the Vengeance Heal. 1, 2, 3, the long longs counting as the minion, and Bankai gets out, but Recall is still around. The round 2 might be there. They call it the Phantom Steep. Bankai goes down. First blood for Modi.
Too greedy, man. He got out, but he wanted to stick around in the front instead of hanging around further in the back just in case. And just like that, Guangzhou, they have control over this initial turtle. I don't think the Huns have the tools to really contest this. I mean, besides losing Bankai, they have a level 4 Yuzong in the hands of Modi, and Kenny's low now too. There's no way.
Yeah, I think you just give it up. But the Huns might have a second thought about that. The dragon shows up, and that's the violent requiem for Steelman. He's just gonna bleed out there. Feels like, again, like you said, they don't have the tools to contest this.
I think it was more of a defensive Violent Requiem because he was really getting jumped on. Unfortunately though, afterwards he doesn't have anything left. That's going to be an invade. OU getting bursted down.
The Fury of the Phoenix doesn't do much either. OU's dead.
Immediately, purple buff taken away by Guangzhou, I believe. Man, again, no wasted moments here. Every time they have any kind of pressure, any kind of control, they always try and transition it into something else.
Bankai is one full level behind Modi too, and that's the scary thing about Guangzhou Gaming's draft. It's the cascading effect. You give them an inch, this draft can take it amount because it's one of those low cost drafts, right? Like low cooldowns. You don't really like. It's like low cooldown, low cost, and it's very easy to keep the fight going. You know, the glooms, the glooms from Lilia, the glue, the Yuzong. They're not very cooldown dependent or not super ult dependent.
I think later on, I think the Huns, if they really want to try and match Guangzhou Gaming, they still need to wait for some like damage item power spikes. Because as of right now, yeah, they have stuns and good crowd control with the spatial migration, but no one from Guangzhou Gaming is particularly vulnerable, right? With the Purifieds on the back line, with a Leomort and Yuzong and Glue, these are picks that are tanky, but they also heal up on their own. So I think the Huns lack the real threat right now. And Guangzhou setting up traps like this, it's massive, man.
Yep. And they even get to the proxy and Bankai. Yes, he would fade in by Petrify. Fury of the Phoenix just used into a setup, a counter engage there from the Huns. The damage, they need a bit more for Modi, but Modi able to run away and fly high with that Black Dragon form. OU keeping his enemy in place. The glue comes in, but the flicker committed from Kenny. They find the kill finally onto Recall at the cost of OU, but this glue now becomes a problem as he sticks onto Bankai. There's no way out of this one. Bankai ends up going down. Kenny tries to look for Modi, couldn't find the kill. Modi back in, and they just burst Kenny down. Modi on the killing spree.
Even the recalls afterwards, they try to assert dominance. And again, the Huns willing to take a fight on the back foot, almost pulled it off, but Guangzhou Gaming come through by the slightest of margins, and immediately the recalls come through, man. They want to show that they are not concerned about the Huns' peculiar style.
I honestly thought the Huns made it work, but again, just the damage, right? It needed just a bit more punch, just a bit more, and they would have gotten it through. But I guess the silver lining is that they are not too far behind, just 3,000 and the HUNS, if anything, that they've discovered from that early interaction is that they have the tools to get these kind of counter setups. And speaking of setup, they did find one up top, and it's gonna be Modi, and finally a shutdown.
Again, good pickup potential right there. I'm not sure why Modi was somewhat alone. He used the Petrify in that engagement. But yeah, the combo is available for the HUNS that needs to be respected. With that turn of events, it's still a good like 2.5k gold advantage for Guangzhou Gaming. But compared to the HUNS, they want to go for a longer drawn out team fight, right? So that's where the HUNS have a window to try and put Guangzhou Gaming in a position where they are uncomfortable.
Still looking for a solution to deal with Maze Glue 2. He just walk on forward. Black Dragon from even committed. They're looking for OU. But he's able to make it back to the safety of his turret in time. So no cigar there for Guangzhou Gaming. He's gonna go back into the lanes and try and farm up. May will try to cut off those supply lines.
That's 3 ultimates used up by Guangzhou Gaming though. The HUNS definitely want to try and capitalize on the situation. They might go for a dive for Glorious Pathways.
They commit everything and it actually forces the Purify out of CY. Good final slash there from Bankai as he unleashes his ultimate. And the HUNS, they find the most important target, but it's a 5-man commitment, so they give up pressure on the rest of the map.
Yeah, the winning wave already on top. The mid lane turret as well taken down. They got the gold lane, but at what cost? They didn't even get the turret for their troubles. Immediate recalls coming in for the HUNS, trying to match that pressure. That mid turret taken is going to be so important though. Guangzhou is going to allow them to move into the jungle of the HUNS. And deny a lot more of that safe zones and the areas where the HUNS can actually set up traps for that big combo.
I think they did offset that deficit by a bit, but we did say that their macro from Guangzhou Gaming has always been quite the standout, right? We say that is going to make the difference, and again, they are doing that by just getting more map pressure.
And again, it's so decisive. There's no need to really hesitate too much when they have this advantage gold-wise, control-wise. Now with the turrets, the HUNS, I think they're gonna be stuck waiting for big ultimates, and they're gonna try and keep finding 5v5s or pickoffs like that.
And the setup, the mid-game setup there. This is feeding into Yuki's pockets too. But still, they gotta solve the macro problem, right? They are losing turrets. It would be nice if the HUNS is able to get some structures of their own, and which Yuki is trying to do right now, but it will be responded with recall's arrival.
Oh boy. Again, these are great moments here, but they're only able to pick up one person at a time. Never mind, wait a minute. Recall?
Yuki, in the 1v1, finds the kill, there it is, and now the setup onto May. We need a bit of a damage for the finish committed just to make sure that he doesn't stick onto anyone with the grab. Modi shows up, the BMI from Yuki, he gets away, and the flicker across the wall again. Yuki with the fancy footwork, and that's 3 kills for the HUNS.
I don't know if Guangzhou Gaming are not respecting the HUNS, or if the HUNS' playstyle is that confusing that Guangzhou genuinely don't see it coming. With the turn of events, they're gonna lose one more player. Modi on top, trying to turn it back around. It won't be possible though. 2 turrets falling in short succession for the HUNS. The mid-game power spike we're talking about seems to have hit, but we didn't expect it to hit quite this distinctly.
Yeah, like a freight train. Yuki just got like what, 2-3 kills, and we did say Guangzhou Gaming's lineup is very low cost, but the HUNS they sort of are low cost as well. Like the setups for them are pretty cheap. Although in the damage chart, of course, X-Jing still does the most damage, but god dang, Yuki with 37k, he's been fighting for quite an extended amount of time.
And it's because the HUNS, the way they've been fighting demands respect. So the moment you see the Arla jump in, the moment you see still meta channeling Devout Requiem, you're forced to expend some damage, some burst, some crowd control. So you're seeing Yuki not only go into the Blazing Duet, but he's staying in the backline and quite literally shredding people down slowly but surely as they go for the Lord right now.
This is going to be an opportunity for Guangzhou Gaming to turn that franchise around. They do have a way. Maybe it would require May to expend that flicker just to stick on the crucial target with that grab. But aside from that, I think for HUNS, they've hit their peak items, right? The critical items. for this stage of the game, and they spot out recall too. The flicker forward into another setup there. Fury of the Phoenix stops any sort of follow-up. Recall is straight up dead. Yuki with the blazing duet to get the Black Dragon from Guangzhou Gaming, trying to respond. The Petrify was used, but the damage still demands a bit more. Yuki stands his ground and fight, and he does not even care. Xing was able to take down OU. Yuki needs to heal up a bit thanks to the earlier fight, and the flicker from Mei now committed, sticking onto Kenny, and Guangzhou Gaming finds that opening window and find 4.
Man, the HUNS initially, it looked so good, but they used so many resources to try and get a takeoff of all things. So in the full-blown team fight, Guangzhou Gaming just had so much more tools still readily available. And even then, the HUNS made it look close. Unfortunately now, the Lord falls into the hands of Guangzhou. And if the earlier happenings of the game is any signal, is any hint on how this is going to play out, having this macro pressure will allow Guangzhou to force the HUNS to like separate and not play as 5, and that seems to be their strong suit, so they might struggle a little bit until they clear out a lot of these waves.
And you have to attribute the earlier win to Moldy as well. The 3-man Petrified that they hit, and basically C1 and Xing, they did not have to really be worried about the HUNS, right? They were free hitting the whole time. Winter Crown now out for Still Meta, that could change the ties. But I gotta say, Yuki is playing extremely confident.
Yes, but again, I think earlier that blazing duet wasn't really required. Might have been a bit too trigger happy with that one. But with the Setian, with the Claude, they have some good siege, some good clearing and range. So for now at least, the HUNS will be able to clear it quite handily. And by the way, X-King on the Lilia went with the Lightning Charge of HUNS 3, so it's DPS, but it's actually a lot of burst damage if you're not careful.
Yeah, you get caught by one Gloom as Yuki, you are going to get vaporized. The silver lining is that the waves weren't really properly synced up there by Guangzhou Gaming, so the Lord didn't really net them too much. Only one holy defense, but it's a very small thing because it will go down anyways. Mid-tier 2 still up for the HUNS, which is, I think, good enough, right, in of itself, as they do have Yuki, who has been trying to set up the side waves with this Claude.
That's something that the Claude excels in, you know, going and pushing in the danger zones, but having the BMI to fall back on. And Guangzhou Gaming don't really have a lot of ways to really chase down, right, to really punish that kind of evasive maneuver. But they have set up the waves on the top side, and they're rotating just around the mid lane, I guess in case something really breaks out. But this kind of situation where there's no real objective on the map, it certainly favors the HUNS, man. They have a chance to, again, be surprising and really catch Guangzhou off guard yet again. And if they can do so before the Lord spawns, or right before it spawns, it's gonna be so valuable.
Yep. And despite there being 2 Purifies on Guangzhou Gaming, the HUNS, if they layer their setup, they could actually blow the Purify and still have the necessary follow-ups to, you know, immobilize their targets. In fact, Mei now going forward, finally getting the stick straight on Still Meta, but Still Meta is going to try and relocate him. Still gets pulled back, and now Still Meta has to go in with the Winter Crown. Fury of the Phoenix into a blazing duet, straight to the backline. Yuki trying to get that output in, but it's still not enough, and in fact it's Moldy that chases him down, and that should be Guangzhou Gaming's window to go for Lord.
Man, what a play by Mei, dude. I thought Still Meta was out of there. And somehow he just got yoinked all the way back to the fight. And the Blazing Duet has been great. It's a full item Claude, by the way, so Yuki is definitely doing a ton of damage. But between the Wind of Natures and the Queen's Wings, a lot of the damage was tanked up by Guangzhou. And I think the big difference maker right now is Modi and Bankai, because Bankai is setting up for the team technically. Modi has no concern doing any of that. All he wants to do is jump onto Yuki and deny any kind of backline presence. And it's certainly ruining the plans of the HUNS.
Not to mention that Yuki doesn't have Purify, so if he gets Petrified, he's straight up dead. I think maybe you have to change up the timing of the Blazing Duet, right? Because I think 2 fights in a row, Yuki just blows the Blazing Duet, right? They basically press all their ults at the same time. But I think you need to sort of stagger that a little bit, right? Like start just DPS with your auto attacks and then only Blazing Duet when you see that perfect chance. You don't have to bank everything on, you know, pressing 4 ults at the same time. because a lot of time, because every time they do it, Yuki BMI's out early and then he can't rejoin the fight. And final slash gets used, they lose the top in here. Fear the finish committed as well. Bankai will be able to disengage, but Yuki needs time to rejoin the fight. Bankai straight to the back line. He's gonna go down eventually as the Lord will be taken care of. But unfortunately for OU, he also goes down. Yuki does BMI in, looks for XG, finds him, and this is what I've been talking about. Yuki doesn't need to blaze into it at the start, but now with the BMI, it's gonna run out. Yuki's gonna try and stand and fight this, but ends up going down to recall.
Man, a segmented fight right there. It looks so promising for the HUNS, but now with 3 members available for Guangzhou, they're a bit too low to push here. They're sticking around, but I don't think they want to risk it, man. If they fall now, the death timers are gonna be a bit staggered. Might be too much that they can handle. Still Meta and Kenny has good burst damage.
He shouldn't have to wait for the good lord. There goes Still Meta. The cannon, the catapult needs to be cleared out. The final slash brings it out of crystal range. There should be enough. Fear the finish right on the money. That's the HUNS with the ultimate base defense, and it's Bankai to set it up. But they gotta go back and deal with the minion wave though, unfortunately. And Kenny, dangerous range executed by the minions.
Oh, Kenny. Oh boy, he moved back to try and stop the minion wave, but he falls. That is unfortunate. Guangzhou Gaming. That's the kind of pressure and tempo they're putting on you, man. The HUNS, they lost that fight in their own base, on their own terms. Bankai.
Yeah, he's dead. 100%. He will still try. Final slash onto 4, but this time they don't really have a follow up. Good lord, look at OU's health bar. That's a tank, by the way. Yuki now forced the blazing duet on the Modi. Modi is healing up so much. They don't have life bane.
Oh boy. The damage is there, man, but the healing is just what is kind of throwing the HUNS off balance. It's gonna be another attempt at pushing towards the base here from Guangzhou, but surely they're better off doing other things like setting up. They're still grouping up though. They want to beat the HUNS at their own game.
I feel like they could do this, right? Fury of the Phoenix is going to be the key. No blazing duet just yet, and they're going to try. Fury of the Phoenix, here we go. Lands on all of them, but Steel Meta is already dead, and with a minion wave coming in, this should be the end there. Guangzhou Gaming takes a pretty chaotic game 1.
Right, going straight for it, man. And who cares about the lore? Who cares about the macro? When you are 4K, 5K gold ahead, and you got the picks like Guangzhou, just go straight for it. I'm really surprised that I thought they were gonna play the more calculative game, you know? But
yeah,
dude, they really said, hey, if that's the kind of game you want to play, the HUNS, we can do that too, bro. Like, they got the Lord. They didn't go for the multi-wave setup. They just kept fighting in such a way that the HUNS had nothing to spare to clear the waves in the other side. So, what is going on, man? That's crazy.
That's what I thought too, right? I thought we're gonna get a more a contrasting playstyle, one that focuses on the big picture, and one that just wants to fight it out all the way. No, Guangzhou they basically decided to stat check the HUNS and gave us quite a game. Like, this is brawl all around. But I think the HUNS, there's some good ideas, right? If there's something to nitpick, it's just I think Claude, certain timings could have been slightly better, but in the grand scheme of things, the HUNS did make Guangzhou Gaming sweat just a little bit.
Yeah, especially with how they were able to take over the mid game, even though they were 3K gold behind. You mentioned it, Husky. They have no issue putting off a fight, even though they know they're at a disadvantage, if they know they have the right win conditions. But afterwards, right, we did mention that, again, in the late game, after that mid-game spike, that's where Guangzhou Gaming have a lot of damage to swing around, man. They have the carry, they have the Lilia as well. That's 2 sources of DPS and technically AoE as well. So, you're not too surprised by all means. In the end, the HUNS have to rely on that one big moment to really like win it out, which is why I think a lot of the burden falls onto Yuki, and why we keep mentioning him, because everyone else, you know, they go in, they pull up their combo, the final slash into the Veld Requiem, Fury of the Phoenix, you name it. The only guy that can match the late game output of Guangzhou is Yuki, and unfortunately this game, especially with the team being so aggressive minded, right, he was just jumped on time and time again, especially by Modi, dude. Like, you gotta give a shout out to Modi for not really having like the best snowball and yet still denying the backline impact in every single team fight.
Yeah, not only that, I think like again the aggressive playstyle of Yuki, like he really throws his body into the fire. I feel like he, very little care in the world, and he just YOLOs it. Like like even in the mid game, he was, like a claw. Usually you want to be like with most marksmen, gold laners, you want to be hitting and moving. Yuki just stands there. He doesn't even like move his joystick. He just stands there, the joypad. He just stands there and auto attacks. Oh, that's how how I guess how much he wants to man fight people. Like he dealt like more than 100,000 damage this game.
And you did see it again, but unfortunately they can just heal back up. And it's not as simple as just healing back up, but the fact of the matter is, even at half HP, the heroes on the side of Guangzhou are just a lot more menacing, a lot more dangerous, which is why you see fights usually devolve with 2 members taken out from both teams into a 3v3. And in those situations, you can see Guangzhou has an overwhelming advantage, right? With the fighters, they're not really as reliant on like the front line and the back line. They're kind of an all-in-one package. Even the roamer, you saw that Mei was doing a ton of damage. That's and it's actually coincidentally the MVP as well. Despite their best efforts, the HUNS, their roamer was a high loss. They can't really match up to that kind of damage output either.
Yeah. My only complaint right now after looking at the items is that I mentioned that there's very little life bane aside from like the glowing wand, and I was wondering if there's any Dom-Ice purchases on the HUNS. There was none, and so I think that's also part of the issue as well. Like when your frontline don't really have the Dom-Ice, it adds on the burden to your Claude, who is trying to the kamikaze that backline. But if they are constantly healing up even while being in range of your tanks, that's gonna complicate things.
Yeah, I mean, again, maybe you can go with the. I didn't see if he had a Sea Halberd.
No.
There's like things like that, that you can kind of use. But then you're just playing into the hands of your opponents, right? You're not playing your own game. You're forced to react to it. And we said it, man. If the HUNS wants to force Guangzhou to play their game, they're gonna have to find ways to make Guangzhou react instead.
And I have a feeling that probably in game 2 they would still stick with like the same drafting style, because they've been able to make Guangzhou gaming tick a little bit, right? They've been able to get some wins, albeit them losing the game eventually. And that's sort of like the polish that I'm looking for, right? It just needs to be a bit more cleaner compared to what we've seen. And Yuki, he's a warrior at heart, and he's definitely the person that's gonna make or break the game for the team.
That's true. I feel like for the HUNS though, yeah, Yuki has things to like work on and improve on for sure. In the drafting phase though, I feel like maybe not both the Arlet and the Hylos, because it feels like, I guess the Arlet works well with the Guinevere, but the Hylos seems just a little bit lost, Yeah, you can Glorious Pathway into a Fury of the Phoenix. That's the combo that usually is also mirrored by the Leomord with the Phantom Steed Fury of the Phoenix combo. But I don't know, man. In this game, it felt like the Hylos just wasn't really able to do as much. They're the ones who want to play this game where they want to get a quick fight, right? And just get an overwhelming advantage before Guangzhou can react. In that sense, I don't know if the Hylos really was that critical to the game plan. And if you want just pressure in the lane, etc., I think there are other options that maybe could have done better.
Yeah, feels like a comfort thing. Like if you ask
it
me,
it could be.
Like maybe like a Kalea Cho. Like they also the HUNS also plays the Kaja, right? I was a bit surprised that they didn't think of that. I know in MPL MY sometimes when you want like a tempo stopper that is not a Zetian, the Badang is also sort of like one of the options that is in the roam mode that's good at doing that. So let's see. I mean the HUNS, they're definitely not out of this yet. In fact, whoever loses the series still has a lower bracket run that they can make tomorrow. This one is just to see who gets to the top 2. So by any means, there is still opportunities for both sides.
Hope isn't over just yet. And by all means, the HUNS, they were able to get some momentum going on. So they could very well mount a comeback, make adjustments right here, and go for a reverse sweep, right? Who's to say that they can't pull that off? Again, it goes down to the drafting phase, and I gotta say, moving our focus a bit to Guangzhou's draft, I really like that idea that they go with 2 backline carries, but that also want to be up close and personal, and they just brought in like essentially 3 fighters, right? Leomord, Glue, and Yuzong. So in that way, even though they don't have like a Hylos, like a proper frontline like tank, together, like they're strong enough, which is why you see them falter when they're separated. But they did a great job making sure that towards the late game, the fights are always like a proper 5v5, and they avoided giving the HUNS a lot of chances to keep going for those pickups.
And it's also a lineup that when you want to move forward together, it's easily achievable, right? They might not have the reach, I'd say, but if they can be the one that dictates how the fight goes, then like you said, the backline damage dealers get to move together with the fighters just because of the amount of pressure was being put on. I feel like the Yuzong is worth considering to be put on the ban list if you are the HUNS.
Could be it. Again, especially if you want to play an Arlet, I think you want to give the Arlet like a bit of a strong matchup almost. So the Yuzong is definitely a problem. And again, if you want to play that aggressive style but still have backline members, the Yuzong is always gonna be something that is in the back of your mind, right? Even when he's behind, with only like 2 tank items, he can still 1v1 like a mid-game gold lane or a mid-lane mage, mid-game mage. So the HUNS definitely need to respect that just a little bit.
Yep. See, this game 2 could go all the way to 3, but I feel like after witnessing Guangzhou Gaming, in that previous series, I did say it's not the true indicator of how like their full power of like their full potential, but the earlier game gave us a very good idea of Guangzhou Gaming. This is definitely not them at their full force just yet, but they were pushed slightly further by the HUNS. Now the ban's out the window, still pretty much the same for Guangzhou Gaming. I think being able to limit what Steel Meta can do in a jungle has been quite the reason why Guangzhou Gaming can play so aggressively.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they have the right approach here, especially if they want to be careful with the adjustments from the HUNS. Looking at the ban so far, it's very, very similar. It's the same ones for Guangzhou, but for the HUNS, they go for the Harith ban a lot earlier, leaving the Valentina open. And as I guess we initially thought, the Claude does come through and the Harith is banned. Those two are really usually contested right now.
I think just a overall thing right now, like, man, I really want to break free from this Claude Harith meta. I feel like
same.
all gold lanes should be equal. Not all gold lane, but I miss the days where we have more than just these two.
Oh, what, like the time where it's only Granger? You remember that?
Yeah, and then it's just Granger Harith. That one was quite a nightmare. But I think they did a very good job of tuning down Granger, but not making him completely obsolete. Like Granger's still pretty good now. Natural Sky Piercer carrier. But
I don't know, man. I think when the gold lane becomes relevant, there's always gonna be those really prio picks. You gotta remember, like at some point, it was also like just Bruno. Every game, Bruno Granger, right? I think the back meta.
The Bruno era was the worst. M6. That meta was
crazy.
That was the absolute worst meta. Bruno was just way too strong, and it came at a time where they just like released Malefic Gun not long ago, and
That's
then
why
effect,
it was so strong.
Yeah, and the effect was immediate. Like Bruno was just so strong, man. Baxia and Valentina out for Guangzhou Gaming, so they switched up in. Well, both teams sort of switched up in how they want to play this game, because the HUNS, I want to say taking the pace out of Guangzhou Gaming, but they're literally plagiarizing. They're taking the entire Bible of the draft from game 1.
I mean, are they gonna go with the same pattern the rest of the way too, like with the Glue, with the carry, the Lilia? I mean, this time with it's a bit more different, because for Guangzhou they have the Baxia, right? We talked about how the healing was a big problem, how Yuki was doing a ton of damage, but then they kind of sustain through it, right? With the Baksha, it won't be that simple for the Huns. And tempo-wise, at least in MSL Thailand, sorry to keep going back to that, that's my most recent tournament, but the Baksha is very highly respected, always pick or ban because of the tempo it brings.
It's also a very highly contested pick in MPL MY2. I think, you know, MSI Thailand was a big breath of fresh air, like, cause we have some really good performing teams there. Which the playoffs is still happening right now. We are spoiled for choices with the amount of ML action that is going on like concurrently, you know, with this one. Though I would say I think Glue is still not bad of a choice for the Huns if they want to go for Glue. The carry did get banned out by Guangzhou Gaming. You could pick Glue and Moskov. I wouldn't mind that.
Oh, they're banning away like engage tools almost, enablers they can dive in the back line and start a fight. So I think they're putting some prior here on like maybe being a bit protective of the Zetian on their lineup. Just because the Leomord and Yutong are not gonna be on babysit duty, right? These are diving heroes, so the Zetian's gonna be left alone to a degree. Right immediately for Guangzhou, they banned with the glue as well. So I guess they were concerned that the Huns might really plagiarize their draft pick by pick. But
oh man, I had it, man. I had it. The glue Moskov. I caught it. But hey, good on Guangzhou Gaming catching the glue, because I think the glue will be a big problem. So at least the Moskov did come true, but now they need a separate solution. Huh. Is this gonna be quite the headache? Do you go for... Man, Khalid doesn't feel good. Hylos ban out. Gatot feels horrible. What else is left? Do you go back to Kaja? Oh man, Kaja, Cho.
Kalia in well, not a lot of
horrible against the
synergy
Bucks
there,
there, right?
Exactly. Oh, you mean for the Huns? I mean for the Huns.
For the Huns, yeah.
Oh no! Wait a minute.
Oh lord.
That is not what I was expecting.
Are we on dangerous grass?
That could be it. Sora. Oh, Sora high loss. Already have a tank. Now they have some really good setup. I was thinking any kind of crowd control would be good, but Khalid against the Hellcurt, I guess it's not too bad, right? The Khalid can also sustain the same way the Hellcurt does. That's part of the kit of the Hellcurt that makes it so annoying to deal with. You chunk him down, he kind of regens up while moving around. The Huns. This is a signature Huns style, but I don't know if they want to be diving with this kind of comp into a Sora, right? That's dangerous.
Yeah, I guess the good news is that they have the option to go macro with the Moskov.
I guess the Hellcurt though, like
I guess the Hellcurt, yeah.
Oh man,
my bad. I completely forgot about it.
They kind of covered all their bases, man. Guangzhou Gaming. This draft is quite impressive, I must say.
It is. Is Hellcurt a thing like in MPL ID?
Oh yeah, but only for particular players, right? Not all players have that mindset to be able to excel on the Hellcurt. But when they do, we've seen it like ban first phase, you know, for Baloy, for like Mueza, if you're familiar. So hey, especially if it is indeed dangerous grass, this is a huge problem for the Huns.
Yeah, indeed it is pretty rare that you know, like when you're on a blue side, you get to pull out something like this. Guangzhou Gaming, they're definitely one-upping the Huns. Well, on the bright side, OU gets Khalid again. Let's see if this is gonna make any difference. Game 2. Well, it's not dangerous grass, but it's broken wall, so close enough. Guangzhou Gaming blue side, Huns red side.
And this could potentially be the final game or the beginning of a beautiful comeback for the Huns. Let's see how this one plays out. Look at the Master Assassins on the side of Guangzhou, dude. They are not planning on team fighting. Wait, that could be the idea. Instead of obliging the Huns in their signature team fight style, have like what, like the double split push type of meta, like a banana split, you know?
Yep. Show of force, I guess. You know, show of force. Just being very, very confident in winning the series. I mean, you can see even from game 1, Guangzhou Gaming, they're very confident players. They're gonna find recall there. Yeah, I'm gonna give up on the Little Wanderer, it seems. No chance. So recall gets the objective, pretty straightforward. And CY is already winning out the gold lane, and he's winning quite hard.
A bit of a skill matchup, the Moskov against the Claude, but oh, hang on a second, CY going all in there, and in the EXP lane, bro, both teams are not willing to back down. Those are two big cards that Yuki wants to have definitely though.
Yep,
He's
a
gonna
gang
breathe for
appears. A gang happens at top, and yeah, first blood already given away. And you can see the recall spams there from Mei.
Man, this is the problem. Even look at recall, dude. If Yuki overstays just a little bit, he gets immediately punished. This is the tempo we're talking about, Husky. Moving around the map is so fast and so efficient from Guangzhou.
Man, how do you deal with this?
You kind of have to force like a team fight almost. And again, with the Sora, right, Modi, it's gonna be a bit difficult. But if the Huns can play for the neutral objective, they still have that Yuzong advantage, so they can zone out usually the players. But again, it's a Baxia, you know, that's the other concern. Will the Yuzong be enough to zone out like a literal rolling stone?
The fact that Mei didn't even petrify, he saw the flicker. No, they found one. Greater Phoenix instantly used, and the stolen one as a response. It's not the Black Dragon form from Bankai into the backline straight, but he's gonna get vacuumed back. Bankai straight up dead there. Steel Turtle right for the taking. It's going to be Steel Meta that takes it, but they end up losing two more. Steel Meta terrified. A double kill for Recall.
Dude, the crowd control is just so oppressive, man. I mean, even before that Retri came through, still Meta was jumped on by Mei, right? And that Terrify can really change the course of the game if it really fumbles a Retri. And look at this. Already back to work, zoning, being annoying as always. The Huns show that they have fight potential by all means, but oh boy, when it comes down to the actual engage, they seem to be struggling to get their hands on Guangzhou Gaming.
Yeah, this is a cause for concern for sure, especially unlike the previous game, the mid-game spike for HUNS isn't as strong. Pickup potential as well, not as good. And every single lane is essentially suffering.
Not a lot of winning lanes to make plays with. Like the Yuzong is great, but the Sora, man, this hero, level 4, I struggle to find a hero that can really win 1v1 against like a Sora in the early stages, dude. It just does way too much damage.
That's before the War Axe, so before like any sort of item gets picked up.
Man.
Well, let that flicker for another 40 seconds. It will be enough for in time for the second turret to spawn. Yuki is gonna double wave, and this is gonna cost him his life. Right in an instant, they do trade the Hauke in return, but if you are Guangzhou Gaming, it's pretty worth it. Okay, maybe not that much as you lose another 2 more. If Petrify comes through, that's gonna be triple kill for Kenny.
Man, they did not respect it, man. They get the jump on Yuki. That's great and all, but having everyone that close together, we just talked about how the Huns love going for these big combos. I'll see why. Gonna be stuck in a 1v2.
Now, the duet comes out, Purify gets used. They just need a bit more punch there. CY goes down to an auto attack. Kenny just cashed in 4 kills back to back.
But the turtle does not fall into the hands of the Huns. And the gold lead is still for Guangzhou Gaming. Now still meta. Top key. Oh.
The turtles are lights. Wow, that's gonna be turtle gone.
That's the Sora damage we were talking about just earlier. And a quick turtle take too. The Huns were not in position for that. Wow. There's gonna be a counter push from Yuki on the far side of the map, but man, Guangzhou Gaming not really backing down. Showing again that despite how it looked and how they lost 4 members there at an almost wipeout, they still have so much danger baked into their composition. As of right now though, it's anyone's game. Gold lead is barely at 1,000.
This mid lane is quite the pain to deal with Mei's presence. Well, he's dead.
Dang.
The timing could not have been worse.
I mean, dude, he came in to just stop the quicksand guard, do some damage. OU just immediately raging sandstorm onto him, squashed him like the cockroach that he is. Oh boy. That's how you do it with a Hellcurt. That's one way of doing it.
Yep. The best part is they committed Raging Sandstorm just in case. It's about sending a message. And
Exactly.
Mei is going for War Heptaseed. I was like, is he building into a What is he beating into? Well, they get the flicker out of Yuki in the bottom lane. And the top lane, they found Modi. Modi in a 1v2 here, shifting clouds. Get the pull back, but still ends up going down to Bankai.
That was close, man. Like, the moment you get the full stacks on the shifting skies, that's when the alarm starts sounding when you're up against a Sora. But the Huns were able to take him out just then, right before that happened. So that's great. But overall, their problems haven't stopped there. As we call, man, you're seeing the Baksha right now with no way to really cancel the shield unity. Definitely is a bit of an adrenaline rush for the players of the Huns.
Mei again hiding in these bushes, and OU will have quite the responsibility to try and figure out where this pesky Hellcrit is at. With Bankai taking on the top tier 1, they do expand their their area of influence. But Kenny is in quite an awkward spot. He's going to be forced to flicker away. Bottom lane, I feel like there's an attempt on to CY, but CY has the BMI, so he's going to get out. Steel Meta calls in the Steed. Recall just on top of him. Fear of the Phoenix and the Dragon Form both used, and they actually slay Mei. But Steel Meta gets out somehow. The SOD completely misses, so Yuki will have to walk all the way there. CY though will take the current and arrive at the scene. Bankai bleeds out Modi. CY numb. DPSs away onto Bankai. Bankai wants to cut vision. Comes back in with the Petrify. Forces out the Purify out from CY. CY with the Blazing Duet gets the kill. And now it's him against Kenny at OU. And Kenny picks up the kill as Yuki takes the mid-tier 1.
Some very sporadic fights. And all things considered, it benefited the Huns, dude. They're now at an almost 3k gold, like 2k gold advantage. Even though... oh man, Mei is just taking a lot of collateral damage right there. I don't think Yuki is doing it intentionally. Oh, he's gonna fall here though.
Oh, he got the pin! Oh, not like this. Surely he gets out of this, right, Yuki? Yep. He's good, but I think they want more. Raging Sandstorm committed there. Kenny set the scene. Recall uses ult just to get that extra resistance. I think that's enough for the Huns. Start falling back.
Oh wow, dude. Like, did he know that guy was there? I guess it got revealed by the damage? Not quite sure. Modi's in the picture now. He has a flicker and the shifting skies. I don't think OU wants the smoke. All things, again, despite all the happenings, the Huns are actually in a very, very good spot. Getting the kills there, now getting a turret for the troubles. It's Guangzhou that initially at least seems to have the advantage, but they fumbled quite a few team fights right here. It always starts well for them, and then it tapers off somehow in favor of the Huns.
This is great news for the Huns. They finally weathered the storm and found a way back into the game. This is a high priority pick in the Yuzong for, our competitors in this tournament has really been paying off, but can't say the same for Mei though. He's been having quite the adventure. A couple of unfortunate timings that resulted in his death, but now you have a Moskov that is ramping up.
And he's been just left to his own devices, farming around without being threatened. They only sent CY earlier to deal with him. But again, Guangzhou, they have to find like a proper fight here where they can get to the back line. And the thing is, the Huns can enjoy the gold lead for now, but later on, if the chips are down and the gold lead is equalized, or maybe if it's not too far of a margin, Guangzhou Gaming have so many ways to start a fight. They can go for the Terrify from the Hellcurt, they can go with the Shield Unity and the Shifting Skies, and there's no Purify, but you?
Really buying time. The Quicksand Guard cancelled by the Stolen Fury of the Phoenix. Blazing Duet committed. OU runs and Yuki. He's going to end up becoming collateral. CY. Is he really going to get out of this? The whole team is chasing after him. Surely he goes out. He behind my bags. Doesn't find space. Kenny, come on, man. Kenny flips him on the edge. Finds the kill. But the rest of Guangzhou Gaming have to arrive. And the Huns very overextended. Stillman are trying to run away. OU back into the fight. And wow, they just trade gold laners for gold laners.
You can see it right there. Guangzhou Gaming, despite getting like a quote-unquote combo, they were unable to secure the kill on the two members. I don't know if their focus was split or whatnot. But then again, for Guangzhou, like, stop sending CY for trades, man. This guy is not someone that you want making sacrifices. He needs to farm up and do the late game carry.
Using a gold laner as a bargaining chip is quite the rare sight. They're gonna turn up the lights, and the combo now outrageous Sandstorm actually connects, and Stillman, he's running down the back lines. They finally catch him, and Stillman gets a double kill. Blazing Duet now goes off from CY through the finish. Comes back on cooldown from Kenny as he stops Guangzhou Gaming in that track. CY goes down again. The HUNS trade 1 for 3.
Man, and somehow Guangzhou Gaming seems pressured to make this fight happen, right? And they're trying to go for the proper 5v5, but the HUNS always come on top somehow. It might be the extra bit of crowd control that they have, Raging Sandstorm, Fury of the Phoenix, even Spear of Misery. There's so many ways for them to really stop the movements of Guangzhou. And unfortunately, Bad Guy gets the kill. You know, quick and simple. Mei is just not having a good time.
Yeah.
But yeah, Guangzhou Gaming are relying so much on Modi on the Sora, but when you are the only real like threat AoE wise, like stun and AoE damage wise, it's very easy for the HUNS to kind of stop you in your tracks and keep pushing you back or stunning you in such a way that like you always get taken out once you get the full stacks of the Shifting Skies.
Yeah, CY can't even stay there. The SOD didn't miss, but another turret going down. Lord will come in, and CY is trying to deal with the Lord in top lane. Steel Meta will respond to that, and CY will be forced away again. He forced to pop the Purify. The lights get turned off. He gets hit by Fury of the Phoenix, burning down the glowing one, but still makes it back to the fountain in time, but at the cost of the top inhibitor. Lord still fairly healthy. The HUNS continues the siege. Yuki not able to get the pin with the Spear of Misery, and Guangzhou Gaming finally clears up the Lord, but they lose another inhibitor, and this time it's the mid one. The pin doesn't really get Mei onto the wall, but the HUNS will take the entire base of Guangzhou Gaming.
Oh, I bet they want to hang on to that final one on the bottom. Look at this, the Phantoms need to zone them away. Recall wants to go for an engage, but they can't do so without information. It's too risky. And once again, they're just struggling to find the right kind of engage. They need Modi to engage and to do damage, and it's just not working out. They have to find a different way to get the fight started, or a different way to really get the fight carried. As of right now, the gold lead is at almost 7 to 8,000 for the HUNS. This is exactly where they want to be. Remember, they have the macro threat, and Mei is just not doing well enough to be a real threat for Yuki.
Yeah, I think if essentially reached the stage where the HUNS they have taken control of the entire game. This is an unlosable position. The entire base of Guangzhou Gaming down in like 12.5 minutes. The HUNS have everything that they need to win.
Again, it's in theory, right? I think the lack of crowd control really is harming them right now, because the HUNS, even if they don't really want the fight, as long as they kind of stick around, they kind of show their faces, Guangzhou are always forced to really stress over whether they want to expend their one big teamfight tool for that situation, and sometimes it's just not worth it.
Be stuck with doing housekeeping for the rest of the game too. They need a dang good combo with the Shifting Skies into a Blazing Duet. Even then, it's just to give them the probability of winning the fight. It doesn't guarantee anything.
They can, in theory, they can play with the split push Hellcurt, right? But I think it's a bit too risky for that. They're making their way into the Lord area. It does get reset though, so the HUNS playing the discipline game, knowing that they have that far side base turret advantage. Smart on them, you know. They can be aggressive when they want to be, but in times like this, slow and steady, no problem.
Yep, will win them the race. Very systematic, a different side of the HUNS. The one that's not looking for the fight, but just looking to take control. And I think Guangzhou Gaming, they're gonna give up on the idea as the HUNS starts working on the Lord. Still, Guangzhou Gaming will try to get some intel to see if they can sneak their way forward within range for an attempt to steal. But with OU and Bankai around, no way they're gonna get the Lord.
Oof. Man, that's the tough part about going with a fighter jungler as your main frontline. Like, yes, you're tanky, yes, you got tempo, but in the late game, dude, you cannot face check as a Baksha, right? Because if you're caught without the shield unity, you are the jungler. Like, the other team wants your life, you know? So you can't really even show properly. So the task falls upon a squishy Hellcurt or a only semi-tanky Sora which coincidentally is also your only real like crowd control tool. That's why I think Guangzhou are really passive compared to like the Guangzhou gaming we saw just earlier.
They need to steal that Fury of the Phoenix and pair it with the Shifting Skies. That's the only way. It gets used by the Huns, and the Huns, they're not gonna wait. Stolen Fury of the Phoenix into the Shifting Skies. Hits all 5 of them. This is their best chance. Can CY deliver? They've already lost Mei. CY pounding away with the damage, but it's just too much from the Huns. They're just gonna run it down with the lore and take game 2, Arashi. We're gonna go to game 3 for this one.
Dang, the Huns, push Guangzhou gaming to the limit. They had the advantage, Guangzhou, but I don't know, man. Even before in their previous match, you have this feeling that when they get ahead especially, they start really disrespecting their opponent. And this time, the Huns made them pay for it. They have the right tools for the job. They have, I guess, a stronger late game. And the foot's on the other shoe, man. Like, they are the ones with the sustain now, with the Khalid, with the Yuzong, with the Leomord. And even with the Baxia, because the Baxia can't really move forward aggressively, the teamfights just go in favor of the Huns time and time again, and they got some really good chase.
Yeah, I feel like because they won game 1, they felt like they got away with it, but game 2, very different. This time the Huns they really punched back. They really played around, like all the I would say all like the uncanny error or the bad habits of the Guangzhou gaming, and they were able to just do more than enough to kind of make Guangzhou gaming pay, especially like the sequence in the top lane where Kenny shows up and gets like 3 kills top and then 1 kill mid, and then Guangzhou gaming keeps dangling CY as a bait and send him into those 1v1s. And I think those are like big turning points that really costed them the game.
Which is, again, you almost question like why almost immediately, because they picked the Hellcurt, and I don't see any real value for the Hellcurt except for like that of course the early game, but also like the split, right? In the team fights, can turn off the lights, it can terrify a lot of people, and we did see that play out, by the way. But for the most part, I was so confused on why. I guess the Hellcurt wasn't really doing well enough, wasn't snowballing to be able to split push. But sending the Claude solo time and time again definitely was a bit of an odd call. And yeah, they had the goal advantage, and even if they don't really get like if they don't give up a losing team fight, they were trading like 1-for-1, 2-for-2 time like repeatedly. And if you are the Huns with this lineup, with a Moskov, with a Zetian, right, and you're at a goal deficit, bring out the 1v1s, bring out the 1-for-1s, the 2-for-2s, because if you're in a losing position, anything you can get, any equal trade you can get is going to be more value to you, right? Guangzhou technically don't have to even allow that to happen. So that's definitely a bit of a miscalculation on Guangzhou's part.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate. Gives us another good series, and I think this could be sort of like the point of reference for the other teams as well, as we go deeper into this tournament, regardless of the results, right? Guangzhou gaming, they're definitely the fact that they show some of these habits that we didn't really get to see in the previous series because they were that dominant. This I think is more of a morale boost for the Huns than anything else. And then Guangzhou gaming, they have to kind of quickly look back at the first 2 games before going into the 3rd game and just be a bit more composed, right? Like, don't be that trigger happy.
Yeah, and maybe again, coincidentally, right? This was the game where the draft got quote unquote stolen away by the Huns, right? They got the Yuzong, the Leomord, and again, if that's the main problem, then ban it out. I think some of their bans, they can afford to kind of give up a bit more. I feel like the carry really wouldn't be as big of a problem against this lineup. It's an issue for the Baxia, but at this point, the Baxia also wasn't doing so hot. So there's definitely adjustments possible for Guangzhou. We did say that if there's any change right now, any first move, it has to come from the Huns, and they have delivered. So now for Guangzhou, do they want to make adjustments of their own, or do they want to double down with this strategy? And if they think that maybe it's just a difference in execution?
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I always feel like, if you take the Valentina too early, it doesn't give too much value. I personally prefer Valentina as more of a response than sort of like an initiation, unless you want to really deny like a Sora or some big ultimates, because at least from a lot of the Valentina picks, like first second picks I've seen, generally the win rate is pretty low, but that's just sort of what I've seen.
Right. I think some teams do pick it up as a deterrent, right? They know you want a big ultimate, so they just pick it up first. But in this case, they did get the Sora too, because they sort of denied it, right, using the Valentina. I think it's fine. The fact that they were able to get a gold advantage, kind of leads me to believe that the draft isn't abysmal. It's not awful. Might not be as ideal as they would like, but they were able to make it work initially, So I guess it's a bit of both. They definitely have to kind of show more respect though, because there were some moments there where the Hun got value, where I think we can all agree it's like they had no business like doing well in some of those fights, but it worked out for them. So I think Guangzhou definitely recognized that some of those moments came from them technically.
Pretty much gifted over to the Huns, unfortunately. So I think again we gotta see like how that next game is gonna play out. I think for the Huns, they haven't really like gone out of the comfort zone, which I think is not entirely a bad thing. They've shown some of the some depths in their pockets, but they haven't done anything crazy. And I feel like probably it isn't a need to do so, right? Because even in game one, where they stick to their very comfortable game style, and they almost came out on top, just based on capitalizing on the errors of Guangzhou Gaming. So I'm looking forward to see if the ball, getting passed back onto Guangzhou Gaming's court, they have to be the ones that kind of rectify whatever errors that has happened in that previous game, and just, I think, give more respect to the Huns.
And I keep harping on about this, but get some more crowd control, man. You kind of feel for Modi in that game, because he goes in and everyone was waiting for it. He was the one guy that can make a solo kill happen, the one guy that can make a big team fight win happen for his team. And because he's the only guy, the moment he goes in, Spear of Misery, like Raging Sandstorm even occasionally, Fury of the Phoenix to stop his team from backing him up. And it's weird to say, because the Shifting Skies gives you crowd control immunity, but the Sora is quite susceptible to crowd control, man. Just because it stops you from getting like the right amount of stacks to get the active component of the Shifting Skies. And we mentioned this mid-game earlier, but there were some fights that really should have gone to Guangzhou Gaming's favor, but Modi just could not get that ultimate out in time.
Let's see. I'm like checking out some of the other regions, and I feel like right now, at least for MCT most of the teams are still trying to like really get the fundamentals down, right? So we're not really seeing those big deep pockets. But if there's like one hero I want to see, I'm thinking of, I wonder if like the Gord will come back again. We've seen like the Gord once. The Cho, I want to see more of the Cho and Kalea. I think these are heroes that are probably not too favored, especially the Cho, more mechanically demanding for some of the newer competitors. But it's one of those big game changes. I feel like that can really give you an edge in a game.
The Gord, huh? It's one more way to engage technically. It's AoE crowd control, even though it doesn't really feel like it should be. The burst damage though, I think it's going to be quite valuable. It could be a better alternative if you want shoe damage, aside from going for the carry, right? It's just less of a danger pick. It gives you great mid control too.
Yep. Let's go into game 3. So both teams still remain on the same side this time. No changes on that. Bans seemingly the same. Jungle bans by Guangzhou Gaming. The Huns going for the Freya opening. Should follow up with a Zhu Xin if we follow the pattern. Yeah.
Sushin almost immediately on cue. Along with that, the Harith was the option earlier. I wonder if they want to go with the same, or did something of the performance from Guangzhou demands a different thing. No, it's gonna be the Harith.
They take Claude here? No, go back for the Leo Mort.
Is it just like a reset, bro? Like the same bans and picks?
Yeah. Just gotta remind everyone, this is not a replay. This is game 3. It's happening live. Do you take Yuzong here, right? Do you just be like, you know what? They're probably gonna go Yuzong. We take Yuzong and Cloud away.
Oh wait, you're
Okay,
right.
close enough, close enough.
Oh, but now with the Leo mode, the Yuzong is kind of it's kind of left alone a bit more. For Guangzhou, I guess
They
Claude,
take Claude
no?
here, right? Yeah, take Claude here. Okay,
They want the
Claude.
Valentina as well. I think it's not a bad idea. Because it's one of those mid laners again that can still stay somewhat safe against like a Yuzong, against one of these heroes that can really dive in far deep. It's gonna be the Valen indeed.
Okay, so do you take Moskov here, or do you go for Gwyn? There's still Gwyn available.
Might be the Gwyn angle. You know,
Or-
I guess to get a brawler in the jungle.
Or the Glue.
Prefer the Gwyn personally. There you go.
There it is.
All right.
Go.
Now
Good.
though, for both teams, not so much card control. I guess for the HUNS, Fury of the Phoenix and Spatial Migration. But Fury of the Phoenix you can kind of outplay though, and Spatial Migration is the one engage tool. The fact that Guangzhou don't really have any hard card control just yet, it's a bit worrying to me.
Yeah. They do have like the Petrify technically as well as the crowd control. The Hylos and Glue banned out by the HUNS. Carry by Guangzhou Gaming. This should be a Moscow ban, I think. Let's see. If we go down the list, if the Moscow gets banned out, we might be seeing like Granger or Bruno. I know Mui Minute played the Bruno early on. It's one of his favorites too.
They might not even like be too concerned about the Moskov, right? If they want to play early game and play tempo, like the only reason the Moskov looked so good is because the game dragged on, right? Both teams were just trading equally. So I'm thinking something. Maybe they're concerned about just damage output, just deny more shred.
Ban Khalid.
It's
Oh,
gonna
to
be
ban the
Moskov. Pretty straightforward. Okay.
Yeah. It's the roamers here. The Hilda comes out. Even more tempo.
Yes, but not a lot of crowd control.
Yep.
And there's not a lot of heroes to threaten in the backline. Usually we saw the Hilda picked against Farsas in my region, because you can always like zone out the Farsa and stop the ultimate from being channeled. But with the Valentina, not really that big of a concern. So if they go for like a Khalid here, right, they can match the Hilda, trade blows, something like that, along with like a Terizla that's left open. It's not really the best of matchups against the Yuzong though. So maybe like a Phoveus.
Yeah, and funny enough, we haven't seen like Phoveus at all. Grok is also another way.
Okay.
That's the crowd control. And the Phoveus, finally. Finally, we see the Phoveus.
And the Bruno too. So we're pretty spot on guess-wise, Husky. But the Grok out of nowhere, I don't know about this. Again, it's just very ultimate reliant. With the barriers, you can kind of stop the Hilda, I guess, and punish even more. Big if though, right? Big if.
Yeah. Oh, this one is quite the lineup. I agree. This one is very ultimate reliant from the side of Guangzhou Gaming. For the HUNS, not so. And Bruno gets a naturally winning lane into the Claude early on, unless something goes catastrophically wrong. So that's something that I think the HUNS can bank on in that early game.
I think it's a bit more dangerous for the HUNS this time, just because there's more mini crowd control tools. Because now if Bankai is supposedly gonna be zoning away CY, he has to go through like a dark wave, a tectonic charge potentially, a terrify, and the pushback from the Phantom Steed. You know, there's a lot of small bits of crowd control that can really stop the HUNS' momentum. So I think it's back to something more of like game number 1, where Guangzhou want to play for team fights. The Huns will excel in like 1v1, 2v2 skirmishes.
Well, it's time to head into game number 3 this time. OT still on the same side, so the entire series, Guangzhou Gaming, the overzealousness have been costing them games. Dangerous grass is going to be the map we play on in game 3, and that means more agency for Hilda to walk around.
It's true. Running the throw on the Wilderness Blessing, OU definitely wants to clear and be annoying. And unlike the Khalid, the Grok, I don't know if the Grok like matches well trading against the Hilda, right? First of all, you don't do as much damage, and you also don't heal up after. Like the Khalid would have been able to match the sustain a little bit. Whoa.
Oh, the early trade not really favoring Mei. Have to give some respect to the Hilda Zetian.
Just like that, Hilda comes in, tries to be a nuisance. They're gonna try and steal a camp away from Recall before the Litho even spawns. And he cannot check it, man. It's too risky.
Yep.
This is why that Hilda is just so much more oppressive. And that's why I was a bit concerned about the Grok pick. But maybe it will come in handy in the big team fights.
Yeah, I think it's definitely more design, or at least the lineup is more focused on trying to get those fights off than, you know, getting these pressure early game. But there's a bit of give and take, right? Like you're resigning the early pressure over to HUNS in exchange for maybe a team fight. You get a good tech charge in, and that's going to be your key to win the game. I'm more curious on how that goal lane matchup is going to be, right? Again, I think Bruno naturally wins into Claude as long as you play it well, and once you get the hard floor, you are definitely going to win. But see why he's holding his own pretty well.
I think Bruno needs the Haslos for sustain, yeah, but I think he only really wins early on here if it's an all-in, right? Where the cooldown of the spells isn't really a concern for the Bruno. If in short trades, I think CY can do this. BMI in, get some damage, BMI out, and leave his shadow to like beat on Yuki. As there's a fight on the mid lane.
Yep. The Phoenix gets used. Hits on a 2, and that's enough to stop Guangzhou Gaming from progressing forward, but they did get a key out from Kenny. So it's a small win for Guangzhou Gaming. And Stolen Fury of the Phoenix is also there. He even broke the Phoenix cloak of Kenny. Managed to find Bankai in the bush, and now the Focus comes in. Stolen Fury of the Phoenix, that is the setup we've been waiting to see from Guangzhou Gaming. Instantly 3 kills. Gathered Kenny, 4th to go down. 4 bodies for Guangzhou Gaming and the turtle.
Oh boy, man. It looked somewhat okay for the Huns, and then they got clumped up on the top side of the turtle pit right there. And it's combos. Combos upon combos. You should have known better going up against a Phobius, dude. This is why the hero usually gets respected so much. We haven't seen it this match. Actually, we saw it in the previous match, but this match, this is the first Phobius, and I guess the Huns forgot the level 4 Phobius threat.
The pressure intensifies in the gold lane too for Yuki. Again, all he wants is to get that hard score, and he'll feel a bit more comfortable overall. We see Bankai going on quite the trip there to check that riverside. Doesn't find anyone, sadly. So 1.4k-ish gold lead for Guangzhou Gaming. Not too huge, all things considered. But if anything that the Huns learned from the previous game is that these setups, these combos on Guangzhou Gaming, easy to pull off, and when it connects, it's almost a death sentence.
Look at this, man. Modi playing it pretty safe. I don't know if he sees the fact that the jungler is on that side. These are the moments where the Huns again wants to go for team fights before Guangzhou can group up, but oh, they're losing at the skirmish battle.
Yeah, that's a tech charge already committed into a terrified layer perfectly in terms of crowd control.
Man, 2 ultimates though immediately. Guangzhou are definitely decisive. Still meta trying to go for a solo play. But again, all these are gonna be up before the next neutral objective. Zones out Yuki. Won't be able to go for anything more though, as it's another engagement on the top side.
Yep, Fury the Phoenix gets used, dropped on the 2 and allows Bankai to take out recall. So Modi, the first pursuit, just too much. Killing spree on the Phobius now.
jungle for EXP, like, so far not bad. Xing though, oh man, how does the Huns keep doing this, man? And then they gave one back, okay. But this should be a neutral objective, but Modia is trying to be a raid boss. He has a bounty though, he might want to reconsider.
Yeah, I think, you know, Yuki needs to start respecting the fact that he doesn't have Flicker, so you can't just walk up to the Grok like that. Chuck Charge gets used, but still Flicker Dark Wave in from Modi. Not able to get on the steel meta. And Huns, they get the turtle and they're out.
It's these moments before the neutral objective where it makes sense for the Huns to try and make a play, but Guangzhou seems to always fall for it. Right? They're waiting for the neutral objective. They want to play with Modi, you know, as the raid boss. But are they not understanding that the Huns want to avoid that at all costs? They should really, again, respect the movement potential of the Huns, because that is their win condition, right? The win condition isn't in a team fight. Their win condition is before the team fight.
Yeah. Get the lane stop there, CY to the top lane right now. Finding OU, but it's not really the target that you want to go on. We see the Housefall already coming online for Yuki. Again, he doesn't have the flicker, so if he gets caught by Mei with the barrier and he doesn't have the sliding tackle, that's also going to be a dead Bruno, which is something that he needs to keep in mind, considering that that's how he was punished. Although this wet noodle fight in the mid lane might escalate. OU trying to get out of their tech charge.
Whoa.
Hits an air ball. Mei committing an ult. And it seems to be the signal for the Huns to come in for counter engaging. Blow the Purify. And then they follow up with the Petrify. That is what we want to see. The Huns had that plan out from the beginning. And now the shutdown with the Modi seems to be possible. He's bleeding now. Jumping in. The flicker away from Kenny. And the shutdown goes to Yuki of all people.
Again, they just don't respect it, man. They send their members forward and they don't recognize that the Huns, they don't have a lot of crowd control. What they do have is chase. So you saw that Xing tried to even buy some time for Mei to be able to back out from that engagement. But as he does so, the Black Dragon comes in with the Petrify. The Hilda slows him down. The Zetian also is shooting out spells, slowing him down too. They kind of respect the long chase from the Huns, man. It's not gonna be about Requiem that the spells they're doing.
Modi goes in with the flicker, stolen Fear of the Phoenix, gets unleashed. Kenny doesn't have this just yet. Now the tech charge, bit better than the previous one. Guangzhou Gaming responding in kind with 2 kills. Just 1, excuse me.
I thought it was 2 as well, but just 1. And you can see that when the fights happen on their terms, Guangzhou, man, with all the AoE and the damage, they have what it takes to win, but they've always been forced to fight almost sporadically. Again, might happen again.
Be careful of Yuki. He did get stalled out by a bit with the Terrify. Now fighting a tight area. Yuki not really in the position that he wants to. Here comes the Phantom Steed summoned by Recall. They lose steel meta as Recall goes for the dive. Yuki has the Purify to get out of there. OU will try to hold him back. The Black Dragon, unfortunately, even though Bankai is the Petrify, doesn't seem to be the perfect moment to go in. Guangzhou, they want this mid-tier 1 and Bankai should be able to clear it out in time. Commits the Petrify there. Clears out the minion wave. The Huns will keep the structures up.
As you can see right there, the Huns, that's why they were trying to go for fights like that, you know, trying to be surprising, trying to go for and pick up 1 or 2 members, because they know as 5, it's difficult to get through all the crowd control, right? Especially the Blazing Duet being a real threat. You know, CY isn't even on the Swift Trinity just yet, building towards it right now. But yeah, man, for Guangzhou, just stick together and know how far the Huns can chase you, and position accordingly. Oh, they're catching OU off position though. And again, that movement speed, the mobility is what is allowing the Huns to even stay competitive in this current game.
Yeah, the Rampart doesn't really lock him in place. Still a gap that he can slip through. Guangzhou Gaming really wants this mid-tier 1. That's why they're putting so much emphasis in trying to get their minion wave in. Yuki needs a Malefic Gun. Not sure if he has it yet. Fury of the Phoenix gets committed, but the dive, holy cow, by Recall. Again, the stolen Fury of the Phoenix really enabling Guangzhou Gaming to go for these type of maneuvers. Can Bankai at least get a trade in? Oh, gets stunned up! And that should be his death. The tech charge as a follow-up. Guangzhou Gaming with 2 in the mid lane.
Not surprising enough, that's what happens when Modi go with the dive!
Facial Migration gets used into a Fire Requiem, but Modi can keep on doing this. It's Bounce House season. Guangzhou finds their 3rd.
getting slammed on by the Phobius, man. You want to talk about brawls? You must have forgot Phobius excels in these circumstances. The Dark Rays have been on point, man. You saw it earlier. Even with the Black Dragon form, Bankai could not do anything. It was even questionable for him to get in that deep behind enemy lines in the first place. So much crowd control, AoE crowd control as well. All the HUNS have going for them is that surprise factor, man. But as the gold lead keeps getting further and further, the Guangzhou Gaming are gonna care less and less about that.
Yeah. The HUNS working towards the Berserker's Fury for Yuki because he's gonna be instrumental. Again, the fact, the lack of the flicker, right? The Purify, I mean, is only really good against the tech charge, but if you get tech charge, you're gonna die anyways. So Yuki has to play sort of the game of his life. Has to be in the best possible position to dish out damage. Because if he goes down, they really don't have enough to take on Guangzhou Gaming. You see the top lane again. The Vital Requiem used defensively. Stolen Fury to the Phoenix gets unleashed early on to not much impact this time. The Lord did get cleared out.
That's a lot of OTs down for Guangzhou though. No tech charge, no Fury of the Phoenix in theory. Oh, you're trying to match May. Gotta be careful there though. His team is zoned away from him.
Yeah,
whoa!
The combo again, Fury of the Phoenix gets used but slightly too late. By the Requiem defensively used, actually catching Modi. I think as Modi jumps in, the dive from recall, turning on the Yuki, cuts him in half. They go for the trade, CY in with the Blazing Duet. It's gonna be man fighting OU, and again with Yuki down, there's just not enough damage from the side of the HUNS. Kennedy is going to try his best, and it's enough to force Guangzhou Gaming to fall back, but they did lose an inhib.
Not the far side advantage, but it will do, man. 3-for-2 trade as well. Guangzhou will be happy about that. And you're seeing the improvements right here, because earlier, there were times where we'll be in the same exact circumstance, and Guangzhou Gaming would stick around, would try and make an outplay. And it's just not necessary, especially against a team like the HUNS, who are very willing to oblige when you give them the chance.
Yeah. And they love these kind of brawl, but finally Guangzhou Gaming finds a lead for themselves, right? A sizable lead that they can take advantage of to close this game.
They got the item power spikes lead as well. They got the Wind of Nature for CY. That's gonna be pretty massive. Although again, Kenny and Still Meta are doing magical damage, so he still needs to be a bit concerned about that. But Modi Chastiles Pauldron into the War Axe. That's why man is just tanky as heck. Not really concerned about a lot of magic damage. Whoa!
Look at all the damage. Winter Crown is used, but unfortunately the Dark Ray follow up there. Still Meta ends up dying anyways. Right as the Lord's about to spawn too.
Definitely unfortunate, man. Good on Guangzhou to not allow that disrespect. Showing your jungler in front of the Grok, right? I get it, you have a Vital Requiem, but still meta. You know, you can't be playing with fire like that.
Yeah. Part lacking essentially. Now this Lord guaranteed for Guangzhou Gaming. It's a bit of a problem now for the HUNS because I'm not really sure how the HUNS is going to come back from this, right? Because Guangzhou Gaming, they've hit their stride. They figure out the key to winning. Just hit the tech charge, right? Like someone gets an engage off, you follow up, and you layer the combo.
Ooh.
You kill Yuki off, is lights out.
Dude, Modi doing more damage than Kenny on the Zetian? That's crazy. That's so boring Phobius. I guess they have to try and get their own combo inside the base. Oh!
Oh, there we go. Fury of the Phoenix. The stolen one gets used. And this time they do shut down CY and May. The dive might have been a bit too overextended, although Guangzhou Gaming, they still take the mid inhibitor. Still Meta trying to chase down XJing, finds that kill. Now it's gonna try to get his way out of there. Recoil and Modi on the chase. Kenny needs to focus on clearing the wave. Still Meta knows that he's dead.
Man. Again though, you have the Lord, you have the advantage. You gave up 3 kills, once a shutdown on CY. Towards the HUNS, these are the kind of moments that the HUNS can use to try and find a way back. The gold lead is down to about 3 to 4k from the earlier 6 to 7k. And the far side base turret isn't even down yet. Guangzhou got both base turrets, but not the one on the bottom. And the next Lord is spawning. The HUNS have a chance here as Recall Tries to go in, might be a mistake.
They force out the flicker from Kenny, so the Phantom Steve for flicker, very much worth it. The cooldown
That's
isn't
true.
that long for the Lure Mod 2. The Bork for Yuki finding the Demon Hunter sword. Hopefully the Phoenix gets dropped here. Phantom Steve used again, chasing on the
Whoa.
Yuki. Yuki gets pushed back. He's dead. This could be Guangzhou Gaming's window to win the game. I don't think Steelman can do anything about that. He gets ran down, double kill for X Ying. And without Yuki, it's just not possible to win this game, man. Again, this Bruno, that Purify, I feel like there's no value at all. Now the Stolen Fury of Phoenix is gonna land on top of all three of them. Guangzhou Gaming doing some cleanup here, there. Double kill, going over the recall, and they are off to the grand finals.
Man, that's a great showing, dude. The adjustments were definitely there. It was a great case to be made for the HUNS, but unfortunately, Guangzhou are just a bit cleaner. They weather the mid-game storm that the HUNS really enjoy using, and they get the calm, cool team fight victory and show that they can show restraint, they can show discipline.
I think it's just, man, you can't just keep giving the free Zetians all over to Valentina. Like, it's how many times have Guangzhou Gaming won the fight because of Fury of the Phoenix? They probably won more fights with the Zetian ult than the HUNS had with the Zetian ult.
I mean, dude, that ulti was just so good for both teams, right? When you want to have that like all-in team fight, when you have to have that chase and that pick off, even for Yuki there in the final base team fight, before the game-winning team fight, he had the win of nature. He was kind of safe, and then the Fury of the Phoenix just drops on him, and that's part of why he got shut down there. So it's definitely a value ultimate.
Yeah, super valuable, and that's gonna put Guangzhou Gaming in the grand finals tomorrow. They are done for the day. Whereas for the HUNS, they're also done for the day, right? They'll be playing tomorrow in the lower bracket finals instead. So either way, I think it's a longer journey. Fans of the HUNS, they still have a chance. Again, whoever is playing in this playoffs have already secured at least a wildcard slot at MSC in Paris. It's just a matter of who gets to skip wildcards and go straight into the group stage. Guangzhou Gaming are one step closer, one step away, I'd say.
Yeah, very, very close, but they gotta remember that they can't really underestimate the other teams, man. The HUNS were able to actually take a game off them and make the third game a little bit close. Yeah, you wanna be careful about situations like that. But you're right, man. That's it for them for today, and we're gonna break down a little bit later on, like some of the other factors that might have swung the game in their favor.
Yeah, I think overall it's just a very well fought game from both teams, and we still have one more coming up, which makes me quite excited because I think the next one it's gonna be the Mongols against Sunset Raven for Japan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And that one is going to be the important one because loser goes home instantly, right? So you lose the contention for the group stage, but again, you are guaranteed wildcards. So now it's just to see how far it can go.
I guess you're gonna have a strong showing though at this stage, no matter what happens. So, man, both teams have had time to really recover, but I guess more so for Mongols, right? They were playing earlier in match one, whereas for Sunset Ravens, that was like 2 matches ago, so they had one match to really prep up and rest up. Looking at the damage dealt right here, as we were mentioning earlier, Kenny took over towards the end, but Modi on the Phobius, man, you cannot leave this guy alone without any real ways to shut him down, especially in the team fights. The way the HUNS like the team fight up close and personal, that's part of why the Grok, the Phobius, we're doing so good. And unfortunately for Bankai, on the other side of the EXP lane equation, he just wasn't allowed the right opportunities, and he doesn't have a lot of targets to go for on the Yutong as well.
Yeah, and I think it's also why we've been saying that Phobius is such a good hero, and I'm personally pretty shocked that at least throughout the course of today, Phobius was only picked twice, and both were by Guangzhou Gaming. There were games where Phovis wasn't even banned out. So I really want to see teams, like lean into the Phovis a bit more because of what he can provide to the team. Mimodi was so confident he went for War Axe because why not? So this is going to be a lesson, a learning process for the HUNS, and they will have time to study their opponent for tomorrow. Based on the upcoming match, right? We might get the rematch between the HUNS and the Mongols again, and that would be interesting. But there's a chance that the upset would happen, and the Mongols gets knocked out by Sunset Ravens.
Oh, it'll be a bit of a plot twist because right now I think the opinion is that the Mongols are, just a little bit more polished, right? There was a lot of holes in the game of Sunset Ravens just earlier, but the MVP for this game is gonna be May on the Grok, the pick that I honestly questioned just a little bit, but towards the end right there, the barrier and the tectonic charge, it just brings so much value and allows for a much cleaner team fight, technically, because during the tech charge, you knock everyone up on the way to the wall as well, and that it kind of played the defensive role as well as an aggressive role all in one package.
I feel like the only major team fight that they sort of lost was because May missed the tech charge. So after
the field goal.
The field goal, the only one he missed was the one that they lost, and afterwards he's been hitting those tech charges. That didn't help, the HUNS' case that most of the fights happen in close spaces, so it's pretty hard to miss a tech charge when there's walls, everywhere.
For sure. I mean, they wanted to abuse the jungle themselves. I think both teams really got value from fighting in those tight spaces. But again, if Guangzhou were prepared and they fought as 5, that's where it gets different. That's why this game was so interesting, man. It looked a lot closer, a lot more similar to game 1, right? Where team fight wise, Guangzhou Gaming were still winning it out again and again. But somehow the HUNS just keep getting those moments of success, and it can only work so far, right? I think when Guangzhou Gaming start to wisen up, start to respect them a bit more, it became harder and harder for them to find the surprise moments.
Yep, we have an interview coming up, so can't wait to see what the victors of Guangzhou Gaming have to say.
同时再次恭喜广州 Gaming 2-1拿下了胜利。站在我身边的就是广州 Gaming 的辅助选手妹。Hello 妹，让我们再次和朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是广州 Gaming 的辅助妹。
我看到你上台还带着一个东西上来的，可不可以给我们展示一下？
可以的，没问题。
哎呦，这个是什么？
这个是老板让我带上来的，他说中国队伍大于蒙古队伍，大家认可吗？
认可。我相信今天的成绩就是最好的认可。同时这几把比赛真的非常的精彩，特别是第1把跟第3把，无数的高光时刻和精彩的团战一浪高过一浪呈现在我们面前。我不想问到底是哪一波，你们怎么沟通，怎么去想的？我想问你们有没有一个人能不 C 呢？
其实我觉得这是我们的正常发挥。
正常发挥，相信自己。有些团战是很难赢的，我们解说老师也说了。4打5，包括切后排，你们5个人一起往里冲的时候，是纯粹的相信队友，相信自己的实力，也是对身后这个无数支持你们的粉丝极大的信任吗？你们当时是怎么做出那些高光时刻跟华丽的操作的呢？
队友说 Let's go， 我说打。
队友说上，我们就一起上。第2把的时候，中期其实被对面抓到了机会，你们赛后做了哪些的复盘，导致你们第3把如此爆种？
其实我觉得真的是正常发挥。第2把就是我想玩一些比较毒的英雄，但是我没玩好。但我的队友相信我说，你想玩就选，反正随便赢。
所以说这个也是在第3把以及第2把连续被搬辅助位置之后，选出了绝境的格瑞克。那个时候你有对自己说些什么吗？为什么会选出你的绝活英雄？
我听教练的，因为教练比较牛，教练说选了就赢，我就选。
纯粹的相信2字，我觉得广州 Gaming 的选手都已经说倦了。第3把甚至这个中1塔还在，你们就直接跟着魔帝一块儿来到这个中2塔去对拼了。我想问一下，这个做到了像你说的那样，带着 YBG 以及中国赛区全部队伍的意志一起，今天这场比赛，你个人认为广州 Gaming 的实力发挥出了几分之几呢？
我觉得发挥了10分，因为我们永远会是10分。
永远会是10分，永远相信队友，永远相信广州 Gaming 每个选手的实力。同时，你们也拿到了决赛的第1张门票。 对于明天的决赛有没有什么期待？
我觉得让蒙古的1号种子上来试试吧，毕竟2号种子已经打不过我们了。
让蒙古的1号种子来试一试。我相信妹这句话也给了我们全部 CN 赛区的粉丝们一次大大的加油、大大的鼓励和无比强大的信心。同时，再次感谢妹选手接受我的采访。我们这次的赛后采访到这里就全部结束了，让我们稍事休息一下，期待一下下一场比赛的到来。
Take me out into the water as the full moon rise.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Mobile Legends Bang Bang Championship Tour East Asia with me, Arashi and Husky, to bring you to the final match of the day between the Mongols and the Sunset Ravens. We've seen both of them play today, just earlier, but now stakes are higher because whoever loses gets sent home.
Yep. Whoever loses gets sent home. But the silver lining is that, again, to remind everyone, they have already secured their slot, at least a wildcard slot, in Paris, in MSC. So no matter what, they're gonna be playing at MSC. It's just whether they're gonna be playing in wildcards or will they get their second chance? Will they skip wildcards and get the bye into the group stage? But to get that slot, they have to become champions first, which Guangzhou Gaming is one step away from doing so. Whereas for the Mongols and Sunset Ravens, it's gonna be a longer journey in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's still a grueling situation to be in right here. If they want to really take down the tournament favorites, they gotta work their way back up from the bottom. But looking at the Mongols team lineup, K, Ox, Meiki, Zexora, and Mumu. I mean, Zexora is a name I recognize, but this team has been doing pretty impressively so far.
Yeah, I mean, like one of the few veterans, right, from the Mongolian region, previously played with Bankai in Team Zone. He's been on the international stage, playing in the wildcards, I think, in last year's MSC. Even for Sunset Ravens, you know, Mui Minet, Popopopun, Eska, Rukushi, and Ronix. I think Mui Minet is probably the most senior player on the team. Like, he played with Zeta Division as well. They also played in the wildcards last year, if I remember correctly. And so one of the more, like, I think, staple names for the Japanese region, considering that they did have quite a period away from the international stage. So having to sort of like restart the whole process, it's going to take a while, but at least, you know, they have some players who have made a name for themselves.
And hopefully the experience is going to be valuable, right, in prepping the rest of the teammates in order to do well. Because especially for the Sunset Ravens, man, they had a huge setback, as in their games weren't even like all that close, right? It was they were outclassed quite literally. But again, the problems aren't like too complicated. There's a chance for them to fix things immediately and just show an immediately better performance.
Yeah, of course. We have to look at their opponents from the side of the Mongols, who needs very little introduction at this point of time. And sure, they come in as the favorites. They got dropped by the HUNS earlier on, but there are still no slouches, right? These 5 players have, if anything, shown some good composure in game. I feel like what separated them and the HUNS in the earlier match was just the HUNS were a bit more scrappy in those fights, and they basically forced Mongols to play the game and then beat them at it.
Yeah, but they have a bit of a similar mindset, it seems like, if you look at the match that they had. But Sunset Ravens, we've yet to see, man. They've been trying to play the more calculative style, but it really hasn't worked out in their favor all the way from the drafting phase. But they have a chance to amend all that right here, right now.
Yeah. And you know, like, one of the things that I really want to see the Japanese, the region of Japan sort of bring back is the style that we saw from them at the very first M series, right? Like the 10-second gaming plus era, when you have legends like, you know, Obuyen, for example. That era of Japanese MLBB was raw mechanics. It was just, they were just better at doing mechanics, and they will fight you to the ends of the earth. And it sort of feels like what HUNS is doing, what the Mongols are doing, but they were just mechanical genius. That is definitely not present right now. I think, like you say, Sunset Ravens are more calculated, but, you know, I can't blame them for the fact that they have been away for a couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, one can always dream of having that kind of mechanical showdown in the Land of Dawn, you know, on a stage like this. We as talents, at least, would really appreciate it. It's always fun to watch. But I guess they're just not too sure about going toe-to-toe against the Mongols, because, man, Mongolia, it seems like they're not like one of the big main regions by all means, but they seem to have really practiced their butt off, it seems, because mechanically speaking and game sense wise, you know, if you see how they instigate fights, how they back away from danger zones, they feel like they've been around for a while, you know? It's kind of crazy.
I think, like, for Mongols, right, if we remember sort of the story of Zexora on what like the lengths it took to allow the Mongols to boot camp earlier last year on the international stage.
Right.
Big sacrifice, man. I like mad respect for him, and that's why I think, you know, the Mongolian region, although they are not the biggest in any way, but when you look at sort of like the dedication that the players have, not just in MLBB, but I think in other titles that I have had the pleasure of watching as well, they go the lengths, they go the distance to sort of like make that dream come true. And I think that's something that the Mongols, that's something that fuels the Mongols, and I think the region as a whole. And it's even sweeter now that we get 2 Mongolian teams in the wildcards instead of just the usual one.
And it really feels like they've had their share of struggle in order to make it here finally. You know, it doesn't seem like it's been like a very cushy road for them by all means. They've came in as underdogs, they've beaten some of the odds, but they haven't really attained, you know, full international glory just about yet. But that may change, man. They certainly seem really good, and the current meta also suits their style, by the way, so there's some extra benefit there. On the other side, though, for the Sunset Ravens, they gotta really lock in right here. With their own wildcard, Ronix, it came out of nowhere. He's gotta step up too, because theoretically, at least, he should be a bit more well-versed about Mobile Legends.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's the import of the team, right? In that XP lane, which is a pretty important role. I mean, you're going to be going up against Mumu, who, if anything, in the earlier series has shown that he fights. Like, Mumu fights hard. And I think it's one of the great things as well, like SCA, the fact that we have imports that go beyond Southeast Asia. You know, we have imports in MENA, we have imports in, like now, like in Japan, I think even some like China as well, if I remember correctly. I think there's like 2 Filipino players in Korea, in the South Korea qualifiers from Feiyun Esports. So, and Philippines just got their first import in a forever, right? Savero, who is having a blast there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, what a time we live in.
The global MLBB ecosystem. You really start to feel like it's coming together.
Mm-hmm.
You know the meme. Oh yeah, it's coming together, and it really is, man. You're feeling the influence all the way outside of the usual hotspot regions, and that's a good thing, especially for us. It's been a pleasure seeing all the other regions and how they've developed, and you know, brings us back to this point right here. This is a team with 1 import against a team that's all in Mongolian, I believe. So sometimes it brings questions as well. Like, will there be a language barrier? Will there be a synergy issue? So far, it seems to be pretty okay. There hasn't been anything too crazy to really assume that that's the case just yet.
Yeah, I mean, there has been some examples, right? I think in MPLMY, the best case study I could think of is Team Flash, where you have players from, you know, different regions like Filipinos, Singaporeans, and then Malaysia as well. So you're looking at technically 3 different languages, and you know, if you don't overcome the language barrier, if you don't sort of figure out the middle ground, communication breakdowns happen very often, and it happens sooner than you think. Which is, I would like to believe that at least for Ronix, they have worked something out, you know, in Sunset Ravens, and that is a big factor that could affect how the dynamics of the team goes. Let's hop into the picks and bans. Let's start with the Glue and Harith ban right out the gates.
Glue and Harith, EXP lane against the gold lane, 2 very different looks already. Valentina banned from Mongols though. You might have seen the potential we've seen from that hero in the previous match. But for Sunset Ravens, it's still pretty straightforward. The Freya, the Harith, Sushin as well, presumably.
Yep, there we go. Justin banned out.
Alright.
Guinevere is open. Guinevere, Leomort, Suyo, Harley. Plenty of options out there. For the Mongols, they go for the Harley again.
Man, with the Harley, it's just such a dynamic type of hero. You can be aggressive, you can be defensive. And not a lot of assassins have claimed to be able to do something like that. And they picked the Sertian into it though. I guess there aren't any other better options, technically, safety-wise, but that's a bit dangerous, I gotta say. Having
Yep.
the Uranus though, for some teams this is a hotly contested pick, but for some teams not so much.
Yep. He's not immortal, right? Like there are ways to get through to the Uranus, big burst damage. The Harley Gore was a combo I saw, I think like 1-2 weeks ago, that completely destroys the Uranus. The Hilda gets picked up for the Mongols, and I would like if I'm Sunset Ravens right now, I'm looking at like Liomor or Suyo, right? Like Liomor is like one of the direct answers into like Harley, into a Claude, so it should be considered for Rokushi.
Can work by all means. Either that or they pick up a roamer that can really help with the Sitcan as well.
Wow.
No, they go for the gold lane. And I guess not a lot of options are left available, right? Mongols could have banned both the Bruno and the carry, and that's all the quote-unquote semi-meta picks out of the way if you don't count the Granger.
Yep.
So, pretty okay move coming in from Sunset Ravens.
But this one is also just a very player-specific thing, right? Again, I did mention that Mui Minette loves the Bruno. I
Yeah.
think like he's like one of the best Bruno players, at least in his region. So gotta snatch it whenever possible. And again, does naturally have a stronger laning phase into the Claude, more so when you hit the Haas Claw timing. It's just a shame that it wasn't really proven as a case in the previous series. But that's more of like there's a more of an overarching issue. Yuzong banned out by Sunset Ravens. I like that.
Yeah, they don't want their signature pick on the signature player here to get shut down. He's probably channeling in the World Cup buff as well, Husky. You know, that's coming up, right?
Yep.
So football, Bruno, looking good. Along with the Yuzong, the Yves as well though. So they want to make sure that there's no easy way for Mongols to clear and also control the movement. There could be investments in how they want to maneuver around and flank the players of Mongols.
And they also understand that, you know, Mongols lack these tools, so you want to really constrict that pool. The fact that Sunset Ravens, they get the first pick in the second phase, they go for the Khalid. This would easily be what the HUNS like to go for as well, so there are, you know, big similarities there. But to match with the Hilda, it's pretty normal. It's a pretty common answer there.
Yeah, it's pretty even, kind of, for both these roamers. The only difference is that the Khalid needs to expend a skill to heal up. The Hilda, not really. But both move fast. They have a bit of crowd control, but I guess team fight wise, the Khalid just brings a lot more to the table. Although when it comes down to catching something slippery like a Harley, I feel like the Khalid might find it a bit difficult. And so far, he's the only crowd control tool available. And as you predicted, Husky, the Gord comes through with the Alice as well.
Wow, it turns the XP lane into a dead lane, but also provides a solution to completely destroy the front line of Sunset Ravens. The jungler, I think a Suyo would be good here. Was it? Oh no, it's banned out. Leomort? You go Leomort or do you want to go Nolan?
Wouldn't the Joy be alright?
Oh, but there's a Hilda there though.
That's true, but I don't know, man. With the Khalid, I feel like it's still somewhat okay. And I just see it so often in MSL Thailand, and it's such a solid pick when it comes down to maneuverability, burst damage, and shredding tanks. I feel like it can work right here, but no, it's gonna be a more typical Guinevere showing up here for Sunset Ravens.
Yeah, Rokushi did play the Guinevere in the previous series against Guangzhou Gaming. They did get roll over, unfortunately, but it doesn't hurt when there's a stationary artillery mage there. That makes it for an easy target for the Guinevere to jump on. And it also forces them to take Purify, which means that you choose your poison, right? Either you face the Khalid or you face the Guinevere.
True. Oh boy. No easy answers here. It has to come down to the execution as well as the planning on how they want the positioning and the rotations to look like in the mid game. And you know, it's always a lot more easier said than done. But I feel like for Sunset Ravens in particular, they definitely have more of a plan this time.
Like I even feel like even in the games that they lost, the draft is actually pretty sound, right? It's not like they got completely outdrafted in a way. There's a very good idea, but it's just the execution part. Again, it's hard to pull it's hard to get a good reference point when the previous series against Guangzhou Gaming was a complete wash. So hopefully this one's gonna be a bit closer against the Mongols. As usual, I think the Mongols are the favorite, but they have been upset before, so the Mongols also has that burden to bounce back.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they want to perform right here. Again, they have the tools to bounce back already, but they have to make sure that they don't really slip up at all. Because a team like Mongols, man, you give them an inch, they will quite literally take the game and run a mile. So there's extra pressure here not to make a mistake, which might hinder a bit of their performance as we get into the first game here of match 4, the best of 3 between Mongols and Sunset Ravens.
Dangerous grass will be the map that we play on, so it's a Hilda's playground here. Mongols on that blue side, Sunset Ravens on red. Expecting this mid priority should go over to Sunset Ravens if you get the trade right. Yep, really straightforward. And while the Phoenix Cloak did get broken there, I mean, a lot of roamers nowadays can easily just walk up to Desertian and get rid of the passive. There's really nothing much you can do about that.
Yep, just have to deal with it, honestly. But oh, look at that. HP bars are very low for Popo and Ronix. Want to be careful here, man. Mongols definitely smell blood in the water.
Yeah.
Can't really get anything just yet, though.
To force an early retreat and get the Little Wanderer. And easily translate into a camp steal that Ronix will try to hold on with Popo, but Popo overextends. Doesn't have the quicksand guard though. First blood given over to ZXora, which is a disaster there.
Definitely not how they want this game to go, man. Getting the jungler a kill, more gold, more EXP theoretically. It's already a bit of a tough start. And even here in the gold lane, Muimine not really bullying as Rokushi becomes the target again. No protection, no safety.
Wait, he didn't even take his purple buff. What? How did that happen? So he started orange, contested a small camp, has it stolen, loses litho, and instantly paths to counter jungle? That's what he did. Oh lord.
Well, now he's on his purple, but or did he not clear it completely, Husky? It's hard to imagine him not taking it for no reason. We'll see in a minute here. The Ox definitely on the Hilda understands that Rokushi is in a weak situation and is eyeing him in the jungle, seeing if he can zone maybe. Oh, Mystic Gush already making a bit too overzealous there. It won't be available for the next fight.
Yeah, and Boo starting off a potential camp steal. Yeah, so as Zeus was on a killing spree, so Rokushi just only took his purple. So the jungle pathing is already a disaster. This is catastrophic for Sunset Ravens. They should not be thinking about contesting anything right now. They gotta find a way to do damage control, farm up, proxy waves, do whatever is necessary with the help of Ronix and Popo.
They're still on 0 kills, and look at their laners,
Good
man. Their
lord.
laners are getting zoned out of their own lane so far. Man,
The whole plate is gone.
we talked about how the Bruno might be a solution, might be, you know, the strong suit, the strong point for Sunset Ravens, but it's been completely denied at this point. Muiminet 1 level down and probably what, 500, 600 gold down, considering the turret gold. But look at this gank.
Yep, here they come, bottom again. They're gonna jump straight onto Escar. There goes his Phoenix Cloak again. Muiminet trying to help, but the Mystic Gush, as predicted, melts through Sunset Ravens, and ZXora is also about to show up. Great stun from Makey. Double kill for him again, and Muiminet, he's certainly gonna go down. They will just commit fully on him. Muiminet blows the flicker to no avail. Mega kill for ZXora. Arashi, is it fair for me to call GG's now?
I mean, I'm a never say never until it's over type of guy, but this is rough, dude. Considering that this is Mongols we're talking about, this isn't a lead that they're gonna give back generously, you know? And nice to call it out before. If Sunset Ravens want to have a chance, they have to make sure that the jungler has protection, that the jungler does well. And right now, 0 and 2 Rokushi, that is not what is happening with Sunset Ravens.
Yep. The Gush shouldn't get any kill, but enough to force a retreat. Man, Muiminet tried to go for the double wave, and he's gonna end up... Wait a minute, they already lost the bottom tier 1. This is escalating from bad to worse. We're looking at a 4K gold lead for Mongols. Popo,
Oi!
good attempt there, but just does not have the damage from Womenette.
There's too much damage coming in from Ox on the other side. Whoa, flicker in!
And Ox doesn't even die.
That's insane, dude. Seriously? There's no punish. And again, we're talking about tools for the job. Sunset Ravens, they wanted to go for something a bit more safe. Can't do it, man. They just don't have the right tools to really punish, right? The Rokushi is too far behind. Popo now 0 and 5, super squishy. They can't even contest ground soon enough.
Once this mid tier 1 goes down, it's gonna be lights out. And speaking of that, Fear the Phoenix does get used. Womenette able to get out from there, but they still end up losing Rokushi. Can they at least get Meiki? No, the flicker from Popo committed. Meiki desperately trying to make an escape there. They find a shutdown onto Zexora and Meiki. Sunset Ravens gets to fight back a little bit. Ox is going to be next on the menu. There's Eska with the pickup.
Man, you have the questions what's going on with the Mongols right there too, though. Like, is there any reason they would be giving up that many advantages? Almost a solo kill right there onto Muminette, but the turtle's going to fall into the hands of Sunset Ravens, presumably. And again, Mongols had no reason to give up 3 kills out of nowhere.
I just very confident with the dive, but completely disrespecting the, I think, Rokushi's crowd control, the Fire Requiem, and Eska's Fury of the Phoenix. It's quite a price to pay. It's still 4,000 ahead. They're gonna try and do it again this time. Doesn't land a stun, but they will repeat what they did this time, slightly cleaner. They find that kill. Popo had the raiding sandstorm out of the way. K trying to work on that mid tier 1, doesn't find it. Concentrated energy off for Rokushi, and another purple buff stolen.
So far, objective-wise though, that bottom lane is looking pretty bare for Sunset Ravens. Other sides though, not too much, but this mid lane turret should fall unless Sunset Ravens expend some resources to try and protect it. The fact that Meiki can just leisurely engage with the Mystic Projectile and follow up from a very good safety using the Mystic Gush, it's making the teamfight angle look really wonky for Sunset Ravens as well.
Yeah, like, doesn't feel threatened at all. There you go, they found another one. That's mega kill for K. 6th death for Popo.
Where'd he go? This got deleted, man. The magic trick of the Harley on Zexora. And now the jungle isn't even safe. Sunset Ravens don't even have a proper place to farm. And look at that, dude. Zexora, if you look at the items, only 2 items, but that Lightning Truncheon alone is such a threat for the squishier members on the side of Sunset Ravens.
Yeah, Rokushi went for the extra cooldown boost and a concentrated energy first item, so this Guinevere is not going to have any impact at all. They will still try with the fight, but look at that Mystic Gush on all of them. Oh my goodness, one straight line. Momo finds a double kill. And the worst part of it all is that your Fury of the Phoenix doesn't stop the Mystic Gush. It will keep on playing out.
Yeah, that's a hidden advantage, honestly, for the board, right? The fact that your Mystic Gush just doesn't really stop. Mumu stuck in the base, though. He is healing up from the damage, so it doesn't even matter. In fact, he's cutting the waves for a faster push, and it gets out of there.
Yeah, he just cut 2 waves. Oh, Lord. And now Sunset Ravens, if you want any resources, you gotta start moving out of the base.
Man, right now, it's so tough for Sunset Ravens to really find anything. Because, again, even if they do land a big stun, a big Raging Sandstorm, a big Fury of the Phoenix, is there even enough damage to threaten the main front lines? Ox and Mumu are looking unkillable at this point.
I feel like they like Mongols have to literally take everything in the face to maybe go down.
Yeah, and that's not also that's also maybe, but the Mystic Projectile alone there, it's just so spammable and low cost. Just keep shooting it out there, and if there's a chance, you engage fully on it. If not, no problem. As Mumu again double cuts just to get the faster push, and there's not enough damage. He's healing from the damage.
they can't keep him away. Oh boy, they are sieging without the Lord, by the way. This is like 9 minutes in. All holy defenses have gone down, and now they go for the full push. Blazing Duet from into the backline from K, because why not at this point? Finds Ronix in his face, and Ronix can't really do much about that. Oh, gets stunned up by the Mystic Projectile. Mumu is out of that one. Trying to heal back up. Chrono Ruin. Oh no, all 3 of them, and he heals up again! Moon just cannot die. It is a vampire. It's a bit too much. We're looking at the fastest game today, Arashi. This is potentially the fastest game if they end it right now, and they have a good chance of doing so. 9.5 minutes in, the Mongols take game 1.
9 minutes and 29 seconds. Dang, bro. We knew that the Mongols were gonna be aggressive. We knew they're gonna play fast, but that was quite faster than I think people were expecting. I thought maybe, 13 minutes, 12 minutes?
Yeah.
Dude, all the way from the early game, the pickups, the cuts, the pathing. I mean, Mongols just outclassed them, outclassed Sunset Ravens at so many levels. And yeah, there were some moments where Sunset Ravens were able to get some kind of punish, but overall, right, aside from that one moment, which was kind of like overextended by Mongols anyway, dude, they couldn't do anything. Yikes, man.
They just broke the record set by Guangzhou Gaming by more than a minute. Fastest game was Guangzhou Gaming. Like game 2 against Sunset Ravens, they were casting it with nice too. It's like 10 minutes 38 seconds.
Yeah,
this was 9 minutes 29 seconds. Good lord, this was a public beheading by Mongols. They were merciless with that game.
And I mean, I can't help but feel like you kind of saw it coming just a little bit, you know, with with the Harley, the Gore, the Hilda. I think the draft had potential to a degree, right? To a degree. But the moment the jungler died twice, the moment like the gold lane just got zoned out from a whole wave almost. That was just rough, dude. I don't know if there was like a way around that, if there was a rotation that could have prevented that. Oh man, that was really brutal.
I think it just went too wrong in like the first 2 minutes. You know, like the pathing from Rokushi was very odd.
Yeah, the pathing too.
That was
don't have
so
answers.
weird. That one, like the only answer, the only like way to fix that is actually to fix the pathing. There's no way around that. That was very, very weird. But I think, you know, like we saw the faces of some of the players from Sunset Ravens. They know that they've been completely outclassed that game. They can't even be mad. Like that game was just brutal. It was heaven and earth in terms of sort of like the demonstrations between both teams.
Yeah, I feel like that's fine and all, but where do they go from here, right? Let's take a look at some of the damage numbers though before we continue. Bro, I mean,
the Guinevere just did less than 10k damage, man. Oh god,
that's rough. Oh man, what can you say? I mean, to be fair, Sora also didn't do like the highest amount of damage in his, for both teams. The jungler did the least amount of damage. What the heck?
Yeah, but to be fair to Zexora, like they don't, like Sunset Ravens don't have enough health for him to pad the stats. You know, like they just die too fast.
Is that the reason? Oh,
they die
man.
too fast. You know, you can't increase like the stat numbers if your target expires too quickly.
I guess that's true. My MVP is gonna be K though, and yeah, he was cutting lanes, he was carrying team fights. Solid game when you have the advantage and you're on the clock. That's how you want to do it, man. That's how you want to exert more pressure, right? Zone away your lane opponent even more.
871 GPM in a 9.5 minute games. That is crazy.
Yeah, and speaking of just unique items, gold and unique items, Zexora on the Harley didn't even go for the Divine Glaive. You know, the Trinity is like the Genius Wand, Lightning Truncheon, and then Divine Glaive. Mm-hmm. He went straight Holy Crystal, dude. Like, either like he had too much gold, right? Just skips over the Divine Glaive, or just not enough not enough resistances built up by Sunset Ravens that he thought he could get away with it.
Yeah, he got away with the Joy build essentially.
Basically, yeah. Man, it feels bad to be in the position of Sunset Ravens because this is a really tough matchup to begin with anyways, right? Before even looking at the drafts, wanting to play calculative against a team like Mongols, they are literally raiding you non-stop, man.
Yeah, like I think it feels worse right after that game because the previous series, like, sure, like they ended like 14 minutes in game 1, 10 minutes in game 2. They feel like, okay, you know, like it can't get worse than that. and then Mongol comes in, and then they end the game sub 10 minutes. Like how do you reset for this?
They gotta try their best and channel in the power of friendship, bro.
the power,
of friendship and anime is what they have to rely on at this point, because it has to be a team effort. Unfortunately, when you are outclassed this far, I don't think any individual play is gonna save you, right? The best they can do is get something a bit more straightforward, get something a bit more comfort for themselves, and make sure that at least knowing that it's your teammate's comfort pick, you should have a better idea on how they want to play, and try and do their best that way, man. I'll be real with you. I think that's the only course of action left.
You go for like your most comfort pick, and that includes Muy Benet gets his Bruno back.
Oh no!
I don't know. I feel like when the pressure is this high, when your backs are literally against the wall, you have everything to lose. Just go for comfort, right? What makes you comfortable? What gives you the most confidence to play the game? I think signature heroes.
I'm gonna say what they picked earlier, because Rokushi has been on this Guinevere like twice, I believe. Was it?
Yep.
So is that not the comfort we're talking about? Oh, he was at a Suyo game 2 in match number 2 earlier. So I don't know, man. Is he just better on assassins? Because on the fighters it seems iffy, but on the Suyo earlier, I don't know if he was pressured too much, or was he uncomfortable with the Suyo pick?
I don't know. I mean, the Suyo game ended even quicker than the Gwyn game.
Exactly. But I mean, Guinevere just the comfort pick that we're talking about, Husky?
I mean, if like your first item is concentrated energy, it's pretty hard for me to dig you out of that hole too. I mean, we could go on and on about a lot of things that unfortunately went wrong for Sunset Ravens, but I think you give it your all, right? Like sure, like this is out of your league, but if anything, you can treat it as like a learning experience. Learning experience. You just try to do your best, learn from this, and then you have around 2 months to prep for the wild cards.
I mean, that's true. The experience is going to be valuable. We shouldn't count them out just yet, Husky. Always have the benefit of the doubt, Who knows that they're the main characters in a shonen anime, and they're going to, out of nowhere, pull in a reverse sweep and win the whole thing, right? One can always keep their expectations high, and they have to keep their spirits high if they want to put up a fight here against the Mongols, right? After a game like that, they got to try and reset, man.
Yep. And Mongols definitely on a high right now after the game 1. I mean, play without restrictions, man. Without restrictions, I don't remember the last time like I see a jungler visit the gold lane like every 45 seconds. The pressure is insane. Like the whole gold lane play thing taken in under 3 minutes. It's let's see. I mean, the picks and bans are gonna happen right now. I want to see if they switch sides. Nope, stay on the same side still. Blue side for Mongols, red side for Sunset Ravens. The ban should be the same. Marcel and Freya first. What the Mongols did ban the glue in the previous game. Let's see if they do that again.
They also banned not the Suthian, the Sushin later on for Sunset Ravens. They banned the Phobius this time though. Alright. I think they would want to grab it for themselves, but maybe they have a different plan.
Harith? You think? If the Harith isn't banned at least,
Leo Mord, all could work. No Harith anymore.
Oh. Who do you ban next? You ban glue?
Does it even have to be a glue?
I have a great idea. Ban Bruno, take plot.
That works.
Just to rub it in.
That's pretty mean, Husky, but I can't deny that sounds like a great way to gain an advantage. 20 seconds to go though. Mongols are taking their time with this one.
Yeah, really thinking it through. What do they want to bring here? They could go for the Yeef ban instead.
The Yeef. So I think they're just gonna triple down on the early game aggression right here, right? Because the Marcel, the Phobius, and Yeef are all really good at disengaging, at slowing you so they can get away. And yeah, I think the Mongols are definitely going to be on the chase all the way from the beginning of the game, it feels like.
Yeah, they have the Bandit Zeus in too. Let's see, first pick, territory. Gwyn, Glue, Claude, Suyo, Valentina. Wow.
That's insane, man, because in all the other regions I've been casting in, including my own MPLID, you just don't see the Valentina being that prio, right? Only in some select situations when the player is like really, really good at heroes like the Valentina. And even then, not first pick, dude. Like, Mongols going crazy right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, even in MPL1, like you first face Valentina, it's like it's not like auto lose, but you basically like surrender some of the like advantages, right, of hiding the Valentina. Harley and Uranus for Sunset Ravens. This might be a quad pick, a quad +1. Quad Glue, quad Suyo.
Yes, so your Claude looks solid. And the Harley falls into the hands of Sunset Ravens. And with the Uranus, they have some good zoning and back and forth available to them.
Dang.
Now though,
What is
Mongols.
that hero?
What is that? Wait, it's invisible.
Yeah, pay $4 to unlock the hero.
Yeah, it's the character you haven't unlocked yet.
They haven't unlocked it yet. It's like, oh no, we picked an unreleased hero.
But you know, in some games, when you finally unlock the hero, it's just not as good as like when you faced it in the game. You know what I mean?
Right. Like, it always looks better like in videos, or like when people. There, the Dirov. Wow, into Uranus. All right.
I mean, that was the solution that was used by Onyx back then. You know, you see the Uranus, or you see a Baksha, right? Bring in the Dairoth, get like a physical damage jungler, and just delete the guy. And the current Dairoth has already been buffed a little bit, right? I believe he heals a lot more with his base kit.
Yeah,
But-
and then he regenerates his like resource bar as well, like passively.
Yeah. But immediately there seems to be some interference with from the staff after the Dairoth. So hey, maybe Mongols are not going as crazy as we assume.
Well, Daroth is, you're not supposed to pick Daroth. Hard counters are not allowed.
Who knows, man? Maybe they want something a bit more in
Caravan.
line with the meta.
Pan up a bit more. Come on, pan up. I want to see the bands. I want to see the bands, man.
Cameraman, please.
Please.
Well,
Eska, oh wait, that's not Eska. That's
Rokushi, no?
Yeah.
Oh boy, he definitely feels the pressure, man, because
No,
the jungler is so important, and it feels like the team are relying on him to try and make things happen, but he hasn't been able to. That has to be a frustrating feeling.
If I got wrecked like that, I don't know how I recovered. So they got the Hilda out. It's not bad, I guess.
No, not bad at all by all means.
They're still looking for their gold lane and their roam. Wait, no, the gold lane and the mid lane. At least for the Whoa!
Wait, Draft is proceeding.
Why is this gold?
Grok Yisun Shin? Is this supposed to be like big AoE type of deal? There's some laughs coming in from the
Is that a
from the
Bruno?
coach.
Is that a Bruno? I'm trying to look at the
It
edge
is.
of my. Yeah,
It
it's
is
a
a
Bruno.
Bruno.
Nice.
And what else though?
Yeah, what's the last one? They haven't picked it yet. YSS Grok, huh? Well, go into tech charge. That sounds nice. Pretty sweet. There we go.
All right.
Wow, good lord, the entire portrait is pretty zoomed in.
Well, yeah. Valir. Okay.
Okay.
Bit of a curveball here. Against so many dashes, I'm not fully convinced about this, but hey, if this is indeed a proper front to back, they have two very tanky members. They got good damage output and good crowd control. Tell you what, if they can take this into a 5v5 situation, they can at least stand a fighting chance.
Yeah. Only thing they gotta, keep in mind is that YSS has Traceless that is unaffected by crowd control. The tech charge and the Abyssum Strike from Grok and Derov does not care about crowd control. They will go through regardless. But anything else aside from that seems to be, very doable for Sunset Ravens.
Well, remember, Eska will also have the built-in Purify to counter some of the tech charges and all that. At least this time, there isn't a huge disparity when it comes down to like crowd control tools. I say that, but man, Sunset Ravens are locked into like a defensive posture here. I don't think this comp works moving forward. It seems like it's a front to back with two big frontliners, one magic DPS-ish, one physical DPS-ish, and then the Harley doing his own thing.
Yeah, like a utility mage that can build into tank right after the first two items, like glowing one, ice queen one, and then you go brute force breastplate.
You can.
Yeah. Or you go concentrated energy, or you just like screw it, go full magic damage. To your own discretion. But I agree that draft is not a draft that moves forward, but it's a draft that excels at moving backward,
Yep. And considering that Mongols are gonna have to move forward with this comp, right? No real long-range artillery, no long-range marksman as well. Yeah, they're gonna be forced to try and find pathways in, or go for flanks, right? If they don't want to get countered, quote unquote. So let's see how this plays out, man. There is potential by all means, but it is an uphill battle for the Sunset Ravens.
Can't wait to see how this one plays out. Breath of fresh air there. We wanted to see some deep pockets, and Eska brings it out. The Valir, the Firebender.
See how this goes, folks. Everything hanging in the balance this time. Looking at the emblems, agility for Eska on the Valir with the Bargain Hunter too. So not a lot of roam-minded approaches here. Zexora. Actually, wait, what? What, finding vision was it before starting his buff? That's interesting.
Maybe I was thinking if he would just sneakily go and steal the orange buff at level 1. That's why he was so far forward. Although, Popo, yeah, lost too much health. Then okay, this lane is kind of wrecked. Let the wave push up too much.
Don't count Ronix out just yet. But yeah, there's no big level gap just yet. But that minion.
Oh,
what?
What? All for the cannon. Oh, I can respect that. Do it for the cannon. But he still gets zoned out because the wave gets shoved in.
Yeah, and the way he got that cannon, I think it shoves the wave out just a little bit further.
Yeah,
He's getting zoned out by Gone here. Shout out Hunter, but Popo feeling the pressure too. And he leaves the lead. Oh no!
Look, if the lane wasn't over, it is now.
Brother, you go for the signature picks and then they target you. The source level 4 man, Rokshi. He's gotta be careful, gotta respect it. Oh, okay. Gank from the Hilda as well.
Little Mumu healed up all the bursts, man. And he has the Brave Smite, so he's not going down anytime soon.
It's a lot tankier than you would expect if you played the Direwolf before. 7 seconds to go for the Big Turtle neutral objective. There's a built-in extra retry for Zexora. If they want to go for a pickoff before that actual objective, they have the Direwolf. Meiki is forced to flicker out though, so great moves here from Rokshi. Signs of life as the Hilda zones.
Okay, Popo. To go down here if the Blazers comes through, has to flicker away. One good rampart there. Popo is now guaranteed to die. They will take the turtle away. Rokushi does a good job at that. Sunset Ravens, they're gonna try to retreat, and let's see if Mongols wants to push into the jungle. There's no retribution there for Rokushi. Ronix pops his ultimate, Eska starts throwing out fireball to try and keep them at bay. The rampart gets used, and it's gonna be Zexora that walks away with the buff.
Alright. You see the damage potential from the Abyssum Strike from Mumu, that ultimate. And so far though, not really scaled up just yet. Look at the pressure here, Mongols. They see some vulnerabilities. They go in straight for the jungle camps, and Popo's caught behind the barrier, can't get out.
Flying Clouds in a nutshell. Eska did come back into the fight, but again, it's a Valir. You don't really pose too much of a threat without your items. The Mongols will bleed that into the gold lane.
But at least the pressure is gonna be alleviated from the gold lane, technically, right? And Rokushi again on the quote-unquote prior hero has a chance right here. Goes for a play on the bottom. Doesn't really get the kill onto Mumu. And it's back to the waiting game as K picks up a Sky Piercer. Oh man.
Yeah, that's
No boots.
no boost at all. Doesn't need it for now. The thing about Hilda into Valentina is that, you know, sometimes you underestimate how much damage Valentina does, and he can peel for you as well. Wow, a trade up there. Moimanet takes K with him before he dies to a gank.
Considering it's the first kill though, I think it's still worth it, right? He loses what? Some of the 10 stacks. Eska getting charged on. Will survive though. Valer OP.
Flickers away and still gets hit by the tech charge. But yep, at least he didn't go down. Mumu completely fine and independent here, and the invade happens again.
They're already trying to contest ground here. Popo again on the Hilda can't really match the Grok damage, and neither can Ronick. So Mumu is just pushing them both back. Eska will finally be able to back his team up, but Mongols are fine with it. They just go straight for the neutral objective, and they can increase their lead even more.
Yep, now the rampart blocks Ronick. That's his flicker out.
Man, it's one thing after another, time and time again. And look at the passing though. Mongols immediately running towards the top for some action.
Yeah, Bobo tried to take down Meiki, but doesn't have the damage, and Meiki actually has a constant crit, so it's gonna heal up a little bit. Mountain Shock gets used. K has the bolt ready. He's gonna send it forward. Misses Popo, but doesn't matter. Meiki picks up that kill regardless. Ox is a bit overextended, slowed down by the fireballs. Deadly magic is gonna expire. He gets the shield back from the passive.
In the nick of time, man. Ox survives there. And Zora zoning everyone. Rokushi again playing with fire, dude. Even though his teammate is the Valir, you can't walk up against a Sky Piercer. Oh, hang on a second. K got the Sky Piercer. No,
K got Sky Piercer, yeah.
Yeah, Zora is not on a Sky Piercer Suyo, presumably. Unless they both go for it.
I feel like they will. Because why not, right? Like, two is better than one.
That's what happens when when I play a Sushin and Mirko plays the Suyo, bro. Like we just go Sky Piercers, no problem. But towers are dropping now for Sunset Ravens, and the Mongols are definitely not gonna let that factor be ignored, right? They're gonna try and increase the lead even more. Tech charge.
Sky Piercer, there it is. First one for K, as he finally completes his boots. This mid tier 1 is most likely going to go down. Like, Mumu just cuts the battle line in half, and Popo, he's left all alone.
Oh!
The Sora in an easy 1v2. That's a second Sky Piercer stack, given him with a K. And the Sora finds the third with the help of Meiki. Moimanet doesn't get the kill as Zexora with the outplay.
He's gonna go for an outplay of his own. Ronix spots Zexora though. He dashes out, gets the purple, and Ronix is powerless. Can't catch up and actually might pay with his life.
And Zexora gets it. Oh boy, it has begun. An almost 7k gold lead. Yeah, 7k for the Mongols. Less than 7 minutes in. I think they're gonna get more out from this. Yeah, Rokushi's out of there. The bow connects on the Popo. 1v1 against K. K flickers over the wall. Another Sky Piercer stack. Flicker forward from Mumu. Here comes Ox with the tech charge. Eska out of the fight already. Flicker from Meiki picks up that kill as Rokushi doesn't want to be a part of that fight anymore. And the Rampart secures a safe passage out.
I mean, right now Mongols aren't even working like neatly, dude. They're not even grouping as 5 to avoid pickoffs. They're just simply out mechanicking, if that's even a word, the Sunset Ravens. And with the waves push up against the turret, they just go for fights like this. And look at how zoned the Sunset Ravens are. They can't even exit from the base to defend the topside turret. It's gonna fall to the minion.
And they almost blow up Ronix. It's gonna be the ult use Eska. Oh god, the bolt connects. And the Titanic to the iceberg. K finds another one.
Oh boy. They're gonna try and go for an even faster end, it seems like. They're grouping on the top side. Dude, that's the front line. Deleted.
It's doable. They can't break their own record. At this rate, they might
No
be
way.
able to. They need another minion wave, right? They need like a mid inhibitor and a fresh minion wave in top lane. But it is within the realm of possibility. They have 1 minute and 10 seconds to make it happen. Let's see. It's a record breaker right here. Minion inhibitor goes down. Here comes Eska. Eska is trapped. He's dead. Mumu holds the front. Phronix not having a chance. Rokushi goes in. Hat tricks out of there.
Ooh.
Trying to kill Kick. Kick doesn't go down. Comes back in with the arrow. He's godlike already. Ronix down something and Ronix now dies. Arashi. Well, look at the world record right here. 8 minutes and 40 seconds. Winter Crown. Freeze frame. Why not Mongols? They stay in the tournament.
Is that a world record? No, I think we've seen faster like before.
The world record was actually like, I think,
7.
I've seen faster. I think it was like was it IESF qualifiers or something? It was like under 5 minutes. Yeah.
In the IESF, I remember seeing like a 7-something game. So is that a world record by all means? But it's a league record, right?
It's a league record, yeah. World record, I think, was held by the Indonesian team, which is primarily TLID last year.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was like sub 5 minutes or something. I casted that game and it was quite the experience because they just ran it down.
Oh, okay, maybe. I'm bad with recording things, but boy, the Mongols here definitely leaving an impression. And you're seeing at least the killer instinct come through, right? They are showing so much danger in their gameplay. And you got a feel for the Sunset Ravens, man. They really did try their best, but at every turn, the Mongols just had a different approach, a different angle to push them back even further.
Yeah, it's just, you feel helpless, right? You feel helpless through and throughout. There's like nothing you do works, nothing.
They needed divine intervention, bro. They needed another kamikaze, you know?
Yeah, they needed something. Like they needed. I think even divine intervention probably wouldn't save them. But yeah, it's a tough
It worked the
spot to
first
be
time,
in.
Husky.
Yeah, I mean it did work the first time.
Because you know the lore behind that thing, right? The Mongol invasion and then the storm.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, even though right now for Sunset Ravens they are out of the tournament, they are still going to be going to going to the wild cards, right?
Right.
So there's still a chance we see them in that group stage and make it to wild cards, and that will be in Paris. But for now, commiserations to Sunset Ravens. They got outclassed today by the Mongols, and the Mongols, they have earned their rematch tomorrow against the HUNS again.
And yeah, it's a valuable learning experience for the Sunset Ravens, right? They have a lot to work on. But on the other hand, for the Mongols, they again, man, they are so ruthless. It's almost shocking to even be casting that match. You know, they just stayed in the one lane and just kept pushing and just kept stacking bodies. That's ridiculous, man.
It's brutal. It's really brutal. Like it's something that, you know, like you don't really want to show. Like it's I think it's like a game that you don't really want to rewatch if you are like fans of the team, because of how ruthless the Mongols were in that series. But there's a lot of takeaways, I think, you know, just I think on a fundamental level, Sunset Ravens definitely have a lot to work on. But we did say they were away for, I mean, the region was away for quite a long time, so gotta start from scratch. It's gonna take a while.
Hopefully, again, the experience leads them down avenues of success later on, right? In theory, that should be the case. But yeah, right now the focus is on the Mongols, right? So congratulations. If you look at the numbers right here, I think it's one of those games where everyone was just out for blood. So you're seeing anyone that can do damage just have similar numbers here. In fact, K was the one with the one of the least among the carries, by all means. And finally, we've seen the Dairoth, because a lot of people theorize that once the Dairoth changes did hit, it's gonna be pretty useful in the current meta, where it's about tempo, where it's about bullying your laner. And you're seeing the possibilities here and denying that Uranus.
Not only that, you know, you pair it up with a snowball and a brave smite and a couple of items. You're not only tanky, but you eat tanks, you know, for dinner. Like Moon was proxying waves. This is a 1v2. Look at this guy. he went he went radiant into Immo, man.
Yeah, and he was still doing a ton of damage, especially to the tanks. So that's why it's so good, man. He was able to shut down any kind of tankiness coming in from Ronix, but at the same time, almost be tankier by virtue of healing there. It's definitely a pick that a lot of teams will be keeping an eye out for, especially the team that the Mongols are gonna rematch. But the MVP for this game is Zuxora on that Suyo. But honestly, it could have been anyone.
Yeah, could be anyone's. I think the only thing that it kind of separated him from everyone else was he had that outplay, right? That outplay in the mid lane. You know, Sliver fell and just outplay Muimanet. Just starting on everyone, man. The Mongols, this is a confidence boost. They're gonna go into tomorrow's lower bracket finals. I think feeling a lot more fresh to take on the HUNS, and it's gonna make for a very interesting matchup because you know the HUNS, they beaten the Mongols once, but they can. What if they do it again? And that would be quite a historic moment, I think, for the region itself.
And just remember, the more teams watch the HUNS play, they can get a feel, get a grasp on like how they want to rotate, when do they really go for these big dives, right? These huge chases across the map. And you know, slowly but surely, that surprise factor from the HUNS will lose its effectiveness, right? The more and more they show it. So they gotta be very careful with that. You know, it's a great weapon, but they can't really over rely on it.
Mm-hmm. And I think the one thing that is going to be a constant from the HUNS is just scrappiness, right? Like the willingness to keep on fighting. I feel like that is in their DNA, and that technically was also what helped them beat the Mongols earlier on. But it's going to be a true test for both teams and how deep the pockets can get. I mean, today the Mongols revealed the Derov as an answer to the Uranus, which is a hero that the HUNS also pick up pretty often, aside from the Yu Zong. So that's going to be an interesting discussion going into tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, the Yu Zong in particular, I wonder if it's going to be like a super prio type of pick, because there are other ways to really bully the lane, and it's not like the Yu Zong doesn't have bad matchups, you know? But against teams that want to play sustain, that want to have an Alice, that want to have like a Uranus, you know, those type of passive non-laners, like the Yu Zong is really good at just forcing your hand, you know, being a nuisance. And don't forget, especially teams that have been picking up the Yu Zong, they've also been very keen on getting that Valentina, right? So that they make sure that their opponent's mid laner is gonna be vulnerable for the Black Dragon form maneuver.
Yeah, and I think, you know, for at least for the side of for like the remaining three teams, I definitely now I'm like trying to figure out which team is sort of like the strongest. I feel like Guangzhou Gaming probably is like in first place currently, and then tomorrow will give us a good idea of whether it's the Mongols or the HUNS that comes in second. Because Guangzhou Gaming, sure, they when they get confident, they start getting sloppy because they start disrespecting their enemies. But when they lock in, they look like an unstoppable machine.
And you can bet that they're gonna be locking in even more in the upcoming days, man, because the stakes are gonna get higher, right? Maybe they can have a false sense of security, knowing that they are better rested, that they have the informational advantage. But hey, that's where, you know, confidence comes before the fall, right? So for Guangzhou, they're doing great right now and they're showing great potential, but they can't let up at this point in the tournament.
Looking fantastic overall in terms of the confidence, and I think we probably are setting up to talk with the Mongols about, you know, the earlier win and expectations going into tomorrow. But I do want to just remind everyone out there, I'm pretty sure that there are still some MPLs happening right now, and we have plenty of MPLs or plenty of, you know, MLBB matches that's concurrently happening. Just for the road to head to MSC. I think the wildcard slots has been filled up, like half of it has been filled up. 4 is from this EA Championship Tour, 1 is from MENA, and then we're gonna like see another one by the end of this weekend from MSL Thailand, so that's gonna be exciting too.
Very much so, man, because I've casted like 3 days for MSL Thailand, so it got me a bit invested, man. The teams there are great, and they're showing the same kind of aggression that you're seeing here from the Mongols, right? Even if they're behind, they're still willing to make the play happen, and they understand that it's sometimes the execution can beat the stats. You know, they can be at a goal deficit, but if the power spikes are there, if the comp can support it, they know. It's just that they understand the deeper layers of the MLBB game. So I think once all these regions really clash, it's gonna be a very fun time.
Yeah, I personally am very invested as well. I'm like my personal favorite team is Bacon Time, but I'm invested in how like KOG looks so great. But then yesterday they lost to ACT, which is the team from the qualifiers. So a lot of shake up there. But yeah, Exord and Spider Mouse, Bacon Time, a great team. I'm not sure how the matches went, like what the result was today. I haven't caught up on that yet. But last I checked, Bacon Time was in the upper bracket. So even if they lose, they're still in it. Even if they lose. In fact, I'm gonna check out on that. Hold on, let me just Google this quickly. MSL
Sure.
Thailand.
Go for it, because I think again, some teams right now, you do get the feel even that when they're really ahead, they start to experiment. I think Guangzhou showed a little bit of that earlier. In the other regions, you're seeing that too. So you're seeing that even though teams have secured a strong position, even though they have a good standing in the tournament, they're still trying to find more ways to get even more competitive, have even more of an edge against their opponents. And that's great, dude. When you feel like you've reached the end game, right? That's where everything else, like the innovations, the creativity stops. So I think it's great that these quote-unquote winning teams or favorites are still just going at it.
Yep. Well, we have an interview coming up, so let's see what the Mongols have to say.
采访再次恭喜 The Mongols 战队拿下了比赛的胜利，同时我们也邀请到了 The Mongols 的打野选手 Zixara。Hello Zixara， 先来和我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello everyone.
想问你的第一个问题是，外赛区对于蒙古赛区的风格定义一直都是以打团和强进攻为主的。想问一下，你自己个人对于你们队伍的风格定义是什么？
So for the first question, people have been saying that MGLZ is a team that play in team with cooperation, and they are really aggressive. We want to know what's your comment on that?
Yeah, I agree with that. And we are really aggressive in the gameplay. And also Mongolian, all teams are good in aggressive gameplay.
是的，我同意这个看法。蒙古队确实一个强进攻型的队伍，而且我们每位队员的能力都非常强劲。
打出自己的气势，同时第一把选出的也几乎都是进场型的英雄，进攻风格非常强。但是中路搭配的法师古尔德是一个偏远程输出的大法师，想问一下，为什么要在这样一个进攻型的阵容搭配到这样一个英雄呢？
So I want to ask, in the first match, why do you pick that hero for mid lane?
Guard-ыг авсан шалтгаан нь болохоор айл амир их мах хиронууд байсан. Амир sustain талтай хиронууд болохоор авсан.
So the reason we picked Gord is because the opponent has had a very tanky hero, so that's why we picked Gord. We needed someone who can spam skills and also burst at the same time. So.
我们之所以选择古尔德作为我们的中路选手，是因为我们看到了对方队伍选择的英雄，所以我们做出了调整。
进行了一波反制，现场调整能力还是很强的，特别是这两把让我们看到了来自蒙古赛区1号种子强势归来。第一把不到10分钟拿下胜利，第二把是8分半。对于自己或今天的队伍，如果说打个分的话，会打几分？
It's really impressive that you managed to win the first game with 10 minutes and you won the second game with only 8.5 minutes. So if you want to rate your team today with from 1 to 10, how would you rate?
I would rate my team like 8 out of 10 because we lost Team HUNS. We lost the Team HUNS. And in the game, we pick a strong hero in early game and we finish early.
我会给我们队伍今天的表现打8分，因为我们一开始还是输给了 HUNS 队伍。
不过没有关系，因为明天你们的对手对阵的将再次可以遇到你们的老朋友 The HUNS Sports 了。双方已经很熟悉了，都是同一个赛区的兄弟战队。经过今天的交手，想问一下我们 Zixara 选手，觉得明天需要调整和改变的地方在哪里呢？
So you're going to play against the HUNS tomorrow. What do you think are some adjustments and preparations you need to make today?
За маргааш тэгээд хаастай тоглохоор хариугаа авах гэж үзэн тэгээд тоглолт дараа маргааш нэг өөр тоглолт юм байна.
So of course we're gonna take our revenge from the HUNS, and there's gonna be changes, of course, because we lost today. So yeah.
我们会从上午战败的经历中吸取教训，并且一定会做出调整的。
是的，不透露自己的战术，明天大家拭目以待了。同时，再次感谢 Zixara 接受我们的采访，再次感谢。那我们今天的赛后采访到这里就全部结束了，让我们把画面交还给解说席。
All right, I mean, dude, they said it themselves. We rate ourselves an 8 because we lost. So they still have their head in the game. They're happy that they set a record and all that. You know, they're able to win fast, but still, they have their sights on greater pastures, and I think that's really good. That's a great sign if you're a supporter of the Mongols.
Yeah, they also talked about how they managed to achieve this record because they pick very strong early game heroes, and you know, you just step on the gas and you just run through your opponents. But I feel like this is something that was destined to happen, right? The rematch between Mongols and HUNS. I personally want to see that rematch as well, because I feel like, you know, best of 3 doesn't do them enough justice in the opening series today, but tomorrow is going to be a test of who can, you know, edge out the other and get that ticket to fight up against Guangzhou Gaming. Because for the Mongols, they haven't gotten the chance to face up against the China team, but for the HUNS, they've done it once.
And look at today's results right here, just in case you missed it. The Mongols lost 1-2 to the HUNS. Afterwards, Guangzhou Gaming got a dominant victory, 2-0 against the Sunset Ravens. And then afterwards, 2-1 against the HUNS. And in the final match, it's a very dominant showing from the Mongols against the Sunset Ravens, who have been eliminated. So we're going to see a rematch right there, and then a chance to duel with Guangzhou Gaming to try and get a definitive result right here.
Yep. Even better, we will be treated to a best of 5 for both the lower bracket finals and the grand finals. And best of 5 between the HUNS and the Mongols is something to die for. I definitely would not want to miss it. This is going to be a true test of not just the whole theme of battle of attrition, the one that we discussed earlier on, but this is going to be true. This is going to truly be about who adapts better. How deep are the pockets of these teams?
The game IQ definitely is gonna be highlighted, but I think that's it actually. That's the final match of the day. It's been me, Arashi, and Husky. Any last words for the audience back home, Husky?
Yeah, I'm just excited that MLBB is growing bigger and bigger, and you know, 2 more games, so many games around. Just make sure to keep on supporting your favorite teams, and it's only going to get better from here.
Make sure you stick around, man. Don't miss any of the action here in MCT EA. That's me, Arashi, and Husky signing out.